electric. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all more. Oh no me no da right. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh Lord, oh no. Oh no, me no, no, no. Oh so far but so close. So far. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. My mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
反身一清右清卡萨，能够灌死吗？
不够。
但后面顺直接爆了一个雷霆万钧，瞬间拿下了 double， 这是一个3连杀。但后面是换掉了一个卡萨，但紧接着鳄鱼是再把人头给拿回，剩下一个 MN 力挽狂澜，两边 AD 的拼枪，就顺拿下了跨抓 Q。
这个乌迪尔等一下就真的只是一块肉而已啊，他地命只要一开大，他还是会有大的威胁。
演的很像啊，16
去开人被抓到阿志塔下塔前被史矛德给击杀掉了，
戏精哎，他演的很好哎，
真的隐蔽
过去，然后还假装按个铝扣，
他让你以为这只是假的
，surprise
bait
有了吼，
阿志直接被骗。因为他本身还是需要一个扛伤害的角色哦。
第3条龙
来喽，闪现开啊，贝利有被抓到，但是闪现最后还没按出来，是滑走的，但伤害不足，那这样16没闪没大了，侧边阿志直接滑过来，保着风打，
围着他，
而史矛德就会这么踩到了，
大家都围在一起啊，
完美的团战风被秒杀了，
完蛋啦，
这边被杰利给全部双光 ，Betty 没有人碰得到他 ，Betty triple kill。
海浪来袭，一波勾加翻，右边的无底先被逼出大绝，但他可以反手海浪，这么样子勾到墙了。被打直接被 Q 闪的俊佳给留住，这下一拳就会起炸弹 ，Forest 过来救，火不连击，俊佳还是想要冲到对面龙那面前，但龙拿下人头，另外一边阿志冲到了后排，他5点的能力一个扛3个，超级5点会被死，他还在这边扁人，有没有伤不了 ？Amy 终于闪现这边救急史诗级 ，Amy 好像triple kill，好像还在滑，鳄鱼疯狂斩杀，你们的炸弹哥 Amy 回来了，
哎呦，有现场观众。
乌迪被抓到 ，AV 正面开砍，直接变大 Q3斩杀，直接秒掉了乌迪，
威的大，
尼克进来做4个，悲狂想救世界，后面变身开始，阿志冲到龙牌开始收割 ，PS
被抢走
，PSG 想要操作，
正面蹲到啦，是俊佳找到机会蹲到，然后出钩，然后这里还在打伤害，但二炸师这里现在才开大，然后重点是尼克进来做了4个人嘛
，Maple 在这里做到了绝地救援。
我打4个美如画，然后最后斩杀，那变成2炸师之后伤害就够了。
但阿志伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的自动图把阿志丢球倒地，顺热射下到，而且还是够这一波，先把对方推回来，顺热射大爆。
When's it gonna start? When's it gonna? When's it gonna? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? Ten missed calls, half a dozen texts. You're not sorry, you're mad that I've left you there unread. Said I need some time to navigate your mess, but you always have to drown in self-interest. Careful where you walk, 'cause my heart's like a blade. Consider me karma, now you have to pay. Give me space. I need that freedom, the time after. Give me space. I need that freedom, the time after. It's 2 a.m. and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's a need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you walk, 'cause my heart
反身一清右清卡萨，能够灌死吗？
不够。
但后面瞬间爆了一个雷霆万钧，瞬间拿下了 double， 这是一个3连杀。但后面是换掉了一个卡萨，但紧接着鳄鱼是再把人头给拿回，剩下一个 MN 力挽狂澜，两边 A 边拼枪，就顺拿下了跨抓 Q。
这个乌迪尔等一下就真的只是一块肉而已啊，他地命只要一开大，他还是会有大威胁。
演得很像啊，16
回去开人被抓到阿字塔下塔前被
哇
史矛灯给击杀掉了，
戏精哎，他演得很好哎，
真的影帝
过去，然后还假装按个铝扣，
他让你以为这只是假的
，surprise
bait
有了吼，
阿字直接被骗。因为他本身还是需要一个扛伤害的角色哦。
第3条龙
来喽，闪现开，
但是
有被抓到，但是闪现最后还没按出来，是滑走的，但伤害不足，那这样16没闪没大了，侧边要直接滑过来，保着风打，
围着他，
史矛灯为什么开到了？
大家都围在一起啊！
完美的团战，风被秒杀了，
完蛋了！
这边被杰力给全部收光 ，Betty 没有人碰得到他 ，Betty triple kill。
海浪来袭，一波勾加翻，右边的无敌先被逼出大绝，但他可以反手海浪，这么样子勾到墙的。被打直接被 Q 闪的俊家给留住，这下一拳就会起炸弹 ，Forest 过来救，果不其然俊家还是想要冲到对面龙的面前，但龙拿下人头，另外一边阿志冲到了后排，他5点的能力一个扛3个，超级5点会被死，他还是去扁人，有没有受不了 ？Amy 终于闪现进去，救急史诗级 ，Amy 好像triple kill，好像还在滑，鳄鱼疯狂斩杀，你们的炸弹哥 Amy 回来了，
哎呦，有现场观众。
乌迪被抓到 ，AV 正面开砍，直接变大 Q3斩杀，直接秒掉了乌迪。
威的大，
尼克进来做4个，被迫想救世界，后面变身开始，阿志冲到楼台开始收割 ，PS
被抢走
，PSG 想要操作，
正面蹲到啦，是俊家找到机会蹲到，然后出钩，然后这里还在打伤害，但2萨斯这里现在才开大，然后重点是尼可进来做了4个人嘛
，Maple 在这里做到了绝地救援。
多大4个美如画，然后最后斩杀，那变成2萨斯之后伤害就够了。
但阿 这伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的直接图，打到阿斯顿没有倒地，顺热射射到，而且后期攻这一波，先把对方推回来，顺热射 double。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. 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 Oh, so far. Oh, love you, oh, my. Oh, love me, love, love, oh, love you, love, oh, love you, love, oh. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. 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 Oh, so far. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes to an end. Let's go for it.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the best we had to. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. Keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the best we had to. Oh, it just feels so good.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PCS Spring Playoffs, where we're going to finally have, once again, SoftBank Hawks playing up against DFM tonight. And, of course, it all will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and the Grand Halai Taipei, who have kindly brought teams such as the SoftBank Hawks over to our region to be able to compete here in the PCS Playoffs. And with 425 rooms, 6 restaurants, and a banquet hall, it certainly does have all the utilities you could possibly want. Now, I will once again be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, my good friend and now longtime partner, it is Low.
Yeah, good to be back. And if our theory holds that the Grand Halai buff exists, then SoftBank are going to be terrifying in this series. They looked very good against PSG, right?
They did. They looked very, very good.
Yeah, and now they're going up against DCG, who we consider a weaker team than PSG. So by the law of transitive properties, we would think that SoftBank should just win this, but it is so hard to call a DCG series.
That was a nerdy word, by the way. Just had to get that in there.
But you don't have much hope for DCG, but
the hope I do have.
It's so hard to doubt them still.
Yeah, the hope I think I do have is that both of these teams seemingly have the most wild drafts.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
mean, we saw the Senna Yasuo come out of SoftBank Hawks, and we've seen, Senna with pretty much anything coming through from the side of DCG. Most commonly, it has been the Hui. At the earlier stages of the season was the Maokai, they were the first team to actually incorporate the Maokai with the center here in the PCS. And so the hope I do have is that they are going to come out with an outrageous draft and be able to take the game to the series that way. It will be very difficult. I mean, you kind of look at this team and you think Orca, Cascada, they are the two people that are most likely to get this across the line for the side of DCG. Do we really think they're that much better than the competition? Probably not. Now, yesterday's results on your screen very quickly. It was Frank taking down BYG 3-1, so we no longer will have BYG competing in the PCS Spring Playoffs. But Frank do move on to face the winner of tonight's series. I mean, it does feel like it should be SoftBank, and then even going forward against Frank, you'd favor probably SoftBank again, although not so clearly, I would have to say.
Yeah, I think just going back to your point about Orca and Cascada being strong points, if you ignore Evie for a second, I think Dasher and Vista were just super standout.
They were
players for this team. Dasher a little quiet in their series against PSG, but Maple had an amazing performance throughout that series. And it's going to be really interesting seeing Cascada and Orca, and then Dasher and Vista, who, you know, these are the standout players on each team going up against each other. So that is DCG's chance to win this, right? And we're imagining Taco's just going to be fine against Evie.
Yeah, and I think an important pick to come through from this draft, not only going to be the center, but also I think the Renekton.
Yeah,
because
Renekton.
Evie had a big game on Renekton. Renekton seems like it's Taco's best champion. So, yeah, I think those two champs in particular should be very high in priority. Ari as well, you'd have to include in there, because recently Cascada hasn't been playing a whole lot of variety, which he was throughout the split. It's been a lot of Ari. He can incorporate some Nico, some Karma as well. And he hasn't been playing the sort of off-meta, less predictable stuff, like the Smolder that he did play earlier.
Vagar to the Ari.
Vagar, he hasn't really been playing these champions more standard than what other mid laners have been playing, which maybe is actually a downside, because DCG are becoming a little more predictable in their draft, which their unpredictability was something we used to consider as, you know, how they'd pick up wins against these bigger, harder opponents.
Yeah, we even saw a just perfectly normal draft out of them in one of the games. I don't remember which one, but it sucked. They just didn't look all that great with just a regular standard draft. I think Orca was on Lulu, which when he can get his wacky carry support picks, they look so much better.
Yeah, I completely agree. And so we'll see what they can pull out in this draft. I think maybe, you know, they've had basically a week to sort of sort out what they want to do. Probably have cooked up something. I think this is, either way, probably going to be the least predictable draft coming through. I don't know that we're going to be able to really know what's going on until we see those sort of fifth picks coming through and we'll work out where flexes are.
I think Senna is going to be very high priority just because it opens up both of these supports to just play their wacky picks. That otherwise you can't really get away with. The Hui definitely doesn't look as good without the Senna, and I don't think you get the Yasuo support.
Yeah, I think honestly Hui probably just going to be banned against Orca. Pretty much since the regular season, it has just been a 100% banned. I think he got it in a couple games up against Ground Zero. And other than that, it's just been permanently taken away from the side of DCG, which makes a lot of sense, right? Honestly, Cascada looks like a very good Hui player. Orca has been a very good Hui player. And so it just, I mean, they can flex this champ. It's a strong champ. It works in both roles. Just get rid of it. It makes a lot of sense.
This series is probably going to make us forget about Sejuani again as well. Neither of these junglers are going to go towards that pick. 665 is exclusively on carry junglers, as well as Forest on the other side. Even playing a Graves game against PSG just really prefers to be on carry junglers.
It was a bit lackluster. I don't expect to see something like the Graves again. It didn't really find a whole lot, which kind of is what you expect, you'd have to say. It's just not really...
it's not very meta.
It's not very meta, and also it just doesn't succeed into a lot of what is meta. A lot of long range, safe champions. You know, the Ari, what are you ever doing as Graves into the Ari?
Just a lot of magic damage as well, right? So you don't get value out of the Graves passive.
Absolutely. A little infographic there on your screen. It is, of course, the last hope of any foreign team, but more importantly, the LJL. That is still alive. They're in the lower bracket. You do have them as favorites in this matchup, I think, and it really is up to them to navigate the draft, I think, first and foremost. But as long as they play as well, or even slightly worse, but not too much worse than they did against PSG, you'd have to say this is the team that you would expect to win. Evie doing very, very good in terms of the top laners up against the PCS team's top laners. And that was against RJ. That's the only top lane he's gone against. it's hard to call him the best top laner in the region, but he certainly stands out as the most solid.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
also the top laner that has the most interaction with his team, I'd have to say. Something
Yeah,
I don't know
sets up
exactly
his
how to
team.
word it, but he is the best at having his team play around him.
Yeah.
Other teams pretty much just send their top laner up to top, leave them be. If they're losing, they're losing. Sometimes we see dives, not all that commonly, but occasionally. Whereas with Arjit, it seems like there's always some point in the game when Junji is in his lane or around him and Arjit's invading the jungle with him.
Yeah,
So
claiming
having
kills.
even stats up against Arjit is a very, very good sign. Little bit skewed because of that one Renekton game, I'd have to think, but still, nonetheless, being able to stay even in a 5-game series with Arjit is going to be a very, very good thing.
Yeah, especially in a lot of series, we just see Aja take over a game. That was Kriskada's stats on your screen for a
Yeah,
second.
win versus
and
loss.
it was win versus loss, and it felt like the story of DCG versus DFM
Yeah.
was just whoever wins mid. And Kriskada managed to win mid 3 times up
Yep.
against Arya, which is quite impressive. Arya probably the strongest mid laner in the LJL. Maybe
Yeah.
Dasher is able to fight him for that title, and Kriskada has just,
Ooh.
got to fight another great LJL mid laner.
And here we are into game number 1's draft. Obviously, very exciting times as we've got DCG trying to eliminate the last hope of the LJL, but the last hope of the LJL and the SoftBank Hawks are no slouches, and you do expect them to be able to pick this one up. Karma, Nico going to be banned up against Kriskada. Also, the Karma's a 2-way ban, Orca playing it as well.
So SoftBank should have had side selection here as the higher seed
Yeah.
coming into this, and they've gone for the blue side, which we often see just taken away from DCG.
Yeah, no, completely. It's generally thought that our sort of opinion, and I think the opinion on many of the teams in the PCS, is that blue side seems stronger unless DCG's in the game, in which point it's just better to take red because it sort of eliminates a lot of their shenanigans.
Yeah, a lot of these 3-way, 4-way flex comps that DCG like to play just kind of fall flat when you're on blue side.
Orianna going to be picked up here. Very strong mid laner, but certainly punishable. Now, Hui has been let through the draft. Senna also has made it through the draft. So if we see Hui Senna, that should tell us where this Hui's going. But again, it wouldn't surprise me to see DCG have cooked up something new and just allow Hui versus Orianna, which is a completely fine matchup.
Yeah, and Sejuani actually banned by DCG, so is making an appearance in the series. Nautilus and Varus just very common bans, and
Okay.
it looks like, as you predicted, we've got the Hui Senna lane that DCG have pretty much just not been allowed to play. No, they go for the volley.
Okay. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, this is a volley bear flex, and we actually haven't seen the volley bear flex a single time out of the jungle yet.
Yeah, I think
but
it is just stronger in the jungle.
Yeah, if there's a team to do it, though.
It has really good ganks, as long as there's some setup around it. It's not very good at just
wow.
dry walking into a lane, so Smolder going to be
The
picked up.
Smolder into
This
the volley bear
feels
already.
Like, yeah, this feels like we're going to see a center and then we're just playing around bot.
Yeah.
Smolder not going to have a good time into Hui center. And we've seen it. DCG have been able to shut down this Smolder almost better than any other team.
Yeah, I think DFM just played it into them all 5 games.
Yeah, they did. Was it all 5? I think it was all 5. I think Udapon just played strictly the Smolder. And I think by the end of it, they were picking, what was it, Varus Heimerdinger?
Yeah,
and just
right.
absolutely dumpstered it.
Yeah.
Caitlyn going to be picked up. So Caitlyn, possibly Hui, possibly could look for something else. I mean, this is, again, the power of DCG. They just have this flex in the Hui already picked up.
Yeah, you
so
just have to...
do you have to ban supports here? Because Lux would stand out as a champ that will do very well into the Smolder.
Yeah, and then you ban supports and they do flex the Hui to support, and it feels like you kind of wasted.
Yeah. So here's one support ban at least.
Yeah, so they've actually paired the Caitlyn with the Nico in the past, so they can't go for that this time. And this could be a very scary lane for SoftBank. I'm curious what they'll pick. I think DCG are not going to reveal what their support is until last pick.
Oh yeah, this will be like a Renekton, I think.
Yeah, it'll be Taco picking blind.
And I think it should be Renekton. If Renekton's not banned, Taco probably will just pick it up. I don't see any reason not to. Yes, you maybe could go for the Aatrox, but he's just looked a lot better at the Renekton.
And if you're SoftBank here, you don't really want to ban the Renekton, because then he's still just going to pick Cassante or Aatrox blind, right? And Taco
Yeah.
will be perfectly fine.
Yep. It's also a bit of a self-ban. I mean,
Yeah, Evie looked
SoftBank
so
winning
good.
in a game number 4 entirely off the back of Evie. Really wasn't a whole lot going on around the Rift other than this Renekton just getting insanely huge. Yeah, and there's a Renekton, as predicted. Obviously the Rumble band that was both a support and a top band. Taku does play the Rumble. Orca has played one game of the Rumble. Now Evi, gonna have his Cassante, should be fine in that matchup. He actually did a lot worse on the Cassante than Arja was able to do in their prior series.
Is it time to troll?
Could be. It could.
I'm not buying it.
No.
Oh,
Rek'Sai,
top.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we get the Rek'Sai top.
Okay,
So,
now we're cooking.
I haven't seen this in competitive. I'm sure it probably has been played.
It's been played in the LEC 3 times, 1
Okay.
win and 2 losses.
Yeah, I've seen it in my solo queue games, and it looks really...
Mediocre, right?
No, it looks really good.
Oh, it looks good.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it's had varying results in the solo queue.
Yeah,
But
fair.
in general, it just feels like it trades and doesn't care about its health because
Just heals it back up.
burrows and it heals back up. The build I've seen in solo queue, at least, I haven't looked competitively, but it's just been Sunfire Cape first. It's, you know,
Yeah.
doesn't strike you as a Rek'Sai item from old, but
So there's been a mini Rek'Sai rework, right? And she's got an AoE knockup now rather
yeah,
than
so
the
they
single
reverted
target.
that. That used to be how Rek'Sai was way back in the day.
Yeah.
When she was really strong and played competitively in the jungle pretty consistently.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, it's not that big of a radius, but the double knock-up is really nice. And it's not really from your tunnel, but you can tunnel into someone, flash double knock-up as the Rek'Sai. And, you know, you get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, I don't think this Rek'Sai Lee Sin are matching the Volibear Renekton
Yeah.
by any means, though, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't know about the Rek'Sai. But honestly, Renekton and Volibear are so powerful in those skirmishes. You have to think that they should be favored, especially at level 6, where both of them can just empower themselves.
And I guess Rek'Sai can function as a bowl delivery for Orianna. I'm not sure if you Rek'Sai ult, will the Orianna bowl vanish?
I think it should, right?
Yeah, I think it might drop off the Rek'Sai.
And I think Rek'Sai's untargetable during the leap as well, so you might not even be able to put the ball shield on him during that part either. I'm not entirely sure on that interaction.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if SoftBank have cooked something up, and they've gone for the Bard with the Smolder, which is something we see all the time. I think DCG have actually played it a lot, and PSG were playing it quite a lot. Kind of fallen out of popularity, and you know they are. We got so excited by the Rek'Sai. What's the support for DCG this game?
Oh, I didn't see.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention either. I got too excited about the Rek'Sai pick.
Yeah.
We'll see what they've got, but you're still terrified if you're the Smolder Bard.
Yeah.
This game, when you see the Volibear Caitlyn already, you're probably just getting dived. So I was surprised they locked Smolder after seeing a first rotation Volibear.
Oh, for DCG, it was Hui. They've got Ari mid.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I did see that.
Oh, I'm
it was
surprised.
Ari as their last pick.
Yeah, I'm surprised they went for the Ari still into the Orianna. That's probably Ari's only difficult lane.
Yeah, but I think you just have such strong potential between the Volibear Ari, right? The Volibear and Ari can certainly look for kills onto the Orianna. The 1v1 lane, it's going to feel bad, but Orianna, at least, especially past level 6, is going to have to be extremely worried about any, you know, if they don't know where Volibear is going to have to play safe.
Yeah, and any fights around the bot side are going to be favoring DCG.
Yeah, I think they've just drafted 2 winning lanes and a winning 2v2 mid, so it does...
Yeah, it seems hard because top side you don't win.
Yeah.
Bot side you don't win. So this is going to be a very difficult game for SoftBank to navigate.
I even think Volibear will win a duel against Lee Sin in an isolated 1v1 as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So
I mean, Volibear seems to take about 60% of any jungler's
Just
HP off
immediately.
just at level 3.
Yeah. So I think they've sort of got... I'd have to say I much prefer DCG's draft.
Oh, to be fair, I don't know if this Rek'Sai is going to get prio or not.
I would expect not.
Yeah, I can't think of a melee champion that really gets priority over Renekton, especially past level 3.
Yeah, at level 1 there are champs. Jax is one of them. Gragas can. But yeah, once level 3 comes in and you can sort of start working on your Fury levels and empowered, you know, abilities, it becomes a lot harder.
Halo Blade's Caitlyn, so it's going to be lethality for Tide.
Yeah, it makes sense up against the Smolder, I think.
Yeah, just end the game quickly.
You do just have 5 damage champions on your team.
Yeah.
The Volibear might build tanky, still going to be doing damage. Renekton will do a lot of damage. Ari, of course. And then you've just Hui as support doing damage as well. So you're not really lacking for sustained DPS just by nature of everyone doing some damage.
Yeah. Ghost on the Caitlyn, heal on the Hui makes sense to me. Evie is just chasing Taco, seeing if he can get a knock up on him. And yeah, I'm happy to have the camera stay up here so we can figure out this matchup.
Yeah, the W star Rek'Sai. So not going to have that powerful of a trade, but obviously just the knockup, auto attack, walk away. Doesn't allow Taco to find anything himself. But there he does. The Call of the Meek, while empowered, is of course going to...
Yeah, and he's going to just be able to heal up a lot of this, right?
Yeah, but Taco will as well. He's going to keep getting grass procs. I don't think Renekton should really have kill pressure, but Rek'Sai shouldn't either, so...
Yeah.
It is just going to be Renekton pushing out this wave. The AoE there on the Call of the Meek, while Evie sits at level 1 with W on the Rek'Sai. No way he can match the push. Mid lane going about as we expected. Cascada getting chunked a little bit out by the Orianna.
Yeah, bot lane, same deal.
Did we
but
see
for
if
DCG.
it was Arcane Comet on the Orianna?
No, I missed that. It is Comet. It is.
Oh yeah, I see the little...
Yeah, she's got the little orb circling her.
Teleport on the Smolder, so can afford to lose a bit of health and teleport back to the lane, and you kind of have to because you're going to be losing a lot of health constantly. 665, as we said, oftentimes Volibear just walks into the enemy jungle, takes around 60% of the jungler's HP. This time, though, he's just going to claim himself an entire Raptors camp.
Yeah, that's...
He did lose a lot of abilities for it, though, so Forest is trading very favorably into him, and 665 is going to have to flash away. Orca, and with the push down bot side, but he misses the fear. Maybe it doesn't even matter, as the stun comes through from 665. Flash from Tide, he's not going to be able to find the auto attack, and Forest is going to live. Now, a trade in the mid wave, or mid lane even, is going to be pretty even there in terms of health, and I don't know how that turned around, but Orca with first move allows 665 to go aggressive again onto Forest, and it is just going to end up a flash trade for these junglers.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tide loses his flash on the end there and can't quite finish the kill on Forest's Lisa.
Yeah, had Ghost as well. I think if he procced Ghost like while running to the play originally, probably just picks himself up a freebie there, but...
Yeah, unfortunately, Orca just a spell going wide as well. A little bit of rust to begin this series. And I can't believe that got turned around onto Forest like it did. It looked very risky. 665 invading, around the only lane where he doesn't have priority. But it's put Dasher in an ugly spot now.
Yeah, he's going to have to TP back to lane, which should be fine. And honestly, all things considered, both mid laners are going to have about the same amount of CS. In fact, he's actually stayed low mana, low health, so this should mean Cascada actually feels pretty safe in his lane for now. As Taco and Evie trading very aggressively, and Evie going to be coming out the benefactor just by virtue of all the healing. Taco getting very low, gets the Call of the Meek out. He might be in a lot of trouble. He's going to get knocked up. Flash away, but Evie's going to flash to match, and it's the solo kill out of Evie.
Okay, turns out Renekton loses to Rek'Sai. That was very one-sided, and every trade Taco has taken, it was a kind of even trade, but then Rek'Sai has the full rage bar, so he just burrows and heals his HP back up, and Taco keeps trading.
Her. Rek'Sai is a she.
Yeah, sorry. I misgendered Rek'Sai. And Evie trades flashes with Taco and still kills him.
Yeah, you have to think that Taco was being egregiously greedy by sitting here auto-attacking without the rage bar.
Yeah, and this trade is kind of even, because Taco is tanking a giant wave, but then Evie heals back up a bunch of the traded damage, and Taco just, probably can't believe his eyes as he's losing this trade.
He has Conqueror stacked, but it is just not even close.
Yeah, I think it's at the point... I think it's at a point in the game where he's never expecting to lose a trade as Renekton, and maybe just unfamiliar with the matchup.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I don't know if Rek'Sai is supposed to win to the point of a solo kill. In fact, I'm certain she's not, but I think, honestly, it was just greed from Taco. Overthinking the value of Conqueror at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and it just looked like... It looked like he was playing like he should just win the fight.
Yeah.
Which you would expect to.
That's the kind of fight that if you're level 6, you probably win, because you get low on your rage bar after using empowered W, empowered Q, and then you just pop the ult and get another rage bar back for yourself. If he's level 6...
This looks atrocious now for the Renekton. Evie is so tanky.
Yeah, Barmy, Cinder, 2 cloth armors to just the 2 long swords. 665's in the area though, so I do think Evie's going to have to be a little bit safe here. Although we're seeing Lee Sin is seemingly backing off. Could just pick up the one Void Grub, but it's going to choose not to. Sonic Wave does connect there from Forest and takes a sizable portion of 665's health away from him. Taco, he is in a little bit of trouble here, as well as Chris Carter, as Bard will use that magical journey. Through comes the Shockwave, but Chris Carter with the Spirit Rush already used is going to manage to get himself out of there. It was the Ignite also put through onto that Ari, but not going to find the kill.
Yeah, that looked a little scary for Chris Carter because he got caught in his ulti by the Orianna ult. And meanwhile, Vista roams, uses his Ignite, and is going to lose a lot of damage on his tower now. While Marble's going to try catch as much as he can. And Taco no TP, but it is a cannon wave in the top, so he shouldn't lose too much.
It looks like Black Cleaver will be the item of choice.
Yeah, it makes sense. Full tank Rek'Sai.
It is just going to be full tank Rek'Sai, so yeah. Bot lane though, going very well for DCG. Marble has been able to get himself some CS. We'll have to see how much of those are with stacks. I wouldn't suggest a lot of them. I think there's probably a lot of W farming coming through here. Nice stun from Taco. He's going to get a pretty good trade for himself with the tower shot. Going to play a reasonable part of that.
Yeah, I think Taco will be okay, but you end up being pretty useless on the Renekton if you don't generate any kind of lead.
Yeah, look, I think so, that's true, but honestly, there's no cleanse on Marble. So there's going to be a point in this game where there's a team fight and Renekton's able to flash W the Smolder and just one-shot him.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Pretty much, if you're at one item, even if it is a Black Cleaver, as long as your ult's popped and you find yourself on an AD carry, they will just die. Especially with the, the range that can come through from both Tide and Orca. Orca can follow up from well offside the screen.
Yeah, we have ended up in a point in this game now where the only lane going all that well, Evi's behind Chris Carter.
Yeah, Spirit Rush not available. Flash is... Charm's going to miss here. As 65's in the area, going to land the stun here. Feral Screen comes through. Chris Carter's trying to flash, but he's flashed into the waiting arms of Dasher. Shockwave coming through. Taco now, he's in the area. Does not have flash available, and Orca's decided to roam up as well. Stun going to come through. That is onto the full tank Rek'Sai, though, and not going to make a lot of headway. It's just going to be Evie tanking up absolutely everything, getting the kill for his mid laner. Chris Carter going to lose a lot of pressure in the mid wave, and Evie is looking once again to completely take over again.
Yeah, I mean... At this point, he almost completely has. There are 3 people here to just fight him off this Raptor camp. Finds such a nice timing on that roam into the mid lane. Chris Carter's ulti's up now, but they're looking for the Volley Bear. 665 has ulti.
They found Taco and the Volley Bear, but the Sonic Wave's going to go wide, so it should just be this camp picked up. Evie waiting. He's going to be able to see the movements. Safeguard coming through. There is going to be Spirit Rush available for Chris Carter, and he is coming through. Forest might be in trouble here. Safeguard Flash available. They're going to get the knock up here onto Chris Carter. Through comes that Stormcaller. They're going to find one kill. Forest is going down in the tunnel from Evie is going to mean he does get away, but at least one kill found there for DCG with a nice collapse coming through from Chris Carter.
Yeah, nice flash there from 665 as well to secure the kill onto Forest on the Lee Sin. Evie just way too tanky for them to clean up afterwards once they've used all those cooldowns. And through that
I'm
sequence...
playing Rek'Sai when I get home.
Yeah, I need to play some Rek'Sai top games. I could imagine this champ having some very bad matchups in the top lane, though.
Vayne.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that champ.
Oh, Dasher -1.
Yeah, but he's feeling all good. He's up 20
But he's
CS.
plus 20, yeah.
Yeah, you can afford to lose one cannon when you're up that much. If you're going to just look for a proxy, it would seem, and not really going to be a whole lot to answer it.
Yeah, and I don't think you can afford to... Well, I don't think you should come up here if you're 665, just because if you look at the bot lane items, Taco or Tide has his item completed now and 2 plates left on the bot tower.
Yeah, Dragon going to be started up here. DCG, I don't think, are going to want to give this up. There is no Spirit Rush, but you have the much stronger bot lane. You're against a Smolder. Tech Shockwave going to come through. 65 very low. Heal comes out of Orca here. Root does land though on to Dasher. There's a lot of damage. Ace in the hole, but it's onto Vista.
Meanwhile, Forrest has not even considered getting off this dragon and just picks it up, and that is a very nice pickup when you've got the Smolder, who we've kind of been distracted from this game because of this top matchup.
There's been things going on elsewhere on the map. Dominus going to be propped now. We'll see if Renekton can even win the trade with that ultimate, and at least for now, he certainly is.
Yeah, having to blow your ultimate to win that trade is kind of rough, though.
Oh, Cascada's in a lot of problems. He's going to go down. Sonic Wave connecting from Forest there, and not sure what exactly happened, but Cascada with no ult charges left, no flash, is going to be taken out by this Lee Sin.
Yeah,
possibly a flash kick coming through.
Must have been an attempt on Dasher just based on where Cascada was, right? Dasher kind of chunked out. We'll hopefully get to see it in a replay, but...
Oh, it's just...
Oh, no, okay. Oh, just...
Oh, not even the flash.
clean.
It's just, yeah, Cascada getting very greedy and flashes to get the cripple.
Yeah, flash committed by Forest, but very happy with that pickup.
Yeah, Cascada, I mean, very greedy to not just pop the ult earlier. Oh, Tempered Fate lands. Ahri doesn't have ult, but Cosmic Binding won't connect with that stun. It is still a very good chunk once again onto Cascada, who is very much suffering in this lane. 6 Void Grubs are going to be the pickup as well for SoftBank, so they're getting absolutely everything they could ever dream of.
Yeah, no grubs for this Caitlyn is very sad, as she's very close to just taking this tower along with Orca on the way.
Yeah, and 6 for this Rek'Sai is extremely good, who is, if it was wanted by Evi to attack a tower, is absolutely capable of doing it. Not really in fear for its life at all as the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it doesn't seem he's too concerned with tower plates right now.
Oh, 65, maybe finding his way onto Dasher. Is going to land that stun, but there isn't going to be a follow-up as Cascada is just too far away. Evi now teleporting to the bot lane. He's one mid, he's one top, and now he's looking to win bot. Tide, he's trying to get away. Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ghost. There is going to be ultimate available for the Rek'Sai, who is going to be able to proc it. Tide is in a lot of danger. Trying to kite away, not going to be able to, as the Q does connect there from this Rek'Sai. 665 now going to be landing, getting hit with everything, really. Flash coming through from Evi. That is a dead Volibear as well. The shield's not going to matter. Evi is going to pick himself up yet another Orchid, trying to get himself out of there with the recall, but it's going to be face checked. Evi, once again, he is winning the entirety of the map at this point of the game. 5-1 is the kill score. It's a 2k gold lead. Taco trying to trade back some tower plates on the top side, but by God, Evi is going nuclear.
And how does he do it? He seems already so good at this champion. It looked like he was just griefing once he chased Tide too deep here. Not a lot of damage on this full tank Rek'Sai at this point, but his ulti here dodges the Caitlyn Q, which is all of her damage on this lethality build. Finishes off Tide on the Caitlyn and then manages to chase 665 down as well. He's had maybe 2 or 3 days to add this pick. He wasn't picking this into Renekton earlier, it was just Cassante. So he's just discovered a new pick and seems to have figured it out in just a couple of days.
Yeah, 3 tower plates here for the bot side. That is the Smolder Bard up into the Caitlyn way is very, very promising for the side of SoftBank.
Yeah, and it feels like Evi has just won 3 lanes at this point.
Yeah, Cascada now, he's the target. Knocked up, misses the charm, going to use that Spirit Rush, but is he even safe under his tower? It looks like Evi's not going to commit to the dive. Not in the 1v1 at least.
That was a lot of damage for a full tank Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I have to play this champ when I get home, man. This is looking so crazy. Taco, I mean, we saw Evi being able to just do whatever he wanted. Taco, complete opposite. Running for his life. Going to pop the Dominus. Going to get hit by the Shockwave. Down extremely low. And in the mids, everything's just going on everywhere. And all the successes of everything is just straight Evi. Nice Tempered Fate to be able to block that tower and make sure no follow-up damage coming through, but that's another 2 kills. Bot lane dead now as Evi's impact is being felt absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I think he went for another tunnel over the Raptor camp and just showed up behind the bot lane of DCG. No sums on this Caitlyn. No sums on the Hui either, and they just both end up going down. I think 665 went down with him, and they saw the Rek'Sai, but it's just too late to do anything about it. I mean, he just chunks Tide here and then gets a 2-man knockup.
Yeah, that Cosmic Binding was pretty crazy out of Vista too.
Yeah, turns off the tower as well. And this seems like an impossible game now for DCG.
I think DCG need to start thinking about game number 2.
Yeah, and I think their first thought should be ban Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't even think they got a bad draft, but I don't know that the matchup should have gone this poorly for Taco.
No, it probably shouldn't. Should not have.
Considering it did, maybe Taco just not familiar with the matchup, and honestly, it's pretty hard to be. How often do you practice against the Rek'Sai top? Maybe in the last couple of days there's been an opportunity to.
Even if you're practicing against it, how often are you practicing against someone good?
Yeah.
If it's a new pick. who is ready with this Rek'Sai top.
Yeah, absolutely. And so maybe it's just worth banning. Obviously, if this was PSG against SoftBank, this Rek'Sai is never coming through the draft ever again. Evi, though, he's in the middle of 4. Nice Tempered Fate to make it only 2. Chris Carter, extremely low, does have Spirit Rush still available for himself. But he's kept it, and his bot lane's gone down. 6 is 5 going to be next. Sonic Wave lands. Resonating Strike should come through too. Taco's trying to do what he can, but he can't do a whole lot as Evi is here and ready to do absolutely everything he needs to get his team across the line. Teleport coming through from Chris Carter to honestly get himself to safety, but 4 found. Dragon as well. And Marble, he's on the Smolder. It's late game insurance. They're not even going to need to make it there as Evi, as well as Dasher and Forest, have taken over this map entirely.
Yeah, this Rek'Sai looks invincible this game against just the lethality Caitlyn. The one armor item with his tabbies is going to mean he's not going to have to worry about this Caitlyn until maybe ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's lethality Caitlyn. He never has to worry about this Caitlyn.
Yeah, and then Ahri's not the greatest at killing a tank either, especially if she doesn't itemize for it. And here he can just dash in. Less tanky champs have to be worried about just dashing into 4 people here. Especially when all he's doing is knocking up 1 person, but they have no choice but to go onto him. And meanwhile, the rest of DCG are just getting comboed by the Spar and Orianna. And 665 goes down to Forest. Taco gets a bunch of damage out this fight, but
yeah, not happy, but he is still smirking about it.
Unplayable game.
Yeah.
For the bot lane of DCG. Just a level 14 4k HP full tank Rek'Sai has just teleported behind you while you're trying. You have to play so aggressively to punish the Smolder, right? So you're just going to eat these TP flanks.
6k is the gold lead. Stormcaller coming through. They may have found their way onto Dasher, but he's got the Zhonya's, he's got the Seraphs, he's feeling completely safe. Forest with a 3-man knock-up off the back of that Dragon's Rage, and a 3-man Tempered Fate coming through as well. Tide, he's going to be taken out by this Rek'Sai. Taco's flash forward, he's found the stun. He might be able to find the kill on Zabard. In fact, he does. Dasher pretty low, but Taco even lower. He's going down. Orca, Chris Carter, that's all that stands. Evi is in their way, though, as it's going to force out Orca's flash yet again. All 5 flashes down now for the side of DCG, as it's only going to be 2 found by them and 3 found by the side of SoftBank.
Yeah, the solo laners of DCG still finding plenty of damage in these fights. Tide can't do anything against Evi just flashing onto him in that fight and taking him out. And it's a shame that, yeah, Taco had such a bad start to this game because it feels like he still has quite a bit of impact at this point in the game on the Renekton. Just not as much as this very fed Rek'Sai.
Yeah, 603. Honestly, one of the lowest farm total games I think I've ever seen.
I mean, I feel like there's just been fighting nonstop.
Oh yeah, it's just been battles.
And that's nice for Smolder to get you.
Oh, not
to
really.
catch
He's at
up your stack.
135 stacks. It's not looking. He's not making it to stacks. I think this game ends before he gets to his stacks.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's up to SoftBank to slow down the pace of it if they want him to get to stacks. But they're also the ones that are just
they're 2 dragons.
Dominating.
They're dragon up. 6 scrubs.
Evi, I mean, is he going to just tower dive? You feel like he can, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, he takes.
He is. He's come through. They're going to land the fear, but it's onto Forest. Demolish proc and bot lane inner. It's gone down. Uh-oh. 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 Tide is an absolute goner. That 90 caliber net's not going to get him to safety. Chris Carter trying to find damage. The Spiraling Despair doesn't even look like it did any damage to Evi. Evi's found the 2-man knock-up. They're under the tower. Forest is following up. Could be a nice Dragon's Rage there. Evi coming through. He might go down for the first time in this game. He isn't just yet. Orca's trying to find the damage, but won't be able to do so. And he's too far out of range to be able to follow up the damage there on to this Rek'Sai. Bot lane inhib tower now as this minion wave crashes in with the 6 Void Grubs is going to be the reward for SoftBank as they do take down Tide. They do take down Taco and they head now towards their base and the blue buff of DCG.
Yeah, Evi is just looking completely invincible. He's just dashing into everyone under their turret and making Rek'Sai look like Malphite this game with the knockups. And 250 healing per tick. And I think Rek'Sai gets like three ticks of that healing. So Evi is, I'm not sure if he's tanking tower yet, but he's about to just dash into the enemy tier 3. Really nice pick from Vistic here, comboed with Dasher. Just takes Tide immediately out of the fight, and that kind of emboldens Evi to here he just pushes S so his team can get out of the Hui ulti and then jumps into 2, knocks up 2, jumps into 4 rather, knocks up 2, goes invulnerable, drops tower aggro to kill off Taco and then just waltzes on out. Little help from Forest to save him there maybe.
Baron now going to be the focus of SoftBank, and with this Baron you do feel like they're following siege. Honestly, they don't even siege, they just sprint at you under tower and take you out. We'll call that a siege. But this Baron should be taken. It doesn't feel like there's any real way for DCG to contest it. The Volley Bear not going to be able to get into the pit with Dasher standing on the outskirts and Evi being able to dash with any of these tunnels or create a new one.
Yeah,
now,
somehow the item advantages don't seem that massive for SoftBank, but another ult.
The 90 caliber net just too slow. Has the ghost, is going to pop it. The Cosmic Binding not connecting, and Tide's dipping and diving and dodging absolutely everything he possibly could. But he's on the wrong side of the map, as is the rest of the side of DCG. Chris Carter is going to land the charm now as he is running away, but if he doesn't care about that, Ari is just going to Baron buff these minions up, look for that top lane inhib turret. In the meanwhile, the rest of SoftBank are taking down this mid lane tower.
DCG are out of their
Vista
base.
as well, taking down the inhibitor. Teleport now coming through for Taco onto the flank. They're looking for something, but this Renekton, will he be able to find what he needs? Dash is getting pretty low, but Evi's now arrived to the fight. He's trying to kite. He's trying to get some CC onto the Renekton to save this Smolder from going down, and it looks like he's been able to do it. Taco healing up a little with the Color of the Meek. They find a 1-for-1. Dash has gone down. Tide now is in the middle of that team. Forest finding a fantastic Dragon's Rage kick. Forest now onto Cascada. 1 usage of Spirit Rush is still left available. It's a 1-for-2 thus far, and the Baron buff inhibitor goes down. SoftBank, it's going to be Evi going in once again. Stormcaller comes through. Are they able to turn the damage? No, they will not. Evi is completely unkillable as they take down the second inhib. Top wave now crashing as well. Looks like it could be a 3-inhib. Cascada the flash charm. Not in range as Marble is playing around this Ari fantastically. 3 inhibs is going to be the reward of SoftBank's labor.
Yeah, and they might try to just end it here, 4v5.
Oh, Tempered Fate does go wide, but Evi's not going to miss with his flash knock-up. Cascada's trying to get away from this most menacing Rek'Sai you've ever seen. Teleport in from Dasher, has had the chance to respawn, flash forward, triple kill, and 1 ability for Dasher. The Shockwave finds everything it possibly need to. Tide again is trying to run, but it's going to be the Quadra now for Dasher. Orca is sitting in that base. Will SoftBank look to give over the Penta? They could go for the dive. Orca's trying to stay safe. Through they come. Evi's tanking. Dasher, they're going to flash away. Orca will not be giving it over, but it's going to be game number 1 in the most dominating game we've seen thus far in stage 2
Small
for
win.
SoftBank Hawks.
Small win for DCG at the end there, denying the Penta, picking up some kills onto Forest and someone else, but yeah, that was completely dominant. Whenever you pick Smolder and you win the early game that hard, yeah, and it was just off the back of Evi.
They just stomped the early game.
And
Evi
I couldn't
the
take
early
my
game.
eyes off the invincible Rek'Sai for that entire last 5 minutes of the game. He's just running around in the enemy base, taking maybe half of his HP if they find a really good go onto him, and then healing back up to full. Burrowing, healing back up to full, and just rinse and repeat. And that let them just continue fighting for, it felt like 5 minutes at the end there, the entire time they had their Baron, and they just end on 1 push because they have an invincible tank.
What a ridiculous game.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much to analyze, I don't think. Honestly, the only thing we could possibly say is, why is Taco dying to Rek'Sai that early?
Yeah.
Because after he did die to Rek'Sai 1 time, it was honestly just felt like the game was over.
Evi with the lead just seems ridiculously good.
Yeah, and
he just knows.
I mean, that was more than a lead. That was ridiculous while he was...
Yeah.
Honestly, even in the team fights, Taco was still finding a lot of damage, finding his way on the back line, but it didn't matter because Rek'Sai and Lee Sin were just killing your entire backline while you were maybe killing 1 person, but usually just doing a lot of damage and forcing out a sum. This game was, I mean, it was just the Rek'Sai show, to be honest. Yes, Dasher played well. Everyone played well. Don't get me wrong, for the side of SoftBank, but Evi played exceptionally.
Yeah, Forrest finding a nice kick at the end there, but Evi, when he does get these leads, he doesn't snowball his lane. In fact, you won't see him in lane all that often. It was the same story on the Renekton. He just knows when to roam and find these picks. He found one in mid lane and then found a TP into bot lane, and after the TP bot lane especially, the game just felt completely blown open. It was just too difficult. The only winning lane for DCG as they were doing fine in mid, and then the gank from the Rek'Sai shut down Cruscata on the Ahri. Didn't have any impact that game. And then they were still destroying bot lane with the Caitlyn Hui. But then once the Rek'Sai TP's behind them, gets all their sums and kills them anyway. What were you supposed to do?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, it feels like it's a pretty easy fix for DCG. It just means you're going to ban it in the next game. They're going to take red side. They'll be able to ban the Rek'Sai this time. Maybe even you just sort of forego giving over the blind pick, the counter pick to the blue side this time, and you could just look to counter pick top with you know, Taco. Honestly, it feels like this guy's going to have a pick. He must play solo queue, so he's going to have something solo QS that you can play into the Rek'Sai. I'm not entirely sure what it is, obviously, but
I have no idea
these guys
either.
are a lot better than me, so I'm sure they have something they could possibly pick. Forest once again finding a nice kick
just
there
a
onto
wombo
Orca.
combo between the Bard, Orianna, and the Lee Sin.
And in the meanwhile, I mean, you had a Smolder, but usually we spend these games talking about the Smolder. If there's a Smolder
and stalling for the dragons,
but this game, Smolder, that could have been any single champion in League of Legends. That could have truly been a Talon AD carry.
Yeah,
and it probably would have still
matter.
won the game because it was just Evie coming and doing absolutely everything you needed. So it does seem like a kind of simple fix. I mean, looking at what they did ban, the Nautilus, the Sejuani, Varus, feels like you could pretty much give up any of those to ban the Rek'Sai instead. Or you could give over the Rek'Sai on the red side and not try and hold your flex for so long, because honestly, did it really matter? I felt like you saw the Caitlyn, you saw the Hui, you were probably assuming this is going to be in the bot lane. Because it's just a long-range poke lane. And we haven't seen Orca play the Lux. The only person we have seen play it is Woody. So it did feel like this way probably going to go to the support. Orca has seemed better at it. And then what's the point in blind picking to hold that flex? It feels like you could have just maybe given him Rek'Sai and picked something better for yourself to have a better time in the top lane.
40,000 damage taken by Evie. He was close to dying maybe twice in that entire game. And even then, barely. 8 kills picked up for him. And who do you reckon is the MVP this game?
Taco, maybe.
No, it's obviously just going to be Evie. That was the Evie
it could
show
be Taco.
all game.
It's 50-50 at this stage.
Yeah, true. 2 players on our screen. One of them's the MVP.
Yeah, it's going to be Evie, of course. He 1v9. I mean, there's not much more to say. He completely 1v9 that game. That was one of the top lane games of all time.
Yeah, and whatever we were expecting when we saw the Rek'Sai locked in, it wasn't that.
No, yeah.
I thought maybe it neutralizes the Renekton and like lands a big knock-up in a fight or something, but not that.
No, not that dominant. And I mean, again, it does kind of stem from that one mistake. Like, Taco, maybe he feels like he should be winning that trade, but I mean, he was taking that trade and still auto-attacking this Rek'Sai while on like 200 HP. It didn't, like, Evie was at like 600, 700. It never felt like this was even close, and Taco was still just auto-attacking, and you knew at some stage he was just going to go down.
This is the play that essentially just ended the game for DCG. Tide and Orca both lose both their sums and go down here, and he's still able to catch this Ghost Flash Caitlyn with just his tunnel on the Rek'Sai. He's also just walking into 3 people here, by the way.
He's just 1v3 now, but
it
he
is. Volibear and the Ahri, who are strong champions at this point in the game, finishes off the Caitlyn and then stalls long enough his team. And look at his HP bar. It's like he hasn't been fighting this whole time. And flashes onto 665 to finish him off.
And finish him off, he certainly does.
Yeah,
Actually, I think
ridiculous.
Forrest gets this kill.
And he ends this fight full HP. Once he burrows here, he's back to full HP.
Through he goes.
Yeah, this seems like an unreasonable champ with any sort of lead. Just because of how much he can heal between these fights. In the middle of fights, he doesn't even have to get out of combat on Evie on...
We ban Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think you just ban the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
I'd be amazed
Unless
if Taco had a counter
plays it.
pick.
Unless Taco plays it.
Yeah, maybe. But if he played it, I don't think that first death looks like that. That looked like a I've never played against Rek'Sai in my life kind of death.
There was a chin scratcher. A chin scratcher. It was really like... I mean, it's just... He was like 200 HP.
Yeah, he was,
like,
he was just standing
there. You
there.
saw this fight happening. It was like, he is never winning this. He uses his dash aggressively and then tries to flash away on 1 HP. I mean, you're going to see it during the break, but we are going to go to a break. We'll be back we'll be back soon.
the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. 'Cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your Wi-Fi, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your Wi-Fi, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror wasn't visible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. You got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. 'Cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your Wi-Fi, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your Wi-Fi, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. I'm 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 so far. Oh, love you, oh, no. Oh, no, me, no, no, right. Oh, la, di, da, right. Oh, la, di, da, right, no. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. I'm 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 so far. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord.
We are back. Game number 1, of course, picked up by the team with the buff from the Grand Halai Taipei in SoftBank Hawks, and they are looking unstoppable. I mean, it's only been one game, and we've seen stomps like this turn around, but I don't know. It feels like they are the first team to truly work out DCG. Yes, it's only been one game, and there were some questionable choices in the draft, I think, from DCG. Not picking the Senna in favor of the Caitlyn. I don't know why they went for that. I think it looks better when Orca can farm on the way, while Tide is playing a more utilitarian role.
It would have been the better long-term decision to go for the Senna, but I think they were expecting to just blow out that lane, just completely take the tower in 10 minutes and just run away with the game on a lethality Caitlyn. But just because of that really nice TP from Evie and the botched play in the bot jungle that we were talking about during the break, we completely forgot about that just because of how hectic the game was from that point on. But Tide did commit his flash during that play, and they couldn't finish off the kill on the Lee Sin. DCG, unsurprisingly, go for the red side. It is just their preferred side. And we'll see if they have a different approach for the draft this time. I think a good start is just to get rid of the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like they had answers for it. Doesn't seem like Taco understood the matchup all that well. And Evie just somehow can play the champ very proficiently already.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw as well on social media. Evie committed to, if he loses another best of 5 in the PCS, shaving off his eyebrows this time.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so he shaved off his beard for losing a PSG, and now he's committed to, if he loses another one, shaving off his eyebrows.
Yeah, that guy is trying to keep his eyebrows, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like he's trying to lose any eyebrows.
Yeah,
Rek'Sai open.
Yeah, do not get between him and his eyebrows. So maybe Rek'Sai was just a pick into the Renekton. And I think that's what DCG are hoping. Though Renekton is such a strong blind for them.
This is still disabled, right?
Yeah, it is.
Taco doing a bit of trolling.
Yeah.
Okay, Hui, surely it's the Senna to pair.
Yeah, I like the Senna a little more. Senna a little scary.
Oh, 6-5, really good at the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and it's been so long since we've seen him on it just because it is banned against him, and of late, he just hasn't been going for it, so...
Okay, different look.
Yeah, good to see him on this champ again.
And look like Forest just so successful on it too, so it is a takeaway, of course.
Yeah, so Forest just like quietly finding very good kicks all game last game.
Yeah, he went a little unnoticed. I won't say unnoticed because we certainly saw the impact of it, but it was just really the Evie show. You know, it was Evie and the boys rolling around the map.
Yeah, Vista, pretty much everyone got to shine except Marble, who was just behind on a Smolder. His team was destroying the map.
Didn't even get to the point of having stacks by the time his team won.
Yeah.
Not often the case on the Smolder.
Yeah.
Usually it's the other way around. If you didn't make stacks and the game ended, you've probably lost, but not in this game. Now, what will SoftBank go for? They are just going to go for that Bard again, it seems like.
Yeah, and it was nice to see Smolder actually used as late game insurance last game, not just the only plan, just plan A. So often Smolder is just plan A, you have to survive and get him online, and he's the only win con.
I wish it was Senna. I really do.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Tide has done well on the Senna, and it just enables Orca to have so much more impact when he can farm up on the way.
We saw finally a Senna just pretty much 1v9ing a game. Well, it's hard to say that. Jimmy was absurd.
Eminem you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
He had a ridiculous game on the Senna.
Yeah, it's hard to... Okay, there we go. That makes a lot of sense.
So do you feel like you have to ban the Renekton if you're SoftBank? I don't think so. They've done perfectly fine with the Cassante into the Renekton.
Yeah, otherwise it will just probably be Cassante versus Aatrox.
Now, do you feel like you have to ban the Ahri? Probably not as well. But are we pretending this isn't a Hui support? They do ban the Ahri. Okay, fair enough. But the Hui support just does feel very telegraphed from DCG at this point.
Yeah, Chris Gard obviously has played quite a few Hui games, but of late it's just been Orca.
So probably Renekton again.
Oh,
Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble was dropped in favor of the Ahri ban.
Okay.
Okay, now what?
Yeah, what do you pick into this? We haven't seen.
It could just be
anything.
Renekton, but not really that good. You kind of are forced to get a Moor or a Hex Drinker at least early game. You're also not really going to like Merc Treads. Yes, it's good into the Rumble and the play, but not good into the Lee Sin, who could absolutely find himself in a battle with you. Even dives are our potential. Now, Jarvan, it's okay. Yeah, you know, the Rumble can't really get out without Flash. The Hui as well, but Caitlyn and Lee Sin will be able to deal with it pretty well.
Yeah, nice pairing with the Orianna.
Twisted Fate. I don't know what we're looking at now. I mean, it's just...
is it Rumble support? Oh.
Yeah, I think it is. Again,
Could
this
be
time...
Rumble support. Twisted Fate into Renekton does not pass the vibe check for me.
I mean, it should be an okay lane for the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, maybe you can just stun the Renekton anytime he goes.
Okay. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it has to be Rumble support. I don't feel like Rumble would stand any chance against the Orianna. Same deal with the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
So just by process of elimination, you got to put the Hui mid.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah.
And just as we were saying the Hui support is telegraphed, they put it in the mid lane.
That's right.
Not going to have that much fun against the Orianna Jarvan, though.
Was it Vista as well that played the Rumble last series against PSG? I think it was.
Yeah, was it Game 5, I think? With the Ashe? Ashe Rumble in the bot lane?
I think so. They lost.
Yeah.
They did lose.
Not due to the Rumble. Game
No,
5s get
due
so
to
weird.
Maple.
Yeah, just
Literally
Maple.
due to Maple. Oh, Maple. What a beast.
Yeah, just turned into the main character, Game 5.
I still wish PCS had 2 slots at MSI. You know,
Yeah.
last year, you know, every MSI and whatever has had LJL slot and a PCS slot.
Yeah.
Now we have the LJL. Just give us 2 slots.
Yeah, and I mean, even with 2 slots, it would be hard for me to choose between SoftBank, CFO, and PSG.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I do lean towards CFO PSG.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah, that is our PCS bias, though. It would be so fun to see.
I'm not biased.
SoftBank.
I'm completely unbiased.
Okay.
PCS supremacy.
I am honestly so worried about Cryscata in this game.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, there's a ball delivery, and he is an immobile mid laner.
Jarvan Orianna, if he's ever without his flash.
Yeah, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
All right, Arcane comment on both the mid laners, not overly surprising. Fleet footwork with the Ghost here for Taco in the top lane, and Arcane comment, of course, on the Rumble. Nothing that unique in the draft, in the runes. Sorry.
So, though, honestly, Dasher's not all that safe this game either. We've seen Twisted Fates just leave their lanes at level 6 and team onto these immobile mid laners.
Yeah. He
Orianna
should have
doesn't.
Prio as well. So.
Yeah, Orianna doesn't have all that much root.
Oh God.
Resistance.
Oh. And it's too late to recall as well.
Yeah, just probably has to play his lane down a bit of HP. Not the greatest against an Orianna.
Oh, that sucks. Level 1 as well. Vista going to get himself a ward there at the blue buff of DCG. So going to get some valuable information. Should tell them that 65 is most likely starting at the Raptors.
So
We'll see what headway we can get done in the bot lane for DCG, but I mean, I can't bet against SoftBank.
not after that first
Yeah.
game. I think Forest might just have a field day this game. These lanes look very gankable
Yeah,
across
it's just
the board.
a horrific lane start as well for Cryscata here.
Yeah, even pre-6, just all of these lanes, a level 2 Jarvan even could walk into any of these lanes and have some success. Really only bot lane is going to threaten turning any fight around.
Yeah, and Renekton actually with the push thus far, but there is a stacked minion wave for Taco. Oh, gets the gold card in.
Yeah, real quick gold card out of Taco. Yeah, he's beating up this Renekton.
Yeah, not overly surprising.
And what do you build on the Renekton? Maybe Eclipse, but you're at risk of getting one shot in a TF stun. during team fights.
Yeah, it's probably the Eclipse. I think the Eclipse Renekton's look the best.
Yeah, so you can realistically threaten a one-hit on the Twisted Fate as well.
Yeah, he does have bone plating, so you're not really going to threaten it without bone plating being procced beforehand.
Yeah.
But
Probably need Merc Treads. Can't really manage this game as the Renekton without Merc Treads, but they don't feel all that good in lane either.
Yeah, not particularly. I'm surprised this isn't just a Rumble top.
Yeah, it's looked very good in the top lane, right?
Yeah. Oh. +2 stacks. Oh. I'd almost get in that.
665.
All right, we're diving. This is not even a... Oh, the Cosmic Binding onto 2. Orca, he does manage to get out of tower range. Does pick up that first blood, but Marble, he actually has the teleport. We'll be able to get back to this play, and with the tower stopping aggro there, it's going to be a second kill found. Marble coming back, lands on a trap, and Tide finds the damage there, but it's a double kill for Vista on the Bard. Not exactly what you want, but a good turnaround nonetheless. Forest now on the top side as Taco losing a trade solo to Evi on this Renekton. It was the flash trade. It was actually both sums used for Taco, and with no teleport, he is going to lose a substantial amount of minions now to the tower.
Yeah, it is a cannon wave, and I think Forrest did manage to make a gank up there just because he was missing so much HP. And I mean, Vista is a hero in this play. It's already not ideal.
The Cosmic Binding is...
And yeah, this Cosmic Binding just shuts down the play completely. It takes them so long. And he flashed to block the Lee Sin Q. I did not see that in live. Eventually, and he dodges this Q. I mean, Vista played that perfectly. And then Orca just decides, whatever. I'll die to kill this guy, get a bunch of gold onto Tide. Marble, though, gets to just TP in and solo catch this wave on the Smolder. Is very nice for him.
Yeah, but this lane is kind of cursed, I think, now for SoftBank.
Yeah.
Bard got the kills, which is better than no one getting the kills, but it is now just a Dirk on the Caitlyn versus one longsword.
Yeah. Going to be perma-shove again for DCG, and 665 did hold on to his flash. So did everyone, actually, on the bot side of DCG. So every time you repeat that play now, it's going to be easier and easier. And on the other hand, you're not getting dived on this wave ever as DCG's bot lane. So Forrest is going to make a short appearance, but get out of there.
Is he going to go for the Dragon? Because it is the Void Grubs being picked up for 665. And
yeah, this is very important. I think last game they got no Void Grubs, and this is going to help.
Oh, Cascada.
Risky.
Dasher is so low. Dasher is 1Q landing would actually just take him out. Forrest, face check in the bush, will locate a Lee Sin there.
Yeah, risky to flash for that play onto Cascada. Forrest is being very annoying for him, going to force him all the way out. Actually wins his mid laner a lot of tempo, but with both TPs up, a lot of tempo, one for his mid laner, but with both TPs up, it should just be fine. Go on, one more, okay. Is just going to settle for a Void Grub.
Yeah, so Dude does get the one, but honestly, DCG, it feels pretty good. You have the TF, you have the Caitlyn. They're also going to get this Dragon. So
yeah, Forrest heading down here.
Yeah, but it is just Caitlyn, Rumble, Smolder, Bard.
So Evie has shoved in a wave, and he's level 6 on this Renekton with TP up.
Yeah, but he can't teleport because it's not up unleashed. So
right, he has to just TP to a
to a tower. So he can't.
This should just be their Dragon then.
Taco, not level 6, is not able to pop that Destiny and get back to lane, which means Evie is going to once again deny some very, very much important farm away from this Twisted Fate. In fact, with the Dominus proc, might even be able to kill him on the way back to lane. Not quite got the damage, but he could just look for a dive follow-up. Taco, still not level 6. He needs to hit that level 6 if he ever wants to survive this dive. Does now tick across. Got the gold card locked in. Is he going to be able to land it? No, the stun, the color the meek, the slice, and dice. It's a solo bolo in the top lane once again for Evie. And we've seen what this man can do on the Renekton.
Yeah, hasn't used his TP yet this game. Just kills Taco after forcing him out of lane twice already on the Twisted Fate. And this is kind of what I expected when I saw a Twisted Fate into the Renekton. You just seem so vulnerable, at risk of getting one hit. And it is just a TP back to the lane for the Twisted Fate. It is not going to be onto Dasher, who actually has his whole team surrounding him. And Taco's trying to sneak his way back into lane here, as Evie is between him and the tower. And this is a real smart play from Evie, because Taco has no TP, no ulti yet. Has to walk through the Renekton to get back into lane. And Evie waits for his ulti to run out, just so that he's not going to get tower aggro too early. And
Oh my.
Bluetooth Renekton W into just a clean kill.
GG.
GG,
Oh,
he's called it. Yeah, GG.
He's called it.
This
God
one
damn.
is a
Oh, hold
wrap.
up. Might not be GG.
Nope.
Dasher
Dasher
gets a
gets
quick
his-
kick to the head.
Yeah, gets his head kicked off.
He's trying to
Forest.
fight 665. I don't think this is a winning fight. Sonic Wave has missed, but now Vista in the area, it's become a lot easier. No Spiraling Despair. Nice Cataclysm, but it's not going to matter. The kill comes through. The Triumph won't be enough. Vista now, he's got 4 kills for himself on the Bard as he picks up a double kill in the mid lane.
Yeah.
4-1.
Yeah, 4-1 and 0 on the Bard. I mean, he deserves that scoreline. He has played an immaculate game on the Bard. It's just, I don't think you can capitalize on these kills. Bard might be the worst support at capitalizing.
No.
on
This
gold.
is a Lich Bane game.
Lichbane, rapid fire.
Yeah.
I mean, get a static Shivan.
True, just start taking the farm.
Yeah. What is the Bard build? There is never a Bard build.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can just
No.
build miscellaneous items.
It looks like it might be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think.
He seems like a good Knight's Vow champion too.
Yeah, probably, but this doesn't build into Knight's Vow. So.
Taco is at risk of getting dived, but 665 is here, and SoftBank are pinging danger
Yeah, could
So
be a
they-
soul read, maybe.
onto them. Evie still has his flash up,
He's going to
or
find
has
that
his flash
ward,
back up.
and obviously it is now known that someone was here. As
Yeah.
the what is it called? Scryer's Bloom, I think. I think it's
Yeah,
Scryer's
that
Bloom.
sounds right.
Oh, Evie
Evie
now.
is once again unleashed from his lane after getting an early lead and causing headaches for the rest of DCG.
Yeah, I mean, gold lead is in favor of DCG, not by much, but the problem is, it's actually, I guess, a little bit deceiving.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the gold that SoftBank have is on
Yeah.
Bard. Oh, all right.
Yeah, so this is... Oh, he's dead.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't even get the heal there from Mum. Ace in the hole not up.
Oh, it's not up. Oh, Caitlyn. I thought Caitlyn was up and he was just dead there. 665 is here. He's actually a level down on this
Yeah, he is
folder.
still dead. Equalizer comes through, and this should be a kill for Orca. There we go.
Oh, sniped him. 665 is here. He is down quite a bit of XP, so picking up these Krugs would be very nice, but there's a 4-in-1 Bard here to contest him on them.
You're not really threatened, I don't think. Oh, almost loses it, though.
Yeah, just trying to steal them. Vista is. He's kind of with nothing to do here until Marble TP's in, and...
This could be
They're down.
dangerous.
Oh, no trap from Tide, who is just recalling. Thought they might look for a redive. 30 CS up on the Caitlyn. This is a much better game now.
Yeah, and
Especially if you can go get some reset and go get some Void Grubs as 665 on the Lee Sin.
landing
Dasher.
the hard part of the combo.
Yeah, Dasher was... I thought he'd be looking for an ult there, but just gets
Uh-oh.
a chunk.
Forrest has found his way in, avoiding the wards, and Taco is absolutely dead.
Yeah, has
Pop the
flash,
ghost,
but-
he has flash, he makes it under his tower. He's got to find a way to live, but there it really isn't. Got the red card, trying to clear the wave. Maybe get a bit of CS for himself. Cataclysm, though, it's going to deny him anything.
Yeah, does what he can to force the Jarvan ult out at least, but Evie still with his TP up the whole game, has flash advantage now on this Twisted Fate. And I think a 2-level lead.
Yeah, this is a bit of a
So-
diffy in the tiffy.
Yeah, and this was with counterpick for Taco. No interference in the lane up until that point. Oh, there was the early gank that we didn't really get to see.
True.
But if one gank is going to make your lane fall apart to this extent, then it's probably not a counterpick. And going to be a dragon picked up. At least Forrest gets to deny these Void Grubs for the dragon.
Oh, Taco.
Yeah, he just can't get to lane without ulting. He has no ult.
Yeah,
I was
no
gonna fight
sums
Evie
either.
off.
If he had Ghost there, maybe he actually looks aggressively.
Yeah, hard still without your ulti. You
Yeah.
kind of want your ult and Ghost to reveal the enemy
Face in the
top
hole,
laner.
it's going to connect onto Vista. Oh, 65 as well as Orca, though. Equalizer available. Flash is going to be able to be there to answer, as well as that Tempered Fate.
Yeah,
Sonic Wave
DCG,
won't connect.
DCG know where their win condition is this game, and it is just bot lane.
Oh, through comes Mum, but it's for 2 minions and only gets 1 of them. Not ideal.
Yeah, and
And there is just another wave coming now. Forest in the area. It's going to be a 3v3 if they want to fight this. 4-in-1 Bard. And it is also both junglers with their first completed item.
Cascada making his way down the still. Uh-oh.
Timid Fate lands once again onto Tide. Does have flash, does have Ghost. Gonna have to flash immediately afterwards. Cosmic Binding was slightly late, I think. I don't think
Yeah,
it
it was
connecting.
mistimed, and I don't think Tide actually had to flash there. He might just get slowed down and take too much damage there, but he's against this Jarvan without flash. Maybe he doesn't miss it too much on the Caitlyn. Has to be a little more careful though, and might slow down him taking this tower. Evie might be able to get first tower now. Has 4 Void Grubs on his side. Though it doesn't look like he can just hit the tower in Taco's face at least. And honestly, the bright point for DCG with this their top lane is falling apart, but it's still just a Twisted Fate. He could even just rush a rapid fire if he really wanted to, and he's going to function as a stun bot for his team. Meanwhile, Smolder this far behind kind of just turns the game into a 4v5 until he gets his stacks.
Yeah, 6-5, landing the Sonic Wave, ace in the hole. Actually, a reasonable amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm really surprised the Caitlyn has rotated here. With a 1 plate left on this bot tower, I would think that DCG would be going for the tower. I think they want Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a battle over the Rift Herald, and Dasher teleports into the bot side. Cascada not really interested in being there, is going
No
to
TP.
rather be in the top side. Taco, though, going to go down and match the Orianna. Will have Destiny available, so can join the Rift Herald fight if he chooses to walk up.
Yeah, and if you're not contesting the Rift Herald, these lane assignments are pretty strange to me from DCG. Orca's going to make his way here.
Yeah,
but
it's too late.
Yeah, they're just too slow on the play. SoftBank with a numbers disadvantage if you consider the Twisted Fate ult. Just managed to quickly do the Rift Herald and get out.
Evie's going to go aggressively. Pops a Dominus, but he's going to have to run away. Although, Equalizer's massive. It lands onto 3 members here. Forest now in a lot of trouble. Does flash away Flag and Drag, but it's the smallest Flag and Drag you've ever seen. Maybe enough to get out Flash. Ooh. Sonic Wave connects. Evie now is going to get taken down by Orca from well off the screen. And DCG,
dirty.
They are fighting back.
Yeah, we see why we praised 665 on this Lee Sin. That was a dirty play along with Cascada and Orca. It was actually just 2v3 for most of that fight against the strongest member of SoftBank at this point on the Renekton as well. And they just win it with the Lee Sin. This is 2v3.
Yeah, fantastic Equalizer.
Yeah, and then the Lee Sin kick along the Equalizer as well. Stuns Forest in the dot. And then, but this flash from 665.
That Flag and Drag as well was... Honestly, it went like 3 pixels.
Yeah, and I mean, he finishes off Forest, gets the Jarvan ult out of him too, and then nice pick there. Yeah, actually, the Cataclysm turning against Evie.
Yeah, Cascada going to be able to pick himself up a kill. Already a better look from him, and well, there is a ward. Okay, I was going to say, no way that was just blind.
Yeah, that is a deep ward. Lets you keep track of enemy lane assignments. And yeah, Tide can't be so bold hitting towers yet till his flash is back up. Once his flash is back up, you'll probably be seeing him punching that mid tower a bit more, and this seems like a difficult dive.
Oh, Spiraling Despair coming out. Evie, Dominus going to be popped now, and he's actually just looking for Cascada. Good fear is going to keep him safe for a bit, but the flash is going to make sure that Evie picks himself up at least 1 in this exchange. Now walking menacingly at the Caitlyn, but not menacingly enough, as Tide now 2-0-2 on the Caitlyn after picking up another kill onto Evie. He does have a Stride Breaker, was the pickup.
Yeah, committing 3 people to that 1-for-1
Destiny,
trade.
though, Marble has flash. He's going to have the Mikhail's Crucible available as Vista's first item, and so we'll be able to get on out of there.
Hey, pretty good. The kills on the Bard paying off with how early he can get his Mikhails there. Is going to make Taco's job a lot harder this game.
Yeah,
Dasher has just picked up a tier 2.
Yeah, it was the Herald crash that assisted him, of course, but that's a lot of gold now into this Orianna. That
already 40 CS up.
Well, Marble, he does still have flash available. Flag and Drag, but there shouldn't be much coming from this. DCG are stronger. They are only up a little bit of gold, but again, so much of this gold is onto this Bard.
Yeah, Dasher hasn't back since picking up a massive injection of gold, so I think SoftBank should be hesitant to fight this.
Yeah, Forrest, he gets chunked out, he finds a flag and drag. It's going to be Tide, who's the target of the Cataclysm. Nice flash and a kill for 665, and a massive Dragon's Rage. Shut down for Tide on the Caitlyn, and 665, he saw what Evie was doing last game. It's his turn. Down you go, Evie. That's a dead Croc, and 665, 6-2 and 4, on the Lee Sin. Dragon number 3 now secured, and no stacks to be really talked about for Marble. DCG, they are truly striking back.
Yeah, seemed like some nice macro for a bit from SoftBank to pick up some towers, but in a straight-up fight, they just get run over by DCG, and 665 looks ridiculous on this Lee Sin, as we remember it being. Forrest has a nice play, actually, just cuts Orca off and catches Tide in his ulti. But then this Lee Sin kick, making a not-so-great Rumble ult work out, and then he chases down Evie with his whole team behind him. Not really missing any of these Qs on the Lee Sin. Gonna look good, especially when you've got kicks like that.
Oh,
and
back to live, and Vista maybe fit. He is dead. Oh my god!
Just in
that
time.
Was inches.
Yeah, just in time. The Caitlyn ult, I think he probably just goes down unless SoftBank can rotate.
111 stacks, and we are at 19 minutes.
Yeah.
We are not making stacks this game.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting there on the Smolder. And
for different reasons.
At this point, it feels like maybe just put this pick aside for a series, because both games it's been completely irrelevant.
Yeah, it still feels like it's a PSG-only champion.
Yeah, and I think, especially against DCG, who are willing to throw anything in the bot lane to shut down a Smolder, it's a very scary pick.
Absolutely, and they ban the lethality Varus, but they're just getting answered with a lethality Caitlyn. And even last game, it kind of looked like this. The difference being, of course, that Evie was able to find impact on that Rek'Sai a lot easier than the Renekton's able to.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Taco's just picked up a CS lead over the Renekton.
Yeah, he might be with the CS lead, but he's going to pop the Destiny. Is he able to get out? Oh my god. Again, just inches away from being taken out.
Yeah, without Ghost, he might just go down there. Can stun the Renekton, but Merc treads on him, and a slow from the Stride Breaker. Probably does just get chased down there.
He's just getting murdered.
So very close, but Taco does get away and keep his farm up. This is a very high econ champ in the Twisted Fate. So it's going to be nice to get that rapid fire and then some damage items to follow it up.
And Chris Carter down a lot of CS, but even in items, of course it is the Rabadons. And if one Shock was here, he would be in full praise of Oriana's build. Oh
again.
My god.
Oh my goodness.
Taco is getting away with murder here. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, and DCG have done a good job of shutting down this Renekton, who, you know, we've seen Evie just take over.
Uh-oh, that's a 2-man. 65 is in the way, though, and Forrest is getting targeted. Nice flash. He's not going to be able to be picked up by that flag and drag, but now he's stuck in this Cataclysm. Forrest getting taken out, chunked very low. One more way ability would secure the deal, but won't be able to land. And it is just the kill picked up. Nice shutdown found, and some way, somehow, Chris Carter will secure himself the trade. Forrest and 665, the two junglers, will eventually be fouled.
Yeah, little snipe from Chris Carter at the end there, but you're still pretty happy with that trade. Honestly, if you're SoftBank, that was the most fed member, maybe aside from Tide on the side of DCG. 665 did pull off a very heroic play to stop that from being a lost team fight and ended up just being him going down. Unfortunately, he does have a lot of his team's gold, but kicked Forrest away, so he couldn't follow up on the Bard ulti.
Yeah, I think you gave away the shutdown, but you saved 2, maybe 3 members of your team. Definitely going to be worth it.
Yeah, Baron up as well, so yeah, you know, the mind runs away with what you can achieve with a team fight win at this point.
Yeah, that could have very easily turned into a Baron had too many members gone down on the side of DCG, and they were never really winning that fight, just with, you know, a 2-man Tempered Fate landing to start it off. It's always not the best showing. I believe it landed onto Orca and Tide as well, which, you know, that's a recipe for disaster. And I'm not talking RuneScape.
Soul up in 50 seconds. so you probably have to fight this if you're SoftBank.
Okay. Well, spiraling to spear misses, but Forest still getting chunked quite a lot. Nice kick out of 665, and we're seeing why this champ gets banned against him consistently. Ward jump as well. He will be taken out as Dasher might just go down, and in fact will stun now. Mikhail's Crucible immediately coming out of Vista to save his jungler, but Tide might not be out of the woods yet. Oh, he is not. Forest is gonna be taken out. That Tempered Fate was a disaster for Vista, who will be long gone as well. And with 5 more seconds on the Dragon, bot lane tower's taken out, 4 members of SoftBank are taken out, and the Dragon Soul, Ocean of All, will be going over to the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, massive kick from 665. Does kick a Renekton into his team, and it looks a little scary for a second, but Evie is just separated from his team with that play from 665, who just keeps going in the fight and does go down again, but he allows his teammates. He takes heat off of Taco and Tide, so they're able to play this fight so aggressively on champs you usually wouldn't. Yeah, unfortunately, Hui ulti misses, but 665 is so good on this Lee Sin. And Evie does stall for a bit, but no one's here to follow up. And 665 going forward here takes a lot of heat off of Taco, who is just in the middle of 4 people. Just landing gold cards on this Twisted Fate, and Tide is able to just get aggressive onto Vista and Forest here. Nice flash as well. Lets him pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, Tide the wherewithal while trying to take down Forest to get the trap underneath Vista to ensure it will be the 2 kills instead of just the 1.
And
from 4-1 to 4-4 on the Bard. I mean, you know, it's not his fault. There was no one else that could have got the kills that he did get, but certainly wish there was.
Yeah.
As, you know, it's nice to have had that earlier, Mikhail's Crucible, but how impactful has it been? Not all that much.
Takes Taco's flash away from him, though.
Yeah, Taco's flash will be gone. It's going to be the Dominus coming out. Orca has flash available, though, and now Renekton chasing after the Rumble. Maybe looking for a way into this pit. Mum comes through. Chris Carter's trying to peel, trying to keep the side of Softhawk away from this Baron. 2.5k gold now. Will Forest be able to find his way in and find that steal? And he comes. No one's in the pit. Forest, can he finish off this Baron? Orca comes in. It will be no 1 HP, but he does get it. The Baron will be stolen away as all of DCG leave the pit. 2 down now, 3 in fact taken. Taco chasing down Evie. Destiny available. Stun card does get picked up. Flash as well. He won't be hit by any of these Hui abilities. And 2 members will run away. Or maybe not actually, as Vista has a Tide dealing with him in the back line. Don't know that he will be taking out 1Q maybe to stop him. Not going to be able to auto attack. No, he gets it off.
That was very close.
DCG maybe a little bit ahead of themselves, leaving that pit. It is going to be picked up by Forest. They failed the smite as well.
Yeah, to literally 1 HP, right? On
yeah,
the,
it was
Baron.
on the 1 HP, but it is the Baron picked up now.
Cascada.
Importantly, 2 members keeping it. Cascada, though, he is well out of position. Should have the Seraph's shield and does. Vista now is going to be maybe helping with taking out Cascada, but they weren't able to. And the teleport from Dasher is just going to be found, and it's going to be Tide picking up 2 eventually. Cascada somehow living to tell the tale.
Yeah, we'll see if they can stall these waves with the Smolder. He has a lot of wave clear, but
yeah,
2 members down now.
Vista does have Baron still. It was their other Baron and Evie getting taken out.
Yeah, that looked like a free pick onto Cascada, but he's so tanky and so far ahead. And honestly, it just looks like there's no hope at this point in the game for SoftBank. But DCG maybe turn off of the Baron a little too late.
Oh.
They're doing everything they can to just focus down 665, and he's dead at this point. So what are you supposed to do as DCG? I mean, hope for that. Orca overheats. A Flame Spitter from the Rumble just secures that Baron, but he's overheated, so he can't finish off the Baron.
Vista will still have that Baron. The Baron power play currently sits at negative 1,600 gold.
Yeah.
But I think importantly, they're probably losing that gold and more if it was picked up by DCG. So
yeah, minimizing
Smolder
their
has
gold
stacks,
loss.
but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, he actually made it somehow. It took about 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes to get there, but he did get there. And we'll see what he can do. He's up against Soul. I mean, everything but the Baron going DCG's way, really.
Yeah, and he's a 2.5, almost 3 item Smolder to an almost 4 item Caitlyn. Very sizable difference. Let's have a look. Alrighty. Not the most damage, but it was an overheal shield.
Yeah, does take just a chunk off of Marble's HP. Makes these fights that much harder for him to play.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a very long cooldown on the Caitlyn ult. As you can see on your screens, it is already about a third of the way back from being back up. This should be the tower going down with the next wave that crashes. Honestly, if DCG want, they can probably look for a dive even.
Yeah, SoftBank just making them work for this tower. I don't think they're going to really fight for this tower like their lives depend on it. Dasher ready.
Coming through, but it clears out everything but this cannon wave, and Tide actually doesn't feel safe enough to walk up. So, with help, of course, from the Smolder, they are actually able to clear one more wave.
So they must not know that Dasher's TP is down, because they could get a 5v4 up here. If they were willing to commit to the dive and TP on a minion.
3 items now for Marble, so there is hope. But
yeah,
they are gonna struggle.
This is the big spike for Smolder.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Dasher is massive on this Orianna.
Uh-oh. Where is this Destiny? It is going to be able to find its mark. Nice shockwave, but he's going to get stunned up. But through comes Forest, and through comes Evie. Spiraling Despair lands though onto Renekton, so he is going to get slowed up, and the Dominus popped almost for nothing as Taco will have to Ghost to get on out of there, but the Dominus being down, Dragon, which is the Elder Dragon, of course, will be spawning in 25 seconds, and you're not going to have this Renekton ult for that.
Yeah, SoftBank just all appear out of nowhere to protect their mid laner, who doesn't lose his flash there. Does lose his ulti though, 15 seconds.
Yeah, Forest is going to be looked at. Equalizer coming through, lands onto 3. Nice amount of slowing coming through as Evie with the rapid fire cannon, but an instant cleanse with that Mikhail's Crucible from Vista is going to be extremely helpful for letting him survive the day. Smolder picking up 1 kill onto 665. Evie still very, very low. Taco once again does have that rapid fire cannon and a gold card prepared. Both junglers dead, Elder Dragon alive, but I think with 665 not being up, you're not going to risk this fight. Which does mean everything will be back available for SoftBank ahead of what could potentially be the Elder Dragon fight.
Yeah, you still got to be careful though.
Mum coming through, Cascada's doing his best to run on out of there. In fact, he somehow finds the time to look for some damage onto Dasher. Stun coming through from Taco. It might be a trade of mid laners, but Cascada with the Seer's Shield. Marble flashing forward, getting way too aggressive. They managed to trade back 1, but Dasher is going to go down, which means 3 found for the side of DCG. And Smolder with stacks, you may be a little bit strong, but you're not as strong as the 4 items coming through from both these solo laners.
Can they end?
Yeah, teleport coming through. This is going to be Cascada returning. Full HP, full health. Doesn't have the ult, but does have flash now all of a sudden available for himself. Evie on the flank, and Forest versus Evie. Forest and Evie, rather. They have to find a way to try and delay the end here. Dominus procs. Forest, he does not have Cataclysm, but the flash forward, they find their way once again here onto Tide, and Tide is going to be taken out. That's the first death he has this game. Evie trying to find his way out. Gold card, though, means that Taco will be able to get revenge on the laning phase. 2 members alive. It's Cascada and Taco. Vista has respawned. Forest as well, very, very low. Marble as well, 5 more seconds. 6-5 running all the way from base now. Finds himself back at this nexus of the side of SoftBank Gaming. Forest though, Spiring Despair, everything coming out, teleport coming through now. It's going to be Marble arriving. Actually, it's Dasher, sorry, from the bottom side of the fight. Shockwave landing. Is Taco going to be the target, but he's kiting. He's trying to find the damage. It's a nice Cosmic Binding, and Vista, with that Cosmic Binding, keeps himself alive and keeps the hopes of SoftBank in this one alive with it.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary. Thought that DCG might be able to end there, but Dasher...
Oh, Equalizer. There's a lot of follow-up coming through from this way. One more QW might just seal the deal, but the Seer's Shield is going to keep him alive. Still, though, that's going to be a lot of tempo. 65 now starting up the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, no jungler up on the side of SoftBank. This is trying to get there to figure out if they're doing it. 665 has taken this down pretty quickly just by himself, almost at half HP now.
Orca with some electric harpoons and Tide being able to respawn and get back here. This should be a free Elder Dragon. There is no Forest anywhere nearby to potentially steal it, and so you have the Smolder, but they have 5, and Vista is going to be taken out. Orca, they're looking for him. This is a fight against Elder. They find one. Maybe if he's able to find Cascada, but not got the damage. It is that Steerax keeping him alive for just slightly longer, but not long enough, as the Spiraling Despair will be doing the damage over time. Nice knockup from that Flag and Drab. Dasher, though, gets taken out. Another snipe coming through from Chris Carter. It's 2, though. Forrest is going to be taken out. God damn, Chris Carter is just finding absolutely every kill from well outside of anyone's screen. And now it's going to be Marble against the 2 carries and Taco running down mid. Does not have Destiny. But
yeah,
this one
he has
super
no
minion
cleanse either, so
should mean that at least this tower's found. It's the one Elder Dragon versus 3 members with the actual Elder Dragon. And with that, game number 2 picked up by DCG.
DCG bouncing back big time in that game. I think that was a 40-kill game, and 32 of them were on the side of DCG.
I think it was 32 to 16, so 48 kill game.
Oh, okay, 50-kill game. Still primarily just DCG the whole way through. I mean,
absolutely.
Evie fighting for his life to keep his eyebrows, destroying Taco in that laning phase. But I think in the end, the Twisted Fate just ended up having more impact. Range stun, and it doesn't hurt that his entire team was so massive.
Yeah. I mean, Chris Carter wasn't, but 665 was huge, and the bot lane was Exodia. I mean that Smolder hit stacks at around 30-something minutes.
Yeah,
like that was
20,
just
27, 28.
The most useless Smolder of all time, and I think you got away with game 1 just because of Evie. It is time now.
He almost did it again.
Yeah. Yeah, he did his damnedest, that's for sure. Absolutely dismantling Taco in the top lane, but we got to drop this Smolder
I think that's the last of Smolder in this series, at least for SoftBank, just because of the compositions that DCG are willing to draft. Orca on this Rumble looked terrifying.
Yeah.
He would just sometimes bump into Vista on the Bard as they're both going for vision, and he would just overheat onto him and just kill him.
One dig him, yeah, the classic. Just the
a
classic
support fight, but one of them's Rumble. And with the help from the Caitlyn ulti, he picked him off that one time. This time, DCG just picking up every dragon.
Yeah.
In the last series, if we had the same thing as we had in the last game, where SoftBank were able to just pick up a couple of those early dragons.
Yeah, because of Evie.
Yeah. In that first game they could, but this game I think they got 0.
Yeah, they did.
Dragons all game. If they had managed to get just 1, probably a different looking game, because they really did need that late game insurance this time around.
But they weren't able to.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately that was the undoing, right? Is Evie once again finding a lot of success in the top side.
Yeah.
But this time he can't translate it around the map as easily as you can do on the Rex side, just by virtue of, you can teleport into bot side as Renekton, sure, but you only really have 1 reliable dash. You are maybe through minions you can have 2. That's going to cost you some of your fury, which is going to make your damage when you do get onto someone a lot lower. And not only that, I mean, Rek'Sai just can teleport down. Even if you don't land a knock-up off the initial sort of burrow, you can find a Q and then ult to someone, and with the full tank Rek'Sai, you're never going to be taken out, even up against a lot of damage. And so that really was the difference maker. You weren't able to look for sort of plays around the map as easily on the Renekton as you were on the Rek'Sai, which meant that the lead that Evie had established for himself could not help the Smolder scale throughout the lane, could not help the mid laner in Dasher get to that point of sort of just taking over these team fights on the Orianna, and I think most importantly, couldn't help Forrest find anything successful on the map.
Yeah, we thought that would be a much better Jarvan game than it ended up being. Forrest just not really able to convert any of these kills or take advantage of flashes being down this game. It was just the 665 show all game, and here's a great team fight for DCG.
This kick was crazy.
Yeah, just has the Q onto Forrest. Forrest is behind the Renekton, and then the continuation was the most impressive part to me of this fight. He actually gets the one-man Orianna ult onto him as well. He takes so much pressure off of his carries in this fight. Vista was super clean with these Mikhails all game too, but it's all for naught. Tide plays really well in this moment too. Flashes out of the Bard ulti.
Finally doesn't get hit by a Bard ulti.
Yeah, has to use his flash and then trap onto the Bard, as they had Rumble ult that entire time. And a bit of a spite Rumble ult onto Vista.
And Chris Carter.
My god. There was so much gold on this Orianna.
Damn!
Yeah, that is
Orca
so much
as well,
damage.
doing more damage than anyone on the side of SoftBank.
Yeah.
665 on the Lee Sin, almost doing more than anyone on the side of SoftBank. MVP for this game. Now, I think that is so hard to tell. I think Chris Carter deserves it.
Yeah.
I think Tide deserves it. And I think 665 deserves it.
Yeah.
Any one of the three, I'm not going to complain. Who deserves it the most? Probably 665.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think 665 he had just the clutch moments in that game where you weren't sure where this game was heading. they were losing top lane but winning bot hard, and then Cascada died a couple times in the early game, and then 665 just shows up to these fights, and we remember why we talk about his Lee Sin so much.
Yeah. I
He's a
think
monster.
importantly too, that one play we just saw from him where he does land the kick. Holy!
And ADC gets the most damage taken for death.
That is not often. This is like the third time, I think, during the entire split we've seen it. I think we've seen it three times.
I think he was just the only guy who didn't have 5 deaths this game.
Yeah, there was 16. He had 2 of them. Yeah, it makes sense that he had the least.
Yeah, the rest of the lobby, everyone was just dying.
Yeah.
Off cooldown.
Taco, I think, only ended it with 2. Maybe he ended it with 3. He had 2 for a long time.
Cascada not even close in damage done this game.
No,
as
yeah,
well.
40k. Okay, it is 65.
Yeah.
It was. I was going to say before we saw that little graphic that blew our minds was 665 in that one fight we just saw where he does find the kick on the Renekton. I think it's really hard to know that you can kick the Renekton, right? Usually it's like, I don't want to kick a Renekton into my team.
Yeah.
But in this game in particular, you have a lot of damage. You have the Caitlyn wailing on him. You have, I mean, the TF, honestly, can stun him up. You have Orca with the Fear. And then you have the Rumble that can just sort of overheat and kill him as well. So it is actually a safe game to be hitting a really strong Renekton into your team.
Yeah, it's also a recognition that the rest of the enemy team were not in position to follow up at all. If he can get Orianna Ball onto him, that might look scarier, but he has the TF ultimate as well to identify
this was
the
a turning
positioning
point
of the enemy
game.
team. Yeah,
This
and this was a
really
play, massive play by 665. It looks like they managed to get out here, but this dash to his Rumble into a flash Q, just in a 1v2.
Insane angle as well.
And he was constantly having so many ults and so much pressure onto him in these fights, and he still has so much impact in the fights, lands nice kicks, and yeah, clean game from 665. We might not see him get that again.
You know, there's something that is strikingly similar between all of the recent LJL best of 5s, as they have all gone to 5 games.
Yeah.
All the LJL best of 5s have been 5-game series.
Yeah.
And we're starting off this one looking like we might make it there too. Now, important to note, last SoftBank best of 5, it started off with PSG winning game 1, losing game 2 to SoftBank. We've got the reverse of that. It was the odd numbers winning out the series in their last series. And now, with game number 2 done, they lost it. They've got game number 3 to pick it back up. We'll see you after this break.
I'm a monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Game number 2 picked up by DCG. In very surprising fashion, honestly. The game looked like it shouldn't have been. Evie absolutely dominating, thanks to the Grand Halai Taipei buff, of course, who are bringing you the playoffs once again. But game number 2 was eventually picked up, and it was off the back of, once again, 665 on the Lee Sin. That guy probably shouldn't be allowed that champion anymore. We know that Forest can play it, so maybe it's not something you have to ban. Maybe it's something you have to look to first pick.
Yeah.
Tide did make the Caitlyn work very, very well this game, so credit to him where it's due. He was looking a little bit rough. Game number 1.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Evie completely dominating him, and what's the lethality Caitlyn doing to this 1 million armor behind you, perma, full healing back to full health. Rek'Sai, not a whole lot, but they managed to ban out the Rek'Sai before it can be picked, and it made the game look a whole lot easier for DCG. So, SoftBank, they've once again chosen blue side. What will be the adjustment in the draft? Because it felt like they had the pieces to win, but maybe the draft let them down a bit. I think, once again, DCG had the favorable draft. Smolder looking pathetic in both games, despite the win in game number 1. Really didn't find anything. So it probably is time to get Marble on something with a little bit more agency that can compete in the lane up against what we are seeing out of DCG thus far.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're in first pick Lee Sin territory. Because both junglers looked very good on the Lee Sin. 665 is just a monster on that champ and has not been allowed to have it ever since their win against PSG. So it is pretty valid to first pick the Lee Sin, I think, and I agree with you 100%. The Smolder pick has got to go. DCG just play too fast and they fight too often for you to get away with the Smolder pick. Especially just, they can just put Orca on ridiculous champions, and they're willing to just trade kills with you under tower as well, which weren't super favorable in terms of, it was just a 2-for-2 trade. But it does accelerate the pace of the game when you do that.
Yeah, and not only that, they'd killed the Smolder before the 2-for-2 trade came out, right? They got Smolder down, and then it was Vista picking up the double kill.
Yeah.
And that happened twice. So, yes, it was an even trade, but you lost your Smolder, who was getting nothing from that trade, while your Bard ended up 4-1. And we saw that was pretty useless. There was one instance where the accelerated Mikhails made a difference, which meant that Marvel was able to survive after getting gold carded by Taco. But when you're only surviving one extra death in retaliation to losing so much gold over to Tide, who was just able to find damage in these team fights consistently, it's not worth it. Now, Rek'Sai might even just be the first pick here. Lee Sin was hovered briefly.
Yeah,
and
I think
gotta
this
go back
makes
to
sense.
it. So Lee Sin,
This seems like the pick of the series right now.
I swear, now, I think you still go the Volibear. I think the Volibear did a completely serviceable job into the Lee Sin in our prior game. Hui, no hate for the Hui.
Yeah, they love this champ, and Cascada seems to be able to play it just as well as Orca. He had a ridiculous game on the Hui last game.
40k damage, I think it was.
Yeah, and he was down an obscene amount of gold to the Orianna. Dasher on the Orianna not having nearly as much impact as Cascada did on the Hui.
Yeah, it was pretty much just landing one-man ults onto 665 the entire time, which, you know, maybe you're taking out this Lee Sin from the fight, but it doesn't matter.
It was often after he had already done some ridiculous kick in the fight.
Yeah, or just eliminated someone entirely. It was kind of just coming out as one-for-one trades, and it was, you know, one of your carries being taken out for a Lee Sin, which, the Lee Sin was strong, but so was Tide, so was Cascada, and eventually so was Taco.
Yeah, and 665, second best champ, probably just the Zen, is going to be back on
Vi. I think maybe the Vi.
Oh, yeah, Vi.
Oh, God. Oh.
Smolder is back.
God. Very strong mid lane 2v2, though. Very, very, very strong mid lane 2v2.
Yeah.
And I think the Hui has to be worried if it's going mid. Senna, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, you end up banning the Caitlyn, which is just far less popular a pick than the Senna. So you've kind of forced DCG onto what we were hoping they would pick anyway.
Yeah. Oh no, you've banned our Caitlyn and we get the better of our two champs.
And yeah, again, this could be the Hui flexed to mid and then some ridiculous pick for Orca. Or it could just be Hui Senna bot, which DCG really like.
I think it should be the Hui Senna bot.
You can always just go for the Orianna mid, which has a favorable matchup into the Ahri.
Yeah, I think Ahri Lee Sin might be a little too scary.
Yeah, it is a scary duo in the Ahri Lee Sin, but it is a little inconsistent. They're going to be very reliant on Dasher landing these charms or Forest landing a good kick to set him up.
Bard taken away, so they're not going to have the ability to try and deny those tower dives as easily.
Yeah.
Also, just a little less power, honestly, in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Fisto is out of strong champions to play, though. He seems to be able to play anything, and quite well.
Now, yeah, it could just be the Yasuo support. Probably not. Okay,
Yeah,
taking away the Nico, not the best. Honestly, I think that's more a ban away from Cascada. I don't think Orca's going to play Nico with the Senna. He has, don't get me wrong, but it feels like that's probably just a ban away so Cascada can't get Nico into Ari, which also is a fairly decent matchup. Maybe the Rumble coming through here for either Evi or Vista. Most likely Evi.
Yeah, I would like Evi on something like the Jax. He's played these lanes super well.
Yeah, he's really getting the better of Taco. It's not even close.
Yeah, so this Jax could be a problem if he's able to do something similar. Gragas makes a lot more sense in this comp. Once you get Smolder online and he has a Gragas peeling him and crowd controlling for him, it's so hard to deal with in team fights. Because on the side of DCG, you're struggling to kill any of these champs. Super mobile mid-jungle, super tanky top lane with peel for the Smolder.
Okay.
Just going to be the Rakan and the support. No Pike and insta-lock on the Kassadin.
God
For
damn.
Cascada.
Wait, we've reached 20, I think. I think we've reached 20.
Yeah, this has to be his 20th unique champion. We saw a little bit of Cascada, a little bit of Kassadin.
This is a really good Kassadin game, I think. A lot
Shen-
of magic damage coming
yeah.
through from Smolder. Obviously Gragas, and then the Ari.
Yeah,
Even Rakan.
It's just unreliable CC as well.
Yeah.
From the side of
Yeah, what is Smolder
SoftBank.
doing? The flap ain't going to do anything to a 1 second flash.
Yeah, you've got your work cut out for you getting through the early game.
And we've matched late game scaling. In fact, I think the Cascada Senna probably going to be better scaled than the Smolder. You have...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you do have to... It might even be harder to get a Kassadin through the early game than a Smolder, though, honestly.
maybe, but...
Right.
I'm not entirely sold that that is the case.
You're going to have to... The problem is you're going to have to give up some of these early dragons, probably.
You think so? I think the Senna Hui probably makes up.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Smolder is also useless in those fights.
Yeah. He kind of just throws out W's, and that is his main, W and alt.
If
Whereas
you're
at least
Dasher-
Cascada has these dashes to be annoying in the fight.
Yeah, if you're Dasher, though, this is a gauntlet thrown at you, You gotta... You can't be letting people pick Kassadin into you. You gotta just shut him down here.
Yeah, I think the only Kassadins we've seen thus far was actually Xingbai
Yeah, help it.
against CFO, and it looked really good.
Yeah,
it looked
yeah.
really, really good. And that's against Gory. That is a very, very strong mid lane player. And Xingbai... oh my god. DCG fighting. DCG fighting! Come on, give us one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I was playing the audience.
I was reading the signs.
Oh, okay.
First strike, Ari. Yeah, it makes sense. Usually it is the electrocute, but you're against Kassadin. You're going to be able to freely proc that at will. Oh.
Yeah.
Sneaky beaky.
Yeah, seeing if they can get...
Boom. Damage. All coming through for Orca. Oh, Cascada. Oh, that's a knock-up.
I think he's okay.
We have a brawl on our hands. Hell yeah. Dasher flashing
Oh.
forward. Charm. Level 1 from Ari. 65. Living. Evi in the area. Oh, the flash body slam. Cascada flash. Tide flash. Q lands.
Oh.
Double knock-up and disaster for first blood here. Forrest even getting himself a double kill.
Oh, that was just dirty from
Orca does have
SoftBank.
his flash still.
I mean, Evi was the two-man flash E into a flash two-man knock-up from Vista just to close out that fight. Dasher as well, just willing to put a point
Oh,
into E.
Double longsword.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, DCG just a little overextended and Taco just chilling in the top lane, not expecting this to break out into this kind of fight. Flash Charm was amazing and it looked like it just amounted to nothing, but Evi rolls up, almost gets a three-man, but just gets the two-man knock-up. Cascada and Tide both flashing, but everyone from SoftBank willing to commit their flashes. And, I mean, Forrest is maybe the best target.
Oh, come on. A little bit more elation.
I think they're processing what's even happening on their screen.
I think I still am too. All right.
665 late to start
Look,
his Raptors.
We were talking about DCG during the break and how every game is just a 20-minute team fight.
Yeah.
And this game truly is proving it.
Yeah, we just start from minute one
Not
fighting.
often you have the Kassadin team getting aggressive level 1.
Yeah, they get punished for it. Taco not there to support his team. Not all that useful on the Renekton either.
Yeah, and I wonder how you feel about... I think you feel positive in many ways that Lee Sin got the kills.
Yeah,
He's going
I
to be
think so.
stronger, but Smolder was one auto attack off getting both of them, so...
Yeah, I don't think Smolder really takes over this lane or anything with the kills.
No, but you get to your items, and once you're at Essence Reaver, you actually can farm pretty easily.
Yeah.
Just because you don't run out of mana anymore.
Meanwhile, though, Forest might just be able to run the map with these two longswords. We'll see. Dasher having a good time in the mid lane now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a problem that 665
Yeah,
has
they
to
are both
somehow
level 3.
deal with. Yeah, but it's 2 longswords to 0.
Yeah, just doesn't even risk going for that fight. You can see SoftBank's bot lane had already halfway walked up to the Wolves. And Forrest is just pretending this is his jungle.
Pretending. Any jungle he
665.
goes into is his jungle. He's even just got Ari vs Kassadin to help him.
Yeah, 665, nothing to clear here but the crab, and no hope of diving a Gragas, I think. With their Renekton. Knowing DCG, they'll probably still try it. No, he's just going to recall.
Oh, no, they are trying it. Wait, Eevee's actually pretty low.
Yeah, he's just holding this wave in an ugly spot, though. Going to be too hard for Taco to shove this in, unless...
Yeah, unless eye emoji.
Yeah, this is a low Renekton. 665 is just committing to this.
We are diving.
Yep.
Taco does use his Fury there, but let's see what Eevee can do. No flash, of course. Taco does have flash. Stun lands, body slam lands. Taco's tanking. Taco's going to go down. It's a disaster. Double kill for the fat man up in top lane, and those eyebrows are looking like they're staying.
Oh, man. Evie just outplays it, and I think 665 was confused because I was confused too. One of these top laners vanished, and I thought it was the Gragas, but it wasn't. It was actually just Taco going down.
Yeah, I think 665 had to tank. I think Taco pulled the trigger a little early.
I think there was a way to play that fight where you maybe stack the Xin Zhao Q on the tower and try to one-shot this Gragas. They just start the fight in melee range, but 665 could maybe just use his Q a couple times on this tower before they start the dive. But Evie times this perfectly.
It is like a second, not even that, milliseconds away from 665 being the one who actually tanks
Yeah, and I think it was a level...
Yeah, off the kill.
And maybe Triumph? I don't think he'd have
Nah, he
Triumph
won't
on
have
Gragas.
Triumph.
And yeah, disaster in the top lane again. Taco, Evie, sorry, just looking unstoppable every game.
All right. Yeah. This game feels over.
Yeah, it is so rough against the Smolder too.
2K, we have 5 minutes into the game.
Yep.
Dragon going to be picked up as well.
Yeah, Forest staying firmly ahead of 665 now. Level 5 to level 4. Dragon picked up almost 20 CS lead in the jungle.
Oh, God.
665 is gonna get here, so they have to be quick about this, but
Oh, dear me. Orca,
Oh.
he gets hit by the Sonic Wave. He is dead. Heal's not going to be enough to do anything. And Smolder even picking himself up a kill for
Vista.
good measure. Vista does go
Oh,
down.
665 didn't walk into him. I think he had the Q going on the Rakan for the heal. Not sure if it saves him, but Forrest just kiting his own support there.
Well,
3-0 on the Lee Sin, and yeah, it looks like the pick of the series.
yeah, this one's a little scuffed, though, just based on
Yeah, the level
level
1.
1.
Yeah. And then the dive, and
Yeah. That was nothing to do with
you
Lee
just
Sin.
knew they were going for that dive too. There was nothing that 665 could do on the map but just recall and sit in base, really. Wait
Yeah.
for his camps to come up.
I mean, I think they win that if 665 is tanking, though.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe 665 goes down. He probably does.
Yeah, maybe, but I think they kill the Gragas first, which means he doesn't get the level up, which means...
Yeah, he goes down and probably Taco gets out, but...
That was a one. It would be 1-for-1, and Eevee didn't have teleport at that time because he did teleport to lane to start after the level 1. So, yeah. I mean, it's just a flurry of mistakes really coming through from DCG, which has led us to almost a 3K gold advantage. Every objective being picked up by Forest, who is 3-0-1 on the Lee Sin.
Yep, going to be level 6 soon, and then all the more opportunities to make plays and just close out this game. Evie already in a counter pick
Yeah.
on the Gragas is just going to be dominating this lane now. And Forrest does get level 6. Taco is maybe diveable. He heals a bunch off of that trade, though.
It does have Dominus as well. Cascada, if he ever goes aggressive here, he is going down. 6-5 finds Forest, but this is a level 5 jungler to a level 6, and that's never going to bode well.
Yeah, when we saw CFO play against the Kassadin, even from positions this far ahead, they just didn't look for all that many fights, and they just stacked up the dragons and closed out the game.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess around and give this Kassadin a random double or triple kill and make the game completely unplayable. Because, as you said in draft, this is a good Kassadin game. Not a massive amount of burst and not any reliable CC. So, yeah, there is still the Kassadin win condition, but Dasher's done a very good job of dominating this lane.
Yeah, I tell you what, despite the lead in solo queue, Kassadin wins this one somehow.
Oh, yeah. I'd be sweating up against the Kassadin this game.
Oh, God. Spirit Rush.
Oh.
Forest is here. Tied. Lands the snare. In fact, he's turned around to try and find some damage, which isn't going to be very effective as Vista comes in.
Ooh.
Battle Dance into that grand entrance. It's a knock-up and a kill. Another one going to be on the board here. This time it's Dasher who picked up his first of the game. Flash forward. There's going to be the Rift Walk available for Chris Carter if he gets a little bit of mana back. Will be able to do so. Battle Dance, though, in Vista now is going to be able to get himself out with the RE nearby. In fact, even causes Orca, to lose his flash in that exchange.
Yeah, very ambitious flash from Dasher, though. I guess he was aware of how many stacks the Kassadin was on and that he couldn't keep going, couldn't keep ulting away. Isn't able to get the kill, unfortunately. Not all that much damage on an Ahri without ult at this point. Heavy is planning something.
Oh. Boom! Ah, that's just full tank. Sad.
Yeah. Still a pretty good trade for Evie. Dasher with his Malignance finish now. Forest in what is now his jungle.
65 now is going to know that red buff is gone.
Yeah, what can you do? Your Kassadin can rotate, but like, do you really kill the Lee Sin before
It's going to be
the
a lot
Ahri
of
gets
ages
there?
Kassadin too, so we are extending the amount of time necessary. Explosive Cast comes out, and Taco's actually going to have to flash. 65 though, he's taken the fight with Forest, and it's not looking all that good. Although War Jump comes through, he misses the Sonic Wave,
Heavy.
and Cascada, there is a 300 gold shutdown, just waiting for this Kassadin.
My God.
Sonic Wave lands, Resonating Strike going to be used to follow up, and with Vista now in the area as well, they are not going to be able to find anything, and in fact it's Forest who once again is going to be taking himself yet another of, I was going to say 665's jungle, but let's be honest.
It's just his jungle at this point. That was a little touch and go for SoftBank for a second there. I thought Forest was going down for sure. Evie looked like he was stuck in no man's land, but a nice flash from him just breaks DCG's ankles and gets him out of there. And believe it or not, this is a matchup we've seen mid before.
Yeah.
Dasher chunking Cascada. Cascada no damage to speak of at this point in the game. Is just hoping for a Hail Mary throw from Forest probably on this Lee Sin to accelerate this Kassadin into the game, but
Yeah, look, if they can somehow delay this game, it will be fine for them, but they...
yeah, at this point they need a shutdown on exactly Kassadin.
Yeah. He's not like the Smolder. He does love his items more. I mean, he loves the levels most of all, but you need the items for those levels to ever really matter.
Yeah, otherwise you're ulting a lot for not all that much damage.
Oh.
And
Vista and Forest, they are in the area. Cascada, though, he's not going to get caught in his shop.
yeah, down a lot of farm as well, this Kassadin. And that is a very depressing gold graph.
Yeah, that's
Forest.
very one-sided. Vista, though, he sits at the bottom of it. Hold up. There comes the quickness and grand entrance and all of the above. Flash from Cascada to... He gets hit. He's dead. He's not dead.
Yeah, barely living. The Malignance not really that significant. And SoftBank make a very risky play that works out.
Cascada is still staying.
Yeah, that's psychotic. He's going to be healed up a bit by Tide.
Tide gets it.
Ignite on
Ignite.
Cascada.
It's not going to find it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Getting a little sloppy from SoftBank.
Oh, Taco. I mean, there's a Lee Sin in this side of the map, but... what's he doing okay? He's up CS.
Yeah, he's fine, considering the disaster dive, giving 2 kills to this Gragas. That he's just managed to get himself a little CS lead, and do fine in this lane. He does only have 2 plates left on his tower somehow, though.
Basically
one plate.
yeah. I think Evie has just been proxying this whole time.
Yeah.
Probably sitting there and taking the tower in the face of Renekton. Although with the Barmies, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, he likes to proxy a lot. He's been doing it in every game.
Yeah, it's kind of driver-esque. It's kind of a shame we never got to see the driver versus Evie lane.
Yeah, driver and...
Both of them are very similar in how they play top.
Yeah, we will get to see some great matchups if SoftBank do close out this series.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this series, what have they got awaiting them? It is exactly Jiang, Rest, and Arja,
Yeah.
who, for my money, are the 3 best top laners for different reasons. Jiang, the most likely to just Giga 1v9. 665, he takes a sizable chunk, and I mean, this Smolder has to be so accelerated in terms of stacks. Hasn't got the 125 yet, but it being only 13 minutes, you're not too bad. 98, actually not that much. Uh-oh. There is flash here for Tide on the Cena. We'll have to commit it.
Yeah, Forest not using anything at all. They're really not even a ward.
Oh, okay. And that's the tower gone. And Evie even brawling.
Yeah, and that is not the first tower you expected going down this game.
Oh, God. Cascada, that's the Sonic Wave connecting.
Yeah, not a whole lot of damage for
Resonating
him.
strike. He's going to be able to Rift walk away.
No one's
coming, though.
Yeah.
There is teleport for Taco, but they're not going to commit it. Cascada, can he somehow find his way out? No, he can't. Nice grand entrance, secures that one. On the backside, though, 665 and the rest of DCG are trying to find a trade back. They will. Orca picks that one up for himself, and that is not the worst member of DCG to give that kill over to, as we've seen what Orca can do in some games. Misses that fair, though, and it's going to be actually Dasher jumping over that wall, but the Q3 was already there for 665, and he is going to have to just run away. Orca will survive to tell the tale.
Yeah, Dasher managing to dodge the Hui ult and the fear there, so he ends up blowing Orca's
without
flash.
using his ult for it.
Yeah.
That is the 3rd tower now picked up, and this game is collapsing on itself.
Yeah, the kill is good on Orca. He is a farming Hui. He's not a support Hui this game. But this Kassadin is not going to get there. The Smolder definitely could if the game goes that long. He's not really been shut out of this game at all.
Yeah, is Cascada even close to this Rod of Ages? Because his inventory would tell me no, but he also just has a full inventory, so he can't fit a blast.
Yeah, and how long does Roa take? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Which is much longer than the time of one dragon. So you'll have it partially stacked by the time you kind of need to win a dragon fight. Now, maybe that's not exactly true, because maybe you don't care about the Ocean Soul going over too much. Yes, it's pretty rough to give Gragas an Ocean Soul, but in general, everyone else will most likely be going down in pretty much one shot by the time you are online as the Kassadin. Maybe Forest living for a bit longer.
Yeah, we have seen how unstoppable Evie can be on these tanky champs, though.
Yeah.
Pretty difficult for DCG to deal with a strong Gragas. They did commit 4 members to him and take him out, take his shutdown, but it's really this Lee Sin shutdown still that you've got to grab if you're a DCG, and I don't think they're planning to fight for this dragon. Cascada finds Marble, who he is down a level on, as the Kassadin down a level to the enemy ADC.
Yeah, obviously Marble has been left alone a lot of the time, and Tide, as well as 665, have actually spent quite a bit of time around Cascada trying to ensure he's not going down.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I like this. I really like this. You are going to get some gold here onto Cascada. Explosive Cast comes out just to try and clear that wave. 2 minions do survive, though, and they will be able to take out this shutdown on the tower.
Yeah, it's still just more time. Cascada is sharing XP, though.
Yeah, but it's gold, and you really need this Rod of Ages, because that is an entire level. Oh,
Lord.
All right, guys.
Okay.
If that guy has a forklift license, we need to confiscate that immediately.
Yeah, that guy might not even have his learners.
Yeah. Dasher a bit disappointing there, pal.
Yeah,
Taco
and the
trying
tower
to do his best.
the tower would definitely go down.
Oh, it was dead if that Herald had a procced.
I think they can still just take it. I mean, what is there to siege with? I guess the bot lane of DCG is quite good in a siege.
Oh,
Charm
lands, grand entrance. Oh, not quite. The Merc Treads working wonders there. Through comes Marm. It's a bit more damage, and it will confirm that this tower is taken down. And even Forrest going aggressive. Dragon's Rage kick onto Tide, but there is no follow-up as it is just Tide being kicked away from the rest of SoftBank Hawks. Now Evie,
Yeah, will they go for another?
Pushed on up. It is Rod of Ages completed for Cascada. And Evie's never going to be really doing any damage to the Kassadin. He's going to get a little bit of XP here for himself as well.
Lord, that Demolish proc.
Yeah.
Almost one-shots the tower, and yeah, they'll take another tier 2.
Damn,
very fast
getting aggressive with it. Vista pretty low.
And I think that will be the reset for SoftBank. They'll take DCG's jungle on the way out. And yeah, I don't think DCG can keep up with this pace now.
Yeah, level 9 to 11 in the jungle.
It's only 18 minutes.
Taco's got a level lead for himself. Somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of surprising. Evie's been zoned off a lot and been targeted by many members of DCG.
Fimbulwinter as well now completed for Evie, so going to be even more annoying.
Yeah, when you're behind against a very tanky champ like Gragas, it is so hard to take him down. They have managed to get his shutdown at least. But I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't kill him again this game.
Grand entrance onto Vista. And now the rest of the team are looking for Cascada. Quickness is available. They will use it. Flash, Rift, Walk, but Forrest missing that Sonic Wave. Shield going to come through from that Dawning Shadow. And now Forrest as well as Vista are the targets of DCG, but no mana left on this Kassadin means the play will fizzle out from DCG. And Teleport also being committed there from Marble to arrive to play with his team up here in the top side.
Yeah, so little damage on this Kassadin. It looked like a possible turn, but once the Senna W misses from Tide, it's just too hard to lock them down.
Yeah, and we're still at 1 minute on this Kassadin Rod of Ages as we've found the shutdown. It goes on to Taco. Vista now the target, but not going to be able to find our way there onto that Rakan as he has just jumped on out of there. Evie and Cascada, they're doing battle on the bot side. I don't think anyone should really die here.
Yeah, Cascada actually taking a reasonable amount of damage, but...
And Evie continuing on forward, but again, there's no real chance that this Gragas kills the Kassadin.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the shutdown doesn't go over to the Kassadin.
It's just good to get anyway, right? And honestly, right now for this upcoming dragon fight, maybe you need it on the Renekton.
Yeah, can you take the dragon fight?
Probably not. I think it shouldn't be the dragon fight, but if you are planning to contest it because you are scared of giving over that dragon soul, Renekton is probably the person you need that gold on. He is going to offer the most immediate amount of damage and pressure.
Yeah, meanwhile, Orca, though, has just 2 items completed. Is doing perfectly fine on the way.
Yeah. So is Taco after what was a horrendous start. Getting the Sterex gauge now, so going to be able to tank up for the rest of his team just a little bit longer. 190 stacks on the Smolder.
Much better game in terms of stacks for
the
Marble.
first good game for Marble. Off the back of some level 1 antics. Honestly, I think if you're DCG, you can probably just run back this draft if we go to game number... Well, when we go to game number 4, because... Literally, if you don't take that level 1 fight, this game looks so much different. 6x5 loses his entire jungle because there's just a 2-kill Lee Sin. Dragon goes down. 6 Void Grubs go down.
Yeah, giving the advantage to the Lee. Uh-oh.
Dragon's Rage, but the rest of the team are here. Redemption coming through. It lands onto Cascada. Cascada gets out of dodge. And 6x5 is tanking up a lot. Nothing's really hitting him because of that Xin Zhao ult. Eventually it will, though. As the Spirit Rush comes through to dodge out of any follow-up damage coming through from Orca. It's just the 1 kill. It's onto that jungler, which means even if you wanted to fight this dragon, you no longer will be able to. 4 minutes now is the current timer on this Rod of Ages, so another 6 to go.
Yeah.
Which means Elder Dragon would be the spawn point of when you've almost got your Rod of Ages stacked.
Yeah, Elder is going to be up before you finish your Roa on
Actually,
Kassadin.
I think Elder Dragon's 6 minutes, so you will have it. But
okay. So that's a relief at least, but 18-minute Roa at disaster for Cascada. I guess Malignance is next, or just Archangel?
No, it will be Malignance. It has to be.
Yeah, it feels bad to have a massive tier without your Archangel, but when you're so starved for gold, it is always just going to feel bad whatever you build on the Kassadin.
Yeah, and Kassadin does have some mana scalings in his kit, so at least it's not all doom and gloom for that.
Yeah, just the tier gives you a little damage, true. And yeah, what's the way back into this game if you're DCG? It's probably
Kassadin level 16, 6 items.
You need to steal something. with 665. You have to find a Baron steal to stall the game out.
We saw one last game. It was a very scuffed Baron steal, but a Baron steal nonetheless.
And now, let's say that DCG lose this game. Are they going to pick...
You're going out on a whim and saying...
Yeah, that DCG might lose this game. Are they going to pick red side again? I think first pick Lee Sin just feels so valuable.
No, they take it. They're never... They are not a blue side team. They just aren't.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they can't pull their shenanigans, they are so much weaker as a team.
Yeah.
They have found something that works really well, and they are utilizing it. Now, Baron, I mean, we're in fog, but it should just be picked up. Here comes that Scryer's orb, and Charm lands. It's onto 665. Half his HP is going to be taken. He's going to heal a little bit off these Raptors, of course. Half HP now on this Baron. It's not going down all that fast. Forrest is just looking for the kill. He's going to be able to find it, and 665 is annihilated. Quickness used. Orca trying to get himself away. Does have that Dawning Shadow coming through, but Dasher, Evie, Vista, they are all on this way, and they will make very quick work of him. Criscata, though, he's teleporting bot. Maybe they're going to find a kill onto Evie, but the Fimbul Winter Shield, the Ocean Soul as well.
Yeah, I don't think his HP bar has moved in any direction.
Cast. He's going to be taking out Tide. Body slam. Tide's trying to run. Taco's trying to peel. He's not going to be able to. Taco at least should be able to get out here.
Yeah, Evie making Gragas look absolutely ridiculous. Just HP bar not going down at all. Probably went up in that 2v1.
Yeah, and Criscata, he's going to pick himself up another tower shutdown. Level 14 now. If he can get to level 15 in the next 4 minutes, which you'd have to think is possible, bar the game ending, he will have level 16 by the time Alder has spawned. So
yeah, has to find something to farm. He's going to be chased all the way to his base here.
Dodges out of at least the first Sonic Wave. We've got teleport coming through. Most likely is going to be that RE, and it is, but you're never chasing this Kassadin at this point. Does get himself away. We'll see how much gold he has. What can he go back to base and find for himself?
Yeah, and I was wondering if your Taco, if it's worth just holding the wave there rather than farming it, but it's risky against a Baroned up SoftBank to hold any big waves. Even if it is to give them to a Kassadin. Wave clear might be a problem. They do have Orca on the way.
Yeah,
but
well,
Evie just half healths that tower with a Demolish.
Criscata, I really like to see items. I mean, it's not going to matter right now, but this, yeah, Baron, they should be able to find something. Flash forward. They're not going to find their way onto Marble, though, and now you've just lost your ult. You've lost your flash on this Renekton. Yes, you cleared the wave. It gives you reprieve for about 20 seconds. At least the bot lane, but this mid lane tower probably not going to be up for much longer, as Criscata's never clearing that wave, and Orca is too far away and too unsafe, really, to be able to ever walk up. So mid lane inhib going to be going down. Forest as well has prepared the bot lane wave, so it should be inhib mid, inhib bot found. Criscata going to rift walk away, now half HP on the Kassadin. And Evie is taking damage, yeah.
This is a completely unkillable Gragas. He is eating spells right now as we speak. Not really noticing it.
Yeah, no ults on this Renekton again, so through comes Mum. Charm lands onto Taco. He's trying to get away. Sterix is not going to be all that meaningful. The Xin Zhao ult comes out, and Criscata's not even going to have his opportunity to land or hit level 16. Double kill for Smolder, and it's going to be 4 kills in total here for the side of SoftBank, who will take game number 3 almost as convincingly as game number 1.
Yeah, DCG just go for a greedy mid pick to try and outscale the comp of SoftBank, but SoftBank just close out super quickly, even with a Smolder on their team. DCG don't have as aggressive of a bot lane because of the Caitlyn ban. They're able to just go even in their lane and scale with the Smolder, and over-aggression in the early game from DCG just kind of sniffed out by SoftBank, and they bring more members to that level 1 fight, and already the game is pretty difficult for 665.
Yeah.
2 kills on the Lee Sin, and you have a Kassadin in the mid lane, not getting prio there, and somehow the Senna Hui were just getting shoved in at that time too, so he couldn't fight for his bot side jungle.
Well, it's because Forest is in the bot side jungle.
Yeah.
So that means a 2-0-2 longsword Lee Sin at level 3 it was versus the level 2 Senna and Hui. You're not going to get prio in that instance, and it just means that Forest can have his way with the entirety of that bot side jungle. He started his top side, did his Raptors, invaded bot side of DCG, and at that stage, I mean, what could 65 do? He went top, got the crab, looked for a dive, and I think that dive does work if 65 starts tanking instead of Taco.
Yeah.
Maybe the game's a little different, but honestly, when the game started off that atrociously, it probably isn't. And you got to question it. I mean, you have a Cassidy. Yes, Senna's pretty good level 1, definitely better than the Smolder. Hui as well is pretty strong level 1. Is it as good as the Rakan? Depends what Rakan can find with that Grand Entrance.
Yeah.
But
And he found a 2-man
he
knock
did
up on 2 flashless.
and Evie was there, whereas Taco wasn't.
Yeah.
So it was just a disaster. Already in a 4v4, I question whether or not DCG win it. I don't think they die because you don't have that massive body slam flash that Evie was able to find. But you probably lose it, and you're going to lose pressure in mid and probably boss as well because of it. But I just don't think you need to look for that level 1. You find Smolder, you land a little bit of damage on him, but then you look for this, you know, inconceivable level 1 fight where you're the team of Cassidy. It just logically does not make sense.
And very decisive flash charm from Dasher.
Starts it off.
Yeah, starts that play off, and it's a very long extended level 1 play that, SoftBank give both the kills to the Lee Sin, and Forest just runs away with the game.
Yeah.
I mean, not really all that much. A well-played dive by Evie. Just times his body slam perfectly to buffer CC, and as someone's already tanking the tower, means he just lives. He doesn't have flash in that situation. Used at level 1.
He did, and he didn't have teleport as well. So if he goes down, he is losing a lot for that. So, I mean, again, really well played by him. Definitely a miss. Every good play, there are misplays. You know, with every outplay, there has to be a misplay because that's just kind of how this thing works. And the problem is, I mean, the difficulty is sort of capitalizing on that misplay, and he did perfectly, as you said, buffering CC and managing to find the CC on the team as they had tanked the tower, turns around the double kill, and then at that stage you just had winning top, winning mid, winning bot, and it was kind of, well, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to somehow get level 16 as Cassidy. We didn't even get there. We got to 14. We didn't even get the Rod of Ages fully stacked. We probably finished, it was at either 8 or 9. 9 might be a stretch. I think it was more likely 8.
Yeah, 18-minute rower on Cassidy means that you're not winning that game, realistically, even in solo queue. That is a stretch that the enemy team is going to manage to give you shutdowns at that point. I mean, they had to grief to give him kills. You saw how little damage he was doing. Evie could just ignore him, could just dive him under tower to trade and still win the trades on the Gragas. And Evie again with a great game.
Yeah.
Looking good. Who's MVP? Forest?
Yeah, Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he just took over, got kills, took over the game, knew exactly what to do with his advantage, ran around the map.
You could Evie and Dasher would be the other two that you would consider.
Yeah,
but
true. Evie outplaying that dive.
Outplaying the dive, Dasher starting off the level 1 with that flash charm, very decisive, and honestly just finding success throughout the game. I don't think we ever saw a bad play from him. A lot of it was just the follow-up, and we'll see the level 1 again. I mean, just inconceivable that this is ever your play.
Yeah, that you're going for this as DCG. I mean, it's 665 just kind of dashing in.
He's the one that lives.
Yeah. And then this body slam from Evie, very decisive, almost 3-man, could have been even worse. And this very decisive just plays all around from SoftBank. Forest almost goes down, actually, but does survive, get a recall off. And Evie doing the most damage on his team on the Gragas. Pretty impressive. Probably the most damage to structures this game.
Demolish was half out for them.
Yeah, he was making Gragas look like Jax, taking out towers.
Maybe Scion. Maybe Sion's a more apt comparison.
And then Cassidy, never really getting off the ground. 665 in the same boat.
Yeah, Orca doing a serviceable job, but I mean, what could he do? The entire map was just so lost. It was just so Jova before it even began that time.
Yeah.
Minions spawn, games lost. Well. And I think the benefit of that, I think, is you've shown your draft, but you could run back this draft. You could. Because I literally, if the dive doesn't get so poorly played, and the level 1 is just not even a thought.
It just doesn't happen, as it shouldn't. Like,
I don't think...
You never want to be Kassadin in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, well then 665 is going to have autonomy. He's going to be able to contest Forest.
Yeah, well, he wins. Level 3, I take a Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I do as well.
over Lee Sin.
And so 2 Longsword Lee Sin changes the pace of this game entirely.
Yeah.
You lose every single objective against the Smolder.
Yeah.
And yes, you have the Kassadin. Do you win the fights around the dragon? I'm not sure. I'm genuinely unsure.
You have
but your
a
bot lane
chance.
should be winning. And I think a level 6 Kassadin against what won't be a level 5, or maybe is a level 5 Smolder, you'll take the Kassadin, because he does a little bit of damage, not much, but he plays Interrupt. He's going to be forcing cooldowns, and in the meanwhile, you have Orca to do your damage, you have Tide to do your damage, and you have a Xin Zhao to do your damage.
Yeah.
But in this game, that never really was a factor. Forest, you see most kills 6, kind of less kills than I expected, but I'm sure there was just a bunch of people on about exactly 6 kills.
Yeah, scattered all over the place, and DCG had a pretty rough to kill team, just a Kassadin running away most of that game. And again, just that jungle lead, just because when you pick the Senna, you like champs like the Xin Zhao to act as the carry.
Oh, I don't hate it. He was pretty much everywhere he needed to be. He also landed a 2-man knock-up on the end of that flash in the Dragon Pit level 1, and he was pretty...
Yeah, it looked like DCG were maybe getting out till he lands that 2-man knock-up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it really did just feel like there was one play that game, and then a second under the tower, and then that was it.
There truly were 2 plays. There were more, but I don't think any of them mattered. Like, they just didn't matter.
They didn't matter, and they couldn't have even gone differently.
Yeah.
Because you just have a super behind Kassadin running around with the Catalyst all game.
The Catalyst here, Kassadin at 18 minutes.
D-Shield Catalyst here.
Refillable pot and a pink ward.
Yeah, and he's just up against a 2-item Gragas in the side lane. Who's killing that guy?
Yeah. I mean, what was this?
So, yeah, let's see what Vista
I
cooks up
remember
here.
this. He's only level 5 as well.
And Forest, not all that many great kicks, but this was a great engage. Finds a 2-man knock-up.
Yeah, even level 5 on the Rakan there, still managing to land exactly as much CC as you'd ever wish for.
Yeah,
I mean, getting more than a 2-man on Rakan isn't that easy. We've only really seen Woody do it.
And I think he manages to burn someone's flash here as Dasher flashes onto a Kassadin who he's never killing, really. But he does peel his Ahri, actually. Oh, that was nice. Xin 665 on the Xin Zhao landed the W and was going to dash over onto Dasher, but gets knocked up by the Rakan.
Yeah, does do so. I mean, game number 3, odd number. SoftBank pick it up. Now we've got game number 4 on the horizon.
Oh, okay.
And the LJL, they do not win best of 5 unless it goes to 5. At least in the PCS.
Yeah, not here, but in their playoffs, it was 3-0 after 3-0 in the LJL playoffs. So maybe we need to blame the PCS teams.
That's right. It's the PCS teams' fault. But, I mean, I don't know. I honestly feel like DCG could just run back that draft. I genuinely do. You can just play things so much differently.
Yeah, we've just never seen the Kassadin work, though.
We have. I mean, against CFO, it did work. It was everything around the Kassadin fell apart. Yeah. Somehow the Kassadin was the stable pick.
That is kind of the problem with playing the Kassadin, though, is that you're just telling your team, fend for yourselves. I'm not coming to anything, and I'm not bringing any damage. Get them low for me so I can last hit some kills, and then I'll take over the game.
Right, but the Kassadin was stable in a game where it was CFO versus Halpix. Potentially our hottest team against potentially, at the time, our coldest team, and it was still looking good. But break time. We'll see you soon.
Moving slowly, so hot you're burning. We've been waiting, slow jam season. Don't be shy now, nighttime romance, golden moments. Don't stop dancing. We got tonight to be happy. gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me see. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. We la la, this is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la,
Well, we find ourselves back at match point here now for SoftBank Hawks Gaming, and they are looking pretty strong on the odd numbers of the series.
Yeah.
And now we're on an even number of the series. It's DCG's turn to try and strike back, and of course it's going to be tough. They are up against the most well-rested team in the PCS, being that they do stay at the Grand Halai Taipei, who once again are sponsoring our PCS playoffs, and they have been able to manage to bring SoftHawk over here, and well, they're looking pretty infallible. They did lose game number 2, and it was a tough-fought battle, but DCG did kind of win it pretty convincingly.
Yeah, it
took a
looked
lot longer than
Yeah.
SoftBank took to win theirs, but
Yeah, it looks like Smolder maybe got there, but
Yeah.
not quite.
yeah, it does feel like this sort of series is inevitable for SoftBank. I think we came in expecting that. DCG did pick up one win. They're going to be once again on the red side, as you see on your screen.
Yeah.
No surprises. Lee Sin has been the pick to win the games. That game a little bit skewed because of obviously that level 1 where he did just pick up 2 kills for kind of naught.
Yeah, that never hurts. What feels like the strongest pick for either jungler, by far the Lee Sin, and maybe we need to see 665 on the Vi. He does historically do very well on the Xin.
Hey, Evie, wake up. Evie.
Your eyebrows are on the line. Oh, he's back.
All right. Headed
So-
to draft. He's got bans to put out.
Yeah, both teams just taking their preferred side every time. Not worried about denying the strengths of the enemy team, just happy to play to their own strengths.
Yep.
And bans about the same for SoftBank. Maybe a Caitlyn again. That seemed pretty good.
Yeah, it has indeed. Now, Smolder. Oh, okay.
Yeah, SoftBank banned the Smolder out of nowhere,
Oh,
denying it from themselves.
okay. I think that's good. It's one of those solo queue techniques where you ban your own team's,
Yeah,
a champ, not to ban the other team, but to ban it from your AD carry. Not that this, Marble did poorly, but it just seems like it's not really finding all that much headway. Senna would be interesting first pick, considering Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin is up, but we expected Senna to be a much higher priority pick in this series just because of the 2 support players on this team, on these teams, having ridiculous champion pools.
Oh, that's a flex. That's not.
They go for the Nico over the Hui this time. No, at least that makes sense.
They can still pick the Nico. What a groove this is. I like the champ select music.
Feels like they're deliberating between the Nico and the Hui.
Yeah, I mean it's not really a flex most of the time when the Senna's already been picked up. Caitlyn was dropped from the bans.
Yeah, they go for the Nico.
It should be Nico Caitlyn, I think, and that's probably just the bot lane for DCG.
That has been a lane they kind of destroyed Woody and Betty with, which, if you can beat those guys in lane, you can probably beat anyone.
Yeah. Obviously, Chris Carter can play the Nico, and maybe, depending on what's picked up here, now it could mean this Nico wants to go into the mid lane, has a completely fine lane up against the Orianna, which not a lot of champs can say.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to take the Kassadin into the Orianna, I think. That seems like a rough lane.
The skirmishing from DCG and what they're showing thus far is really, really strong.
Yeah.
The team fighting, on the other hand, for SoftBank is... I mean, it's hard to say stronger because DCG have Nico.
Yeah, but Orianna Wukong, no slouches in the team fights. Caitlyn back again for Tide. Had a very good game on it in game 2. And
Okay.
yeah, Yasuo ban up against Vista.
Yeah, especially with Orianna Wukong as well.
Yeah, true. That was a terrifying Yasuo game.
Yeah, last time they didn't even have that much set up, right? They
Yeah,
honestly
just
had
Orianna.
like... Yeah. And it didn't even really pair that well, but Wukong is a lot more reliable in terms of landing those knockups.
Yeah, and this could be Wukong for Vista in the bot lane. Don't know how well it's going to do into Nico Caitlyn. We are assuming it's Nico for Orca, but as you said, it is a pretty good matchup into the Orianna. Who's a very
about as good as it gets.
Yeah, very dominant in lane. The Orianna, I mean.
Nico does have another tail. All right, play band from both Cascada and Orca.
So Rek'Sai band means Taco might just go for the Renekton here.
Toying with the idea of a Gragas.
Might just be a blind Gragas, something we expected to see a lot more from the beginning of playoffs, but again, we won't be seeing a blind Gragas.
Oh, we'll be seeing the Cassante instead.
Yeah, so will Evie play the Gnar here? Has been the most successful counter, alongside maybe the Gwen into the Cassante.
For sure. Thomas?
Oh, if this Nico can go bot, this is gonna be rough.
This Nico absolutely can go bot, and you damn well know it. There's exactly one person who plays Nico supports.
Yeah, and it is Orca. And the problem is, Tom kinda has set up in this lane for a gank, but Wukong is not making an appearance pre-6.
Okay, just handshake the Renekton versus Cassante. This matchup's seen varying results, but in general, even top lane players do expect the Renekton to be very dominant.
Yeah, but usually the Cassante is picked into the Renekton. So Evie just happy to take the Renekton side of the matchup. Yeah, it looks like it will be Nico bot. And
yeah, no surprise.
What is the Tom doing in this draft? I guess he's just eating off a charm.
Yeah, well, the Nico ult as well.
Yeah, a lot of the time he's going to be in that.
Yeah, but you can. There's time before you're knocked up.
Yeah,
you know, while the channel's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a difficult game for SoftBank.
Lanes, they will have 2 winning lanes. Or at least lanes with prio, shall I say.
Yeah, they'll have 2. The solo lanes should both have prio for SoftBank.
But I'm not sure Wukong can reliably duel Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I think it requires some mistakes out of 665.
Yeah, which he hasn't.
Yeah, it's not, you don't associate mistakes with 665's Lee Sin.
Yeah.
He's pretty damn clean on that champion. And, you know, game number 4, you have to come into this thinking it will be DCG's. Because it's just the rule of numbers, really.
Yeah, even number.
Yeah. That's just simple math.
Plus, I genuinely think they have a better draft.
I do too. Their skirmishing is far and beyond the stronger skirmishing side.
Yeah.
I do feel like, despite Orianna probably having prio, the Dragon fights most likely should be in favor of DCG, just by fact they have the Lee Sin, the Ahri, and then Caitlyn as well. Very strong. Nico, Caitlyn. I mean, what is Senatom ever doing to them?
Yeah, you're at risk of losing your tower pretty quickly in the bot side. Again, especially if you can get some Void Grubs, which is a tall order for 665 this game, because both solo lanes should have prio for SoftBank. So maybe Void Grubs are just off the table.
All right, no shenanigans level 1.
Yeah. Looks like just a fan.
Bam. Oh, I was going to say that's a...
Yeah, no mana flow
yeah.
ban.
So I thought he just claimed himself 25 extra mana, but in fact...
Gathering Storm this time for Tide, so probably just crit Caitlyn, Fleet Footwork, Gathering Storm.
I think he often does this when he is with the Nico. Just a more DPS-orientated build.
Yeah.
They are going to need it this game. Pretty good Cassante game. Only really Dasher is going to be providing magic damage, and are you really concerned as Cassante about the Orianna?
No,
probably not.
I don't think so. Orianna's not a very good mid laner at dealing with the Cassante. Very telegraphed CC means that he can always just
Pathmaker, and that's also the majority of Orianna's damage, so
yeah,
going to be able to get the damage reduction at the same time. Cascada aggressively walking up, but he's going to be just receiving an auto attack for his trouble.
Yeah. Comet again for Dasher in this matchup. Well, Electrocute for Cascada.
Oh, nice Firefox there, and actually Giga winning that trade.
Yeah, nice trade from Cascada.
Dodging out of the ball with the Firefox movement speed, but this time we'll get hit. I think he actually dodged the comet on that occasion, though.
Yeah, won't be able to connect with the W. And, yeah, the torture begins for SoftBank Spotland, but
yeah,
Orca.
Orca has walked too far up. 1Q will stun him. Gonna have to flash it, maybe. Oh, in fact, Vista actually using it onto Tide, who is trading very aggressively onto Marble. Maybe able to find the kill. Obviously, Ghost popped. Oh. All right. There we go. Ignite now coming down. Vista going to have to flash away, and somehow that turns around.
Yeah.
Tide just out DPSing that center, of course, while Vista was spending his time chasing around Orca, not actually able to find anything onto him.
Yeah, good burst on the Cenoton, but not all that much sustained damage.
Forest, very aware. Could actually go invisible and maybe look for something. Cascada. Oh, they do see. Flash. Flash going to be answered. Nice charm. And it's going to be that resonating strike, Sonic Wave. Who's going down? Safeguard. Cascada.
Oh,
everyone's so low. Dasher does have Flash. Flash comes through. First blood. It's going to be answered, though. As 665 going to be able to safeguard to the minion. Land the cripple.
Yeah, and that feels maybe just not worth it for Dasher, whose wave isn't in all that good of a spot.
And he is going to be the one that struggles level 6 to deal with jungle pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe not worth for him, but hard to resist the kill.
Yeah, only gets a tier for a Dark Seal, so the immediate strength of the lane going to be actually in favor of Cascada in terms of the items. It still will be Orianna favored, bar Cascada outplaying.
Yeah, so maybe just an over... Oh, it wasn't really an overcommit for Forest. You're fine to trade sums there with Cascada. Does take a lot of damage in return, and 665 almost goes down, but always playing quite cleanly on the Lee Sin, and you can't go for the Lee Sin here. He does have flash up. 665 patiently waits for his mid laner to die, and then cleans up the kill onto Dasher.
He just gets his head kicked in. Actually, this is Godfist. He got his head punched in.
Yep. Cascada dodging out of some poke from the Orianna, but still...
Q3 landing. Taco actually getting the better of these trades up in the top side.
Yeah, Evie with no TP as well. Pretty chunked out.
If he has TP.
Oh yeah, sorry. Both top laners have their TP up, but no Lee Sin around.
Means Taco actually dodging out of some damage there from the Cull of the Meek. 6-5 once again looking mid. Charm landing would maybe be able to secure a kill, but Dash is playing safely enough to not really be under any threat of that.
Yeah, ends up still taking a good trade against the Ahri.
One tower plate and a lot of farm.
Oh, that's a Wukong build.
Oh my... What is bro building?
Yeah, I haven't... What does that build into?
Terminus. No, it doesn't. It only has 2 daggers.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the Wukong items. Usually it's like a Black Cleaver or a Sundered Sky. I'm excited to see what Forest is going for.
Did he misclick longswords?
Oh, you reckon? He could have.
No way. What are we building?
I don't think any item has 3 daggers in it, does it? I mean, Runan's used to. Forest, a lot of attack speed. Can't quite take down 665, who's up a level on the Wukong. Level
I don't
6
think Wukong's been seen yet, but if he gets seen, expect to hear the with pings onto his build.
Yeah, true. I mean, he did just trade with 665.
Also, they did see him?
Yeah, they must have seen him. And 665 going to pick up Void Grubs and the Dragon. Forest is going to look for some jungle camps. Needs to desperately get level 6, sorry.
I'm really struggling to get past the Wukong build.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be like a little treat later. I hope it's not something boring that we're just forgetting about. And he's just going like Rageblade Wukong.
Well, that's only got 2.
Yeah, right? Even
Noon Quiver items. So, Noon Quiver, Kraken Slayer has 3.
Okay.
Kraken Slayer's got the 2 in Noon Quiver, and then 1 in the carrot.
Wait, they're gone. That item doesn't build out. He did misclick.
Oh, he misclicked.
He did
oh,
misclick.
God.
Because that thing does not build out of 3 daggers.
No.
I'm pretty sure it's a dagger and a sword. So that's a disaster for Forest. Yeah, I think items do sell for like 70%.
Yeah, so
of their
he's
value.
actually just lost a lot of gold.
Yeah, about a kill's worth of gold all up. Did get to keep one of the daggers, but had to sell 2.
Oh, dearie me.
And now he is down half a level, more than half a level to 665.
He's up items, but yeah, level 6 to level 5 barely matters about the items. Vista, he has got that grey health to get him topped up a little bit, but of course it's not like Pyke where it all just heals back.
Yeah, already this tower half dead.
Yeah, oh, top side though, Taco
Heavy.
might be going down for, I think, the 3rd time in a row. Taco.
Flash up.
Oh my God. Oh no, don't go that way. Okay,
Tied.
ace in the hole onto the Wukong clone.
Okay. Scrappy all across the map. Nothing coming of it, though. Evie actually ends up ultimately trading his flash for Ghost, so favors Taco.
Yeah, but we'll be able to get this wave in, so... I mean, I guess...
Yeah, recalling with a
overall-
lot more gold.
Yeah.
And now that Taco has the Bramble Bombies, he should be okay. Didn't go for Tabbies this game. Just maybe he needs the wave clear. Evie's starting to just hit his tower. Does Evie really win this?
Okay, this is not like the TF.
Yeah, I don't think Evie ever wins this.
Okay, he has the slice and the dice. Doesn't get himself over the wall, but a nicely placed Q3 means he does land. It is the boots 2 to no boots at all. But the slow's still coming through, and Taco might just be able to look for this kill, but decides the risk is not worth the reward as he is just bleeding minions while that continues on.
Yeah, Evie just distracting him and manages to get out. Was aware of 665's position on the map at that point. He made a play bot, so wasn't worried about jungle showing up. And Cascada doing perfectly fine in this lane.
Did you watch last year's MSI?
Who won it? I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, JDG won it. But
Oh yeah, I
during
did
the
then.
group
Yeah.
stages, you know Croc. You remember Croc from the LCO?
Yeah.
He had one game. I don't remember who it was against. It might have even been against PSG. But he started the game and forgot to build his jungle item.
Oh god.
So he did his red before realizing it and was just still level 1.
Oh. Oh.
Needless to say, they lost.
Yeah, that is a lot more devastating than a couple of daggers.
Is it?
Yeah,
No.
definitely.
Yeah, I guess.
That's so much worse. Force
Yeah,
is just
you're
down
right.
like a couple hundred gold.
Down a couple hundred gold and down a life as Orca has roamed up here. It is the Spirit Rush getting a reset, but not really anything else to find as they are just going to be able to settle for these Void Grubs. It will be 6 for them, and while they are the ones with the Caitlyn Nico, this is going to feel pretty good.
Yeah,
Although
very
Evie
squishy.
is down here, does have Dominus.
And somehow 665 has managed to get these Void Grubs despite having 2 losing solo lanes. So that is a miracle, and it's going to mean that this bot lane tower for SoftBank is going to be dead in a moment. Unless Forrest can get down here, and he does still have his ulti up.
Oh, somehow not getting stunned up by that trap. But
Yeah. And Tide, importantly, holding on to his flash there is a big deal so that he can play aggressively for this tower in the bot lane.
Oh, missing that Q, but 665's here. Evie's going to be under a lot of pressure. All out comes through. 665 going to be able to land that resonating strike. Sonic Wave and Ward Jump. Color the Meat going to give him a little bit of health back. Taco, though, does
not
have the
again.
Ghost popped. He's going to be able to find it this time.
Okay.
Much more simpler. There is no flash available, and it's not a Gragas. So
Yep.
Taco will be able to secure himself that kill up in the top side, thanks to a little bit of help, of course, coming through by 665. And so already a better looking game here for Taco than the game prior.
Yeah, and that was because the Renekton flash was down. Otherwise, he almost certainly gets out there. So paying off that he survived and got Evie's flash out of him earlier.
Yeah,
But
so
DCG's bot lane can't go for this tower like they would like to right now because 665 has shown up in the top lane. So hopefully that pays off later with Taco maybe getting a lead in this lane. And I think they're going to contest this dragon.
yeah, Marble not starting off the fight exactly as you'd want, getting hit by that Sonic Wave, and in fact, Forest just disappears. Taco teleports down Evie as well. Dominus not quite up, neither is the All Out, so it's pretty evenly matched top laners as things stand, maybe favoring the Renekton, but he gets stunned up. He's getting very low, and it's going to cost the Devour here of Vista. Nice shockwave lands onto 2. Cryscada without any charges left on that Spirit Rush is going to have to flash away. Many low health bars, but a stun landing onto Dash is going to force out yet another flash from the side of SoftBank. In the meanwhile, though, this was just the 4v4. And 665 going to claim the second dragon of the game now in favor of DCG. More gold as well. Kill going over. Forest just disappearing before our eyes.
Yeah, for the second time, he just vanishes immediately in a fight. I think there was a Caitlyn Q. That's about all I saw go on him. He maybe got charmed.
And the Walker ult.
Yeah, Nico ulti. Second time he's just been Nico ulted into one shot. And does Evie really win this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. Here's Dominus.
Oh, right. Okay. Both top laners going to opt to stay. And yeah, let's see what happens to this Wukong. 665 in a little bit of trouble, has to flash, but yeah, it's a charm Nico ult into Caitlyn Q that takes out Forest immediately. And I mean, yeah, there's not much to do now. Vista has to gobble up Evie on the Renekton to bail him out here. And then a nice ult from Dasher. Actually almost catches 3, but Cryscada with flash to get away.
Back to live now. Dasher. He's going to be 1v2 under this tower. Forrest is trying to make his way down. Is he going to be fast enough? There is just the ultimate available. Charm does go wide. Dasher, though, he's going to get ulted. Dawning Shadow. The shield is no way near enough. And 665, once again, Lee Sin is running the map for 4th game in a row now. Forrest, he's going to be able to pick up his Krugs, but he's going to lose a lot of his health for it. Does manage to get the Triforce at a reasonable time despite the gold being lost.
Yeah, no skill shots needed. Just enough damage on these champs at this point in the game. Cryscada doesn't even have his first item yet, but 665 is massive on this Lee Sin again. And at this rate, it's looking like Lee Sin's going to maintain his 100% win rate.
So he does. Abyssal Voyage comes through, but 665 is going to be able to ult on out of there. Taco, he is up against an altered out Dominus Renekton. He actually uses that all out. Nice usage of the Pathmaker and Evie. He's against the Ghosted. Cassante and the flash will get him out, but Taco doing well, in control.
Yeah.
And comes a lot of damage here from Forest. Nice Cyclone, nice Clone as well, getting him out of that Pop Blossom. Maybe even getting him out completely as he is very low. Flash forward from Orca means that Vista will be taken down for the sins of this Wukong. And DCG, you know, even number game. They are up 4k gold. They're looking really good to take this one. Looks like we might just be going to Silver Scrapes. Oh, God.
Yeah, that was terrifying. Yeah, these fights look very rough, especially for Forrest, who's gone for a pretty squishy Wukong build with the Triforce. Every time he tries to engage, Orca is happy to just one-man ult the Wukong. It also just means no one else is really able to follow up.
Yeah, that time he missed it, and it still didn't matter.
Yeah, and he just goes down so quickly. And Vista's just kind of trying to chase his Wukong into these fights to eat him and save him. But yeah, the time just feels so out of place in this game.
Cryscada didn't pick up the Infernal Cinders, so a little bit of trolling.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone is allergic to picking those up on the Infernal map.
I think I put too much value on them in my games.
Oh, me too.
It becomes a real quick game of collect the chimes, except they're Infernal Cinders.
Yeah, I'm just zooming around the map. Cryscada has used his ulti to trade with Dasher.
Yeah, didn't actually find a flash or anything, but 6-5 now here means Dasher will once again be forfeiting a lot of pressure over this tower.
Yeah, 2 Void Grubs too, going to be doing a lot of damage to this tower. Uh-oh.
Marble, he's, I think, got himself away. Another ace in the hole onto the Wukong clone.
Yeah.
At least the ace in the hole isn't doing all that much damage.
Yeah, it's not really the focus of his build at all on the right-click Caitlyn rather than lethality Caitlyn.
Oh, nice tongue lash. And Tide! Uh-oh, Dawning Shadow comes out. Nice trap to try and stop any follow-up damage, but the Flash Devour will devour Tide. And that Caitlyn will receive at least 1 death on this mid wave. Cryscada, he gets Spirit Rush back up. Malignant's helping a lot, and maybe we're going to see what was good about him not taking that Infernal Cinder, as it is going to give him a little bit of movement speed and thwart any ideas Dasher had of perhaps looking for a flash.
I cannot believe his ultimate is back up. probably has Ultimate Hunter as well as Malignant. So yeah, it feels like the moment Dasher finds a chance to maybe get a kill on this Ahri, she just has ult back up. At this point, it feels like he can use his Ahri ult to trade with the Orianna.
Okay. Taco trading aggressively despite everyone on SoftBank pretty much being present on that Rift Herald.
Yeah, he looks very unkillable. Senna into Cassante feels really bad. It's just almost a game-losing matchup we've seen earlier in this split, where if your ADC is Senna and you don't have something like the Azir with consistent damage, or the Gwen top into the Cassante, you just have no damage to kill him. Dasher, for now, is going to be doing plenty of damage to Taco, though, because he doesn't have any magic resist yet.
Void Staff second. Or Crypt Bloom probably second for Dasher.
Yeah, as solo AP is a bit surprising.
Yeah, I feel like it's, you know, he had a good build in his last one with the Rabidons.
Yeah, we can trust him. Maybe it's just expecting that his job this game is just to kill this Cassante.
Even then, I think right now Rabidon's going to be doing a lot more, but this Cassante ultimately will get a Jack show. In fact, he's starting to build towards it now, as you see with the Null Magic, as well as the Ruby Crystal picked up off this recall.
Yep. Forest has managed to equalize the levels for now.
Yeah, definitely.
Still so squishy on this Wukong.
Yeah, 665 is going to feel completely fine. There is going to be the Devour coming out once again here.
Oh.
Forest is going forward. It's a 2-man, maybe even 3-man, 4-man even perhaps. Not quite going to land. Orca's clone being the target there, and All Out comes through, but it's on once again the Wukong clone. Forest getting ridiculous amounts of value out of that this game. Taco looks at like he is the target. Movement coming through means he's just out of range of this Renekton. Ghost as well helping him keep that range. And Taco, 65 on the bottom side of the fight, trying to deal with these two fairly tanky members. Top side, Cascada gets the kill onto Evie. It was trade for his own life, so 1 for 1 in that regard.
Yeah, Taco getting away that fight on a sliver of HP. Same with Forest, who I thought was just certainly going down, but he's still wandering around on low HP this fight. And this is about as perfect as the fight can go for you if you're SoftBank. You eat the Nico engage onto the Wukong, and this is there to save you. It's just the Tahm Kench getting ulted, and then a nice turnaround by Forest, who lands a 4-man ulti and manages to survive somehow. And this W misses from Marble onto the stunned Cassante. Taco certainly goes down there.
Oh yeah,
if
I
that
didn't notice
lands.
that.
And then I guess we missed this trade up here, whatever happened. Cascada gets slowed, so they commit to killing him, and
The orb comes back.
it's the orb on the way back. Evie can't get out of it in time. So Cascada will be grateful that he traded.
Yeah, these fights are on a knife's edge. The problem is Tide hasn't yet got to the point where he's doing damage. Once this IE comes through, it's going to feel a lot easier.
Yeah, this is the weakest point in the game for Caitlyn. She's very strong in lane, and then she's got this mid-game trough where she's not quite scaling crit and attack speed items together yet. Not really a threat to frontline, and honestly, 2 items she's feeling okay, 3 items she's feeling great, and you know, takes off from there, gets stronger.
Which is most crit 80 carries for the most part. I think the exception would be the Tristana, maybe the outlier, where you get that sort of Kraken Slayer into Navori and you're feeling pretty good at that stage already. Maybe Xayah, you could argue, depending on team comp, where she's the same. The Navori builders tend to be okay on 2 items. Lucian as well.
Yeah, anyone with ability damage is just going to feel okay in the mid-game, and then anyone who's primarily relying on right clicks, like a Jinx or a Caitlyn, is just going to feel horrible before they, you know,
get the LDR, really.
Compound their stats with these crit items.
And Cascada, though, in the meanwhile, as we yabber on about crit 80 carries, is picking himself up a solo inner turret. All right, Forklift.
Rift Herald.
Okay, Forklift. This is a drunken driver. DUI for this man. He does find a few knockups, but he's not really finding anything of great success. Taco now, he is in the middle, tanking absolutely everything. Nice Q3. Going to land on a 2-man knockup. Cascada's on the back. Cascada not really finding anything. And the Shockwave does connect here onto 665. It's going to be matched immediately with Taco and his all-out. Damage fairly even between the two teams, but it's actually SoftBank slightly in favored. Cascada going to return once again to this bot side. See if DCG in this what is essentially a 3v5 can manage to clear out the wave. It looks like
in 1 minute.
Mid lane tower might be taken out, and it is, so that is pretty good for SoftBank to get ahead, as you said, off the Soul in 1 minute, but it is honestly so much bot pressure coming through from Cascada, and he's going to feel really good. Probably even has the Crypt Loom.
Yeah, should do. It's going to be
not
Void
quite.
Staff for Dasher.
Yeah, Void Staff picked up. We have an Infernal Dragon. Soul Fight.
Yeah.
Who do I favor? IE not quite finished. Maybe Tide has it once he recalls. He has been on the map for a while. Choosing not to do the Raptors suggests to me that he's either too far away from it or does just have it.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot of gold to finish this IE.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah.
All right. With that, definitely got to favor DCG. They have a strong team fighting comp. Yes, so do SoftBank.
Yeah.
But
you're hoping Forrest can recall for something, but with 20 seconds left on this Dragon, he doesn't have time to recall if he plans to contest this Soul.
yeah, now, I guess the good thing for SoftBank is that Kasante's yet to finish the Juck Show, so a lot of tankiness will be missing.
Yeah.
As well as Black Cleaver not quite finished for
Orca
665.
is a plant.
But yeah, Orca is just sitting here.
Oh, God.
Oh, there's no way you realize that this is not an actual plant, right?
Yeah. He has Flash as
Teleport
well
now
on the
coming
Nico.
through. Dragon down to half HP. Orca still... Oh, he's moving. That's a moving
okay.
plant. And he's moving very slowly because the plants are horrendous.
Oh.
Nice Kirk. Orca coming through Flash, but it's only going to land on the Forest. Forest does get Flash devoured. And a three-man Shockwave. And the Kasante tries to save the day. It's a 1-for-1 as things stand. But the Dragon should be pretty comfortably picked up here for SoftBank. There is no jungler. 665 is alive. This Dragon's now down to 500. They do manage to pick it up. Teleport, though, coming through from Taco. Are they going to look for the follow-up fight? It won't be able to come through as Marvel will connect with that W. And some way, somehow, it is defended, and it's off the back of Dash's fantastically placed Orianna combo to pair with Forest on the Cyclone.
Yeah, absolutely heroic ulti from Dasher. Manages to get them the Dragon. It still looked dicey just because their jungler. DCG do a really good job of focusing Forest down here. Cascada finds his way onto the Tom, but Evie understands his assignment. He gets onto this Lee Sin as well, just to stop them from focusing down the Dragon, but yeah, that Orianna ult just seals the deal, and the Wukong ult to follow up too. And yeah, very scary still at that point for SoftBank, because the enemy Lee Sin is up and your jungler is dead, but
Oh,
they managed to get it. DCG just hitting Dragon.
yep, they are just hitting the Dragon, or Baron even.
Baron, yeah. Very hard for Caitlyn. Oh, sorry. Caitlyn does Baron very quickly.
Yeah, the headshot's obviously going to help a lot. It doesn't seem like at this point SoftBank are aware, or if they are, they're just too scared. Cascada, he's going to be able to find a massive chunk onto Evie to start it out. That's half HP gone from Renekton, 3k left on the Dragon, and that is the clone now, already used from Forest. Baron is going to be picked up, and there comes a Pop Blossom, two-man, Devour comes out, but Vista's dead. It's going to be everyone going down. Orca found, but not after he finds an immaculate start to the team fight. Forest makes it out, but four people do not. The Baron, and four for DCG.
SoftBank in a panic tried to run to the Dragon, and then Orca just shuts it down completely. I think maybe they can end here. It is 20 seconds, 10 seconds on Tom Kench. Might just be an inhib. Yeah, it might just be an inhib and recall. Yeah, it is just going to be an inhib and recall. So game is still alive for SoftBank, but that's ugly. You lose the inhib and you lose the maximum there. And I think at this point, SoftBank are just panicking. They're caught off guard completely. Forrest nicely CC'd by Orca there, so he can't get anywhere near the Dragon. And then this ulti here, no flash needed, just the Proto Belt. Ulti onto 3, and Vista eats up the Orianna, but actually Dasher comes out onto a Caitlyn trap. And yeah, you need a front-to-back fight. Yeah, that Caitlyn ult. Not built into the Caitlyn ult, but still takes half of Marvel's HP off on the Senna.
Yeah, and now, you know, a lot of times these team comps, they get Baron and it requires 3 lanes of setup to be able to try and siege realistically.
Yeah.
But this time you have essentially 2 Caitlyns.
Yeah, and you've also just taken the mid inhib as well. So
Oh, God, Cascada is far ahead.
yeah, picking up towers in these side lanes all game, kind of unnoticed. And Yeah, I mean, Dasher landed a nice ulti that fight as well, but it just doesn't do any damage to some of the members of DCG.
Yeah, and it didn't quite clip Tide. Tide just on the outskirts of it means that really you were finding a bit of damage. It was onto Orca and it was onto Taco. Neither of them really care that much. Orca went down, but he'd already started the fight in about as phenomenal of a way as you could ever hope for.
Yeah.
Spirit Rush comes out. They're sieging now onto this bot lane tower. Should be taken out.
Oh!
Tide, for the first time in the series, gets a fantastically placed 90 caliber net, gets him out of one of those critical cooldowns, and with that, there is no more follow-up damage really coming through from SoftBank. Through comes the Cyclone, though, and it is a kick, hitting Forest closer to the Caitlyn, but Caitlyn's going to remain safe. 1 kill's found. Orca does get taken out. The Pop Blossom was not finding all that much, but down will go Forest. Big minion wave. Evie's still in that Dominus, but he's losing all of his health. Q3 lands. 665 will secure that one. Marble as well. Charm not going to let him survive. And the Q3, every bit of CC that is a skill shot connecting. And that is it. Game number 4, all even up in the series. All even games. 2 DCG. 2-2. Silver Scrapes time, baby.
Yeah, we're going to 5. Like you said, the LJL teams feel like they can't avoid these 5-game series. It's coming down to the wire, and off the back of Lee Sin, who maintains a 4-0 win rate in this series. 7-0 and 5 was the score for 665. Orca having a great game.
Yeah.
On the Nico, like you said, going down in a couple fights, but once you've landed a 3-man ult, even a 2-man ult on the Nico support, especially, you're happy to just go down at that point.
Yeah, but the job's done.
Especially
honestly,
if you eat an Orianna ult while you're at it.
It was onto the Orianna. The Orianna truly was the only hope for the side of SoftBank, and as soon as he is ulted, gets hit by the Pop Blossom, a trap goes underneath him, not even needed because Taco lands the Q3. He then gets eaten and just comes out on another trap and gets absolutely annihilated. Really well played by DCG, and we have an absolute series on our hand. I mean, so far, we've seen exactly 0 games with traditional drafts. Exactly 0.
Yeah.
And we're now going to game number 5 of the lower bracket, which means there is absolutely no way anything that's hidden ever gets, hidden again.
Yeah, if you lose here, you're out
That's
of
exactly
the tournament,
right.
and you're waiting for next split before you can play again. So no holding back now.
If you have cooked.
Yeah, if you've got anything, and I don't think either of these teams really hold back any strategies from what we've seen from them anyway.
But there might be things, I mean, there absolutely could be something in the tank. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
This is a very traditional draft coming out of DCG, but by DCG standards.
Yeah, by DCG standards.
Let me clarify, by DCG standards.
Yeah.
You get the Nico early, does well into the Orianna, so you are a little worried about it going in with the Orianna. But once you see the Caitlyn, at least for us, we've seen this pairing from them time and time again. We're pretty well aware that this Nico will certainly be going to the bot lane.
Yeah.
There is always, the other thought where, well, Orca probably just has some random pick up his sleeve if he really wants to give the favorable matchup in the mid lane to Cascada. But Cascada didn't even need it this game. It was just
he got so fed out of nowhere.
665 saving the lane a little bit early on. Cascada going for an aggressive trade because 665 was there. Does go down, actually does Cascada, but 665 trades it back. And then from there on out, Orianna lost flash, Ari lost flash. You feel better as the Ari in that matchup 10 times out of 10, especially when your jungler is just such a strong ganking jungler like the Lee Sin. And we saw the effect of it. It was just pressure in the mid lane actually going over to Cascada by virtue of Dasher just having to be so safe, and that led to every single dragon except for the the last one being picked up there by DCG, which just snowballed the game entirely. And the Caitlyn as well. Fantastic game from Tide. Taco, best game he's had so far in the series. I mean, all around the map, everyone really performing. MVP. Who are you going?
Okay, let me look at this. Oh, 665. Maybe Orca though.
Yeah, maybe Cascada. He was doing absurd amounts of damage. It's kind of unnoticed, but there were some team fights that came out and like everyone had done about 1.5k, 2k, and he's just done 6.
Yeah.
It's like really unnoticed for some reason, but he was.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many team fight ultis, and I mean, Taco was so unkillable that game. You saw at the end as they were just sieging to end the game, he was just running around in circles in front of the Senna, and as Senna, you're just standing there.
Yeah, you get a stack every 10 seconds off him.
If he disconnects and you can auto him like 100 times on the Senna,
you
you'll
might
kill
die
the
to Bramble Vest.
Yeah, you might die to Bramble, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was an obscenely well-played game.
The Wukong pick.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I think it pairs well with the Orianna, and we saw that in effect. That one dragon fight they won.
Yeah.
But Bro started the game with 3 daggers in his inventory for the
We have to assume
Triforce
that
build.
was an accident.
Do you think he only... do you think it was a misbuy? Because that's the first time we've seen Triforce first. It's always been Sundered Sky.
Yeah.
Every Junjie Wukong game has been Sundered Sky.
Yeah.
I can't... Other people have played the Wukong as well, and they've always gone Sundered Sky. This is the first game, I believe, we've seen Triforce first, and Triforce has a dagger in the build, Sundered Sky doesn't.
Yeah, it only does have the one dagger, though. So
Yeah.
I don't know what could have happened.
No, me neither. It has to be a misbuy.
He
It just
probably
has to be.
wanted to buy 3 longswords.
Yeah, that's what I
and
mean.
ended up buying 3 daggers, and he was just so squishy all game. Could have used an extra ruby crystal. You know, what he lost.
The
in
healing that
gold.
you get back from Sundered Sky as well, it
Yeah.
always is critical.
And also the time count. I just felt like just about every pick in the draft that game for SoftBank was just very questionable, except for the Orianna. I was
Yeah.
happy with the Orianna, and just about every other pick was kind of
Well, the Renekton too,
puzzling.
I think, completely fine.
And Evie loses half of his HP on the way in here, and you're already behind, and you're just taking such a frantic team fight, desperately trying to contest this dragon, and Orca punishes it perfectly, keeps Forest out of the fight initially, and then lands this 3-man ult into a 2-man knockup from Taco.
Yeah.
Fight's always doomed there, and it's actually Taco and 665
Yeah, it
who
was
eat
worse
the
than I
Orianna ult,
thought.
and they don't even notice. I mean, you've rushed a Void Staff on the Orianna, but still, these tankier members of DCG not really feeling the pain there.
And it is Cascada doing the most damage, having by far the most gold.
Yeah.
Tide, though, very valuable on the Caitlyn that
he
game.
just got to spend a lot of time on the Orianna without that many threats onto him, just in a side lane hitting tier 2 towers.
Yeah. With the 6 Void Grubs. So it's
Yeah.
just, he's actually put in a lot of threat onto them.
A miraculous 6 Void Grubs, by the way, considering these top lane matchups.
Yeah.
Renekton Orianna on the side of SoftBank, it should be so difficult to get the Void Grubs for 665 this game.
Yeah, I think both junglers are struggling to beat Lee Sin one-trick allegations.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin, I mean, they first picked it
Yeah.
in game
4.
4.
Oh, yeah, 2.
Three.
3.
We're just selling. You're just yelling
dizzy,
numbers.
I'm dizzy,
2,
I'm
3,
dizzy,
4.
I'm dizzy. No, it was 3. It
One
was
of
3.
these games.
It was
Yeah.
3. This game, they went for the center. Banning
And-
the Smolder to pick the center.
Yeah, that was bizarre. We did expect Senna to be the highest priority pick, but every time we've seen it, it's kind of fallen flat, not really been up to much.
Yeah.
While the Lee Sin has just won every game. And
Yeah.
both junglers look great on the Lee Sin. 665 gets the MVP. I think it could have gone to just about every member.
Yeah, maybe Taku
Of
the
DCG.
exception, because, I mean, he played well, but he didn't really...
Also very close to just going down again
Yeah.
that game.
Oh, he was, but he didn't.
Yeah,
But
he didn't this time, and they turned it
oftentimes
around.
we do see Cassante in that position against the Renekton, where you're
Yeah.
almost dead, but because you have Ghost versus Flash, you don't quite die. And maybe that was a little bit closer than it needed to be, especially once he used the Pathmaker to go towards the Renekton.
Yeah.
Oh, we
here's-
almost had a DCG incident.
Here's a nice play from 665 to dive Dasher, and yeah, I mean, Cascada missed everything
But doesn't
on this
matter.
play, but 665 shows up and cleans up the Orianna to help his mid laner out, and we talked about this being a scary combo. Turns out you actually don't need to land those skill shots I was worried about.
Do you
landing.
think DCG is somewhat winning these RNGs by not having a single Chemtech soul? Because if you remember the Chemtech map, they suck on the Chemtech map.
Oh, right. Yeah.
There
DCG
have been
twice. It's
multiple
crazy that it's happened
incidents
twice.
on the Chemtech map. If you guys haven't seen it, there was 2 separate games, weeks apart. One game, it was Cascada on Karma. He hits one of the extended blast cones into the enemy team. He ends up in the middle of 5 people and just dies. And I think they lost that game off the back end of that while they were really far ahead.
Yeah,
the
maybe.
next time it was Tide, who was on the center, does the exact same thing, extended blast cone into 5 and does go down. So game number 5 now, it's an odd number. SoftBank looking good to pick it up, but we have a break and then we'll see who can truly get it done. It is crunch time. We're about to find out which of our two teams between SoftBank Hawks, my bad, and DCG are going to be able to make it up to face Frank, and which of our two teams will no longer be seen here in the playoffs. And of course, it's all brought to you. Thank you to the Grand Halai Taipei, who without them, we wouldn't have had these two fantastic best of fives out of SoftBank. These games have been the craziest drafts. We're yet to see a standard draft.
Yeah.
But it is becoming more and more clear as this series progresses that Lee Sin is the pick to look for.
Yeah, especially with SoftBank having the option to go blue side. And I don't think DCG are going to ban the Lee Sin. I think they kind of tried to counter the Lee Sin with Wukong. That didn't work at all.
Yeah.
Wukong didn't look very useful that game at any point, really. He landed some good ults once he got Tahm Kench ulted in that one fight and then re-engaged. That looked okay, but yeah, only Junjia has looked scary on the Wukong. So maybe SoftBank trying it out, seeing if they can pull a similar maneuver out, but back against the walls now. And
yeah, I think critically the difference between when Junjia finds success on the champ and what we saw last game is Junjia is playing it when Woody's on something like the Rakan,
yeah.
Or even, you know, the Raul Alistair, where there is just so much follow-up, or he can follow up what Woody's finding. And we got some champion select silver scrapes, baby. Now, get ready for it.
I think before the series...
Carry on.
I think before the series, we didn't expect 5 games,
No,
but
we
we're
did
not
not.
surprised at the same time.
Okay, Smolder once again banned. Do not center.
So,
Do not lock center.
I mean, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It feels like they had already figured this out and then just forgot it for a game. Tried to get a little too clever in the draft. Now, they did win that game off of a level 1, essentially. So maybe they weren't feeling as confident in the Lee Sin pick, but even just to deny it from 665.
Are we just going to see Nico, Caitlyn slammed? No, we're going to see Xin Zhao.
Yeah, now, do you take away the Caitlyn?
I want to see Vi. 665 is a really good Vi player.
Yeah, he just has neglected it entirely. Usually you're a little worried about the Poppy, but Lee Sin first pick means you shouldn't be. And, I mean, you could just pick the Caitlyn yourselves here,
Caitlyn
right?
Lux, Senna Yasuo. Don't think Senna Yasuo.
Yeah,
feels
Senna
good into
Yasuo's very
Nico-
bold.
Nico, Caitlyn. Maybe you have kill pressure. TF.
Twisted Fate locked in as a flex.
And that would... I mean, it's still a flex to AD.
Yeah, it's a 3-way flex.
I don't think you want TF into Nico Caitlyn, though.
No, it doesn't sound right to me.
All right. So they get the Ari. Has also been a very strong champ.
Yeah.
They have the Lee Sin. They have the TF. Third pick now. This could tell us how we think this draft's going. If it's Caitlyn, probably just Nico bottom. They will, of course, keep the flex alive. Now, what do we go into this next set of bans? This TF, it still can be top. Still can be AD carry.
Yeah.
Maybe you're banning supports here.
Yeah, I think you'd rather have the Twisted Fate top if you're SoftBank, so you probably want to ban some TF counters.
Yeah, TF
I don't know
counters.
what that looks like. Does Aatrox do well into Twisted Fate, maybe?
No, TF usually gets picked into Aatrox.
Okay.
Because even if he lands the Q, as long as you know, pepper up a stun, you're just going to win the trade anyway.
Yeah. Jax banned. Jax would be good into Twisted Fate. I could see that.
Yeah. I think that does kind of give away that it should be TF top. I don't think you really want TF into Caitlyn, Nico anyway.
Yeah.
We are just banning supports. Pyke and Bard, a couple of strong supports that create a lot of volatility.
Yeah, and allow you to bring this Lee Sin bot early, because, I mean, Tide and Orca have spent this entire series essentially just auto-attacking the enemy bot lane turret, at least for the first 10 minutes of each game.
Hui is available this game.
Yeah.
The Croc going to be taken away. I don't see why. I mean, Cassante's going to hate TF, but there's no good lanes for Cassante anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't feel all that great, especially after the nerfs. We haven't seen him picking up these kills.
All right. That might be okay into TF.
Yeah, this is a flex, though, for the Rumble.
We are currently situated with two flex picks, and neither of them really tell a whole lot. Both could be support, one could be mid, one could be top.
Jhin used to be a very popular pick into the Caitlyn. Ashe and Varus used to also be quite good. There is Ashe support available. A little scary into the Nico Xin Rumble later on in the game, but yeah, they lock it.
All right.
I like it.
Very different look now.
Yeah, and you...
God.
I don't think you want this Rumble
Lock it.
support.
Lock it in.
There is no universe...
Lock it in.
There's no universe you lock Katarina into Twisted Fate.
Lock it in. Come on, Chris Carter. Game 5. No!
I mean, Orianna good matchup into the Ahri
Yeah, it's got to be
Hui
played.
as well. And Kriskada did so well on the Hui. It's just going to be
Damn.
Rumble top. I could see Rumble struggling.
Maybe.
Rumble doesn't
But Rumble
love...
just seems to win everything.
Yeah, but he doesn't love these ranged matchups. Like, Kennen used to be picked into him a bit because Kennen's auto attack range is just outside of Flame Spitter. And TF longer range than Kennen even, and can just stun the Rumble and hit him from outside of his Q range.
Yeah, I guess the duration on the stun isn't that long, though. So if he does hit the stun and a harpoon hits him, I think there is always a chance where he can just go down.
Yeah.
It's also very volatile when, you know, things like the Equalizer are available, because at that point, Taco can just slow down this TF enough to maybe look aggressively.
Yeah.
And there's always kill pressure over a Twisted Fate. Lee Sin coming in, or Xin Zhao, sorry, in this case.
Yeah, they will
coming
murder
in.
this
They
Twisted
will,
Fate,
yeah, they'll be able to slaughter this guy. It's similar like TF against the Renekton, right? Is you really shouldn't be able to find all that much headway as Renekton into the TF, but we saw Evie absolutely able to.
On the other hand, though, Taco could be struggling to survive the Lee Sin ganks, right?
Exactly,
With their cold
yeah.
card setup.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of volatility in this top lane. Taco, possibly our second best Rumble. Maybe third, maybe fourth. I don't know. Driver, Taco, Rest, and Arja are our Rumbles.
Yeah, shout out Junjia
Yeah, actually, yeah,
as
sorry,
well.
my bad.
Played a Rumble in the jungle.
One Rumble game and win like 14-1 or something.
With the appropriate skin.
yeah,
Rumble in the jungle.
Rumble in the Jungle.
All right, here we go. Game
Yeah,
5.
game 5. It's a shame Silver Scrapes had to win.
So last time SoftBank found themselves in a Game 5.
Oh, the El Clasico. We're against Ashe. Let's go walk into this bot lane bush.
Yeah, got to be careful with these level 1s up against an Ashe, though. Vista does have Ghost. So very scary to take these fights into the Ashe. Once you're on the back foot, you just get chased down.
Oh, Marble. All right, he's not walking into that bush
Yeah,
ever.
should be aware that this could be happening. The rest of his team has not spotted anyone. So this should be very obvious for them. They are pinging into the enemy red side, so Vision just going to be traded on these sides of the jungle. Vista has to be careful. Oh, okay. Oh.
Oh. Do they know Vista's there?
What are they cooking?
Oh, they
yeah,
found-
He's tied.
Oh, Blast Cones.
Oh, Lord.
In we go, baby. Game number 5, starting like game number 3.
SoftBank win.
Yeah, Sonic Wave will connect here onto 665, who is low. Vista's popped that flash. Oh, God, it's happening again. DCG 65 found his way onto Vista. It is 1 kill found, 2 kills. Oh, God, I've seen this one play out
Slow.
before. Cleanse coming through. Stun, though. If he's going to be able to find it with the back of that flash.
Maybe it's not a kill, though.
Tide might not be able to get away. Another gold card coming through. That is the stun. Flash forward. And the Q coming through as well. They are going to confirm a 3rd kill.
Yeah.
And once again, DCG, game 3 and 5. A lot of over-aggression here into the side of SoftBank's jungle does
Yeah.
lead to their demise.
It's just straight up deja vu, same place, same time, and again, it's Evie who shows up with a gold card to swing that fight around, and it was already going to be losing in the 4v4. Evie showing up means they get kills, because once they go onto Vista on the Ashe and he doesn't have to flash over this wall, Ashe is too strong in these fights. Once he's okay here, it's lost. He's just going to chase them down forever. Forrest just queuing in and flashing out to avoid taking too much damage is going to help him do his jungle later, but Evie shows up to make sure they can clean up these kills, and they get the absolute maximum. Vista leaving that kill up for Evie. He's going to need it. And yeah, they even managed to get this kill onto Tide with Marble, 4th shot, and Fleet Footwork proccing to let him get in range here. Very well played by SoftBank. Evie
Oh god,
is just
God,
dead
it's
though.
this again.
Oh, Forrest here
It's
though.
this again. Forrest is here. Evie should be going down. The overheat going to confirm it. And actually, it looks like maybe
Taco
DCG
dead.
somehow made their way out. Not quite. Enough damage coming through. 6-5 though. He is going to be taken out here. Light work.
Yeah, kind of a replay of game 2, was it? Where exactly the same thing happens. Game 3, they lose a 1v1 fight. 6-6-5 doesn't feel like he has options but to play for a top gank.
Cascada gets charmed up, gets hit by the Orb Deception, but actually trades favorably, forcing out the flash there of Dasher. So that is a flashless Ari for at least 2 levels, is punishable.
Yeah, once he is 6, he should be fine, but is pretty far away from that level 6. And Evie has just gotten back to lane, hasn't gotten a single point of XP yet, off of minions anyway, and Taco's level 3. Evie just uses his stun very early here, right? If he stalls his stun card there, DCG kind of want to wait before they start the dive.
Shot.
And if they wait before they dive, then maybe Forrest gets here in time. So slightly misplayed by Evie, but still a great result. And again, it's a 2-0 start for Lee Sin, essentially. Though top lane is just a disaster for Evie.
Yeah, maybe looking to turn around here if Forrest
Do they
can
have
find
the
the
damage?
dive. I don't think so.
Nah, no way. Just, it's a level 3 Twisted Fate with a couple of items, and Forrest hasn't backed for his items yet. Is now very strong on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this game, I mean, it's all on the line, right? Not only is it elimination, but Evie's eyebrows as well.
Yeah. Yeah, don't want to be, you know, out of the tournament and without your eyebrows. That's just be devastating.
Now, for
You know-
DCG, you know, they are considerably far behind, but they do have a Rumble who is very far ahead. Plus, the setup that is Rumble alongside Nico can be extremely devastating.
Yeah, and they
in
were
these team
game
fights.
5 against Nico earlier this week.
Yeah.
And Maple was able to just find ridiculous ult after ridiculous ult from behind as well. And he just completely shut down SoftBank's lead. So Orca got his work cut out for him if he wants a repeat, but Evie 2 levels down. And I mean, he's still going to have impact. It's the same thing we were saying when Taco was behind on the Twisted Fate. You're still just going to have impact on this champ.
Yeah, I think the... Ooh.
Oh, wow. Orca blocks the charm.
Yeah, nice work there by Walker. Oh. Sonic Wave connecting, but Forrest might not want this. If he's going to be able to arrive here, DCG, they're going to get stunned up. 665, very, very low. Charm lands here onto Taco 2. He's looking for the kill onto Dasher, but the heal coming through from that passive on the Spirit Rush is going to let him get away. Ghost popped by Vista. He's finding constant slows onto Orca. Nice fear means that he should be able to get away. At least one Void Grub, now 2 will be picked up for SoftBank. It was a close call. That heal coming through being the difference maker.
Yeah, Forrest playing that fight like a psycho, manages to pick up a kill and bait a favorable fight for his team. Evie at the end there just not quite quick enough with first card coming up gold, blocking it in. Might have killed Cascada. And Dasher, I think it's just a failed go onto Cascada here. He maybe just burns... Yeah, he does burn Cascada's flash anyway, even though Orca played very well to block that. And
Yeah, this is level 5 to level 6 in the mid lane too, so...
yeah. So Forrest is over-forcing here just because, well, they have an Ashe and a Twisted Fate, so these fights always look good. Somehow he gets in and gets out here, and showing the impact of Lee Sin. And it is Bounty Hunter on this Ashe as well, by the way.
Well, this is a 2v1. Taco, yeah, he is
No
in a
ult
world
yet.
of... Oh, the shield!
Evie loses his flash and doesn't get the kill onto Taco, who is level 6 already. Gonna be very scary for this Twisted Fate when the Rumble ult comes back up. When
The Nimbus Cloak
doesn't have flash.
from Ignite, I think, just saved him.
Yeah. Forrest not quite 6 there. Otherwise, that's a guaranteed kill. He can probably just come back. He is going to be down a flash. Versus, you know, Rumble flash being up, though neither of them will have flash, so might be difficult. Vista.
Yeah, Vista gonna get stunned up, but they're able to follow up with the damage. 65's here, though. Vista may be able to sacrifice himself. Okay, he does go down. That looked a little dicey. Flash forward, though, and with that marble will be taken out as well. Did get himself a kill, though. Ace in the hole coming through, and that is a double kill now going over to Tide, so they are absolutely fighting back in this one.
Yeah, they commit both their flashes there and go down. Their jungler nowhere near their side of the map, maybe just misreading where 665 would be. And that is massive for Tide.
Taco, that's the stun gone. Not going to go aggressively, though. Doesn't have equalizer, so the kill threat really isn't quite there.
Yeah, and yeah, they commit just hard on this. They
flashes away from that trap, otherwise that might have been even easier.
Yeah, they must just have a read where the enemy jungler is at this point. And Marble, you know, apart from a nice sidestep here, nothing to do. So
Was it a shutdown? It wasn't. That's a, you know, a bit of a positive. 8-minute first Dragon, slower definitely than game number 3, where they found themselves at a...
Yeah,
you know,
non-stop fighting, though.
Yeah, no, it is just, you know, it's DCG. It's a 20-minute long team fight.
Yeah, and this game, there is no Rek'Sai, there is no Gragas.
32 CS to 72 in the top lane.
Yeah, disaster.
Evie locks a red card. Oh, but...
Movement
Yeah, that
from
was...
Evie
If
gets
either
him
of
out
those
that
hit,
one.
I think he is just going down.
Yeah, Equalizer is up for the Rumble Force
Yeah,
fight,
as well as he
665.
was just one W press away from overheating and just
Oh,
auto-attacking.
Ari is here.
Yeah, but this is going to be blocked out by Orca, at least for the start of it. Nice Sonic Wave, resonating strike, and the Dragon's Kick. He does get the kill a little bit too quickly, as it's not going to find the knock-up here onto 665. Ace in the hole coming out. Forest now very low. One more usage left of the Spirit Rush. Flash forward. Nice ultimate out of 665. Denies that damage. Cascada arrives, but he's got literally no mana.
Yeah, can clear the wave at least, so is able to just bail out his team, and a nice ultimate from, yeah, the Xin Zhao. Prevents him from going down too.
Disaster.
Yeah, you just need to go help this Twisted Fate. You need to find a kill next time this Lee Sin ult is up.
Has the boots of swiftness now, so will be a little, you know, stronger, I guess, or being able to dodge out of Rumble for a little bit more. Taco is just going to do what everyone does in solo queue here. He can
Wait in
absolutely
the
just
bush.
sit there.
Evie is onto him by the look of it, though. And yeah, you have to expect Rumble in any of these bushes. He does know where Taco is now. Items picked up for Dasher and Marble now. Very accelerated in this game. And did I finish making the point about lethality Caitlyn being good this game?
I don't remember.
Maybe not. Everyone is super squishy
Yeah.
on the side of SoftBank. So lethality Caitlyn is going to be one-shotting people this game. Very scary. If you ever Twisted Fate ultimate in a risky spot,
Yeah, you're just getting trapped and dying.
yeah, you're one-shot by a Caitlyn trap into Q.
Especially
Orca is
when you
here.
are just this far behind.
Yeah, I think DCG are suspecting a play to shut down this Rumble and get their Twisted Fate back into the game.
Oh, he doesn't manage to get the... Okay. What are we doing? Are we going to be able to find anything? Oh, it could be a dive.
Orca very patient.
Nobody up here. Evie, he's in a world of
Evie's
trouble.
just going down with the ship here. I think he's
Yeah,
going to kill the
no,
wave.
the Ghost available. Equalizer comes out. It's going to slow him up, and he's turned around. Gold card coming out.
Oh.
Can the 65 find the slow? No, he can't. Nice dodge, but Taco will. Auto attacks can't come through. It's going to be that flash for Ghost trade, as he does continue on aggressively. And hey, what's this minion doing?
My God, Evie cannot be hit by these skill shots. That is a man playing for his eyebrows.
Yeah. And in the meanwhile...
And that is a massive tempo loss for DCG.
Oh, absolutely. Tight backing, though. He gets his Yomus now, and doesn't feel too bad. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be behind as a Caitlyn, but he is going to have a lot of impact, I think. As long as he's not getting found out by the likes of the TF or the Ari, he is just going to do a lot of damage. Cascada as well is just quietly doing fairly decent in his mid lane, considering how this game did start.
Yeah. Evie is running at 665. Wow.
Oh my god, and that is an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Does he kill 665? Absolutely not, and Evie's probably dead here. Lives
Just
on 1
baiting.
HP. Can anyone get here? Ace in the hole could come through from Tide. It's almost
Wow.
up, but it won't be able to.
Yeah, just a solid 10 seconds of CC onto the Xin. Evie just baiting that perfectly. He's playing so well for how behind he is. Just still managing to have impact in this game and avoiding going down. His score is better than Taco's somehow. And what an ulti from Vista.
Yeah, the predict.
And Evie, you know, can't get damage down onto the Xin because he doesn't want to waste, doesn't want to layer that CC.
He is extremely lucky.
Yeah, extremely lucky to live there. And maybe in hindsight, 665 commits to that kill, but doesn't realize what's happening. Cascada picks up a plate in the bot lane. And honestly, while this is a good Caitlyn game, this is a great Jhin game as well. Only the Xin. I guess Nico Clone can block some of your ulti shots, but every Xin
Yeah,
ult...
it also just kind of sucks a lot to play Jhin into Rumble.
Yeah, you never really get to ult that safely unless it's from very far away. But yeah, just once you get rapid fire cannon, you can run around, taking chunks off of people's health bars. Just mostly playing support for your Ahri, who is pretty strong this game.
Yep.
And
Once again, Ahri very strong. 4-0-4 though on Forest here on the Lee Sin.
yeah.
The story of the series really is Lee Sin's winning.
Yeah, DCG will have to break that story.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's Lee Sin or do you think it is odds versus evens?
Well, it's hard to say. Yeah, both are true. And I don't know if Lee Sin is this broken or both these top junglers are just very good at Lee Sin and don't have a good answer to it.
Yeah, I think it might be the latter.
Or for whatever reason, when DCG are against Lee Sin, they will just invade
Yeah.
regardless.
Yeah. Against Lee Sin. Honestly, Jin's not even a slouch level 1, but Ashe, sorry.
Ashe is a demon.
Yeah, TF even.
Yeah, Twisted Fate, ridiculous, level 1.
Champions that you see in solo queue, and you are pretty sure they're sprinting straight into your jungle.
Yeah. Especially the Ghost Ashe.
Yeah.
Level 1 might be the strongest point in the game for her. Heavy, farming up. He'll get there.
He is struggling though.
Yeah, he will get there eventually. I mean, it doesn't hurt that your team is just up 5k gold. You just get to stun people for them. This might have been the rapid fire first Twisted Fate game. He has no hope of ever being relevant in terms of damage if he does just rush a rapid fire cannon though.
At DCG, they are not disheartened though. They are very far behind, 5k as you said, but still looking for the fight. Of course, they do have a nice lockdown with that Rumble and with the Nico. Nico's going to be able to find and engage here. He finds it onto 2 carries. It's Evie and it's Vista. Going to be the... Wow, Rift Hero picked up here actually by the side of DCG. Equalizer, has it been used? Yes, it has. A lot of damage coming through onto Dasher, but it's the flash gold card through from Evie that's going to secure the deal and make sure that Taco is taken out. It is obviously Forest going down as well, and actually Chris Carter is finding a whole hell of a lot of damage here. Charm goes wide, and 665 looking to re-engage. That's the flash out of Dasher. That's the ultimate from 665. They do find an answer. Damage from Chris Carter. One more QW might seal the deal. Faye ace in the hole, but Marble only just able to get in range of that. Oh, this man has a forklift license. That's going straight into that tower as somehow DCG make this an even trade. And Charter Crystal Arrow flash away. Chris Carter accurate as ever on the way here, and he finds it. You can't flash twice.
I don't understand why Vista is just staying here on 1 HP. He's already had to flash 1 Hui combo. I think he's trying to trade a kill back onto the Hui. And this Rumble ult actually ends up not being all that great. And Orca just ends up just distracting with a nice snare and a nice ulti so that they can just cleanly kill this Lee Sin, who has a massive shutdown, and steal away the Rift Herald. This fight overall was a massive win for DCG, especially once Dasher just looks for a little too much here with the Ahri. Once the charm misses, he's just dead meat. 665 dodging it nicely, not particularly close to hitting him. Flashes onto Dasher and takes him out, and then just a ridiculous overstay from Vista, just overconfident, not trusting Chris Carter to land his spells.
Well, Chris Carter, quick reflexes, but is just going to be taken out.
Yeah, once again, no skill shots needed from this combo. They don't really land all that much, but just have enough damage to take down these immobile Orianna Hui in those situations. No difference.
Is this a Shadow Flame that I am seeing being built? Oh my god, Tide going aggressive. This is not good. Tide is absolutely going to be dead. Flash coming through, or maybe not. Cleanse. Oh, he gets the 4th shot on the back. 65 now, he's in no man's land. Oh, Equalizer coming through. That's going to be a substantial amount of damage, but certainly not enough. But Tide, I mean, he gets away from that Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, but he ends up just running.
Possibly netted the other way.
Yeah, maybe didn't need to get that aggressive on the Caitlyn. You don't have as much DPS as the, crit Caitlyn, so once you've used the net, which is a pretty important spell on lethality, and yeah, just Vista misjudging the situation completely, but a nice W from Marble on the Jhin. Really, Tide almost lives here. The cleanse, and then Orca.
Yeah,
Orca is a minion,
yeah, so
he doesn't block it. Oh, what a disaster. And then 665 goes down too. Nice equalizer, but too little too late at this point. And Marble is honestly getting very big this game, and it's not an easy champ to deal with for the side of DCG. Vista
here we go.
gonna get chunked here. Not
Bad
really.
chunk.
Yeah, not a great chunk either though. Looking kind of beefy on the Ashe.
Yeah, he can't get his health back though, I think is the important thing.
Yeah, maybe like taste of blood
Yeah, I guess he would have that.
or cheap shot. Cheap shot seems good on Ashe
Yeah,
too.
actually. Oh, we should have looked at that.
Yeah, yeah. Probably a preference thing. It depends on the matchup you'd be into, whether you want the sustain or a little extra damage.
Yeah, it might even be the sustain against Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think in
Okay.
any trade, the taste of blood ends up being more impactful than a little bit of extra damage. Dasher has a Banshees completed. Makes sense to me. A lot of AP on the enemy team.
Yeah, 3 AP champs. Obviously, there is still a lot of AD. It's not
Persona
all.
has finished his Archangels, but he's very behind.
Now, this is Dragon Soul Point, not yet the Soul. Resonating Strike.
Oh, that lands.
And Orca, he's in a world of trouble. Pop loss again, he lands it onto 3! Equalizer onto all of them as well! It is going to be Orca taken out. Double kill now coming through as Forrest does pick that one up and secures it with his Ari, but very, very low health bars. It's still a 3v5. Ace in the hole coming through onto Dasher. He's going to get hit by that one. Forrest very low. Cascada, Taco tied. All of it to do. These guys very formidable, but SoftBank are just as Marble full HP on the Jhin. The Jhin that is just so strong. 5-0, I believe, is his scoreline. And they are going to have to give over the side of DCG. This Dragon and now Soul Point for SoftBank. Gold lead. 8k almost, or 7k more accurately, but
Yeah, SoftBank, I mean, it looked like a disaster with that Nico ult landing onto them. I think initially they weren't convinced if it was the real Nico or not, so they didn't overcommit onto Orca. He gets out of the CC and turns it around. Somehow, Evie just living on 1 HP, and then SoftBank playing well around their very low HP jungler at the end there, just letting him life steal up to, you know, about half HP as his cooldowns rotate. And then they can just hit the dragon, and DCG have to give up on it. And
Evie is just 4-1 now, somehow.
yeah, he has been playing kind of clean, though, considering how far behind he fell this game. And not really off of his mistakes, right, that he's falling behind. He just showed up to a level 1 fight without TP. And by the time he got to his lane, 665 had cleared 3 camps and has shown up to dive him. He gets Forrest, you know, a double, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, I mean, if he's going to play this well from behind, not go down at all.
Jin's
then...
OCD is loving this game, by the way. Just 4 members with 4 kills.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
Oh.
Taco.
And Channel Crystal Arrow, it's on to Taco. There's no real follow-up just yet. 6-5 though, he's going to have to use his ult. Is surviving, and no one's in that. Dasher will eventually help Evie pick up that kill. Cascada now trying to find the damage. Spiraling Despair, the ward jump, the kick, and Cascada is no longer with us.
Yeah, clean fight from SoftBank, who look like they're finally in control of this game now. Playing around all their CC and engage tools.
Dasher's still searching, hunting for something.
Yeah, no ulti for him now.
Yeah, Taco no equalizer, so even though you have Orca with that Pop Blossom, really should just be this dragon pretty freely picked up.
Yeah, prioritizing the kill on the enemy jungler so that they can just stress-free take this Baron.
And it will be, most likely, it will be, there you go, the tower going down. So, DCG do answer back with a bit of gold for themselves. It is a shutdown objective as well, so slightly more than general.
Yeah,
But this game firmly in control for SoftBank.
Yeah, I like the Twisted Fate build, especially this game. I think I like it in general, but especially this game because Jhin is not all that great at doing Barons.
Yeah.
And you end up with a lot more Baron damage with the DPS of the Kraken Slayer and the Gwynsu later.
So, I mean,
full item up for Dasher.
It is still very volatile. The game should be SoftBank's, but they are very squishy.
Yeah, both
and
teams just
one
so
Nico
squishy.
ult into a good equalizer, if there is the follow-up from Cascada from Tide, could very quickly turn a team fight on its head. You do have to think that that is going to require SoftBank to make a considerable misplay, as they are now headed towards this bot lane inner tower.
Yeah, no locket against Sway Rumble's Scary Arrow.
Oh, Orca, he gets hit. Nice dodge there or block, but he is going to go down.
Yeah, just stunned 100-0 between the Charm, the TF card. After the Ashe Arrow lands.
Vista deadly accurate with these Ashe ults, and that's going to be bot lane inner tower now going down. Oh, ult coming through from Dasher. It is going to be responded to by the ult here of 665, who's going to dodge out of a lot of damage, but he's not going to be dodging out of this curtain called Taco as well. He's going to have to use everything he can to get out of there. Stun coming through from Heavy yet again, and this tower is not longer for this world. More roots coming down. Cascada's been stuck in this position for a long, long time. As Inhibitor bot lane will go down, and in the meanwhile, Forest trying to prep this mid lane tower, or mid lane wave, shall I say. Orca now respawned, does have Pop Blossom still, didn't use it obviously.
Oh lord.
Yeah, Orca comes back, but does get taken out immediately, uses the Pop Blossom, doesn't actually connect, as it is just Forest getting taken out.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous Lee Sin Q2 by Forest. Just getting a little ahead of himself there. No teammates to follow him up, all the ults down.
Yeah, there's a bit of Lee
across
syndrome.
the board. Yeah. Land the Q, take the Q.
Do you remember that video from like years back? My mind's telling me no.
But my body.
That was actually one of those moments. Just what is going to happen here?
Yeah.
He got Nico ult for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I mean, he lands a nice Q. Got to pay the respect of taking it. And Soul up now for SoftBank.
Yeah, Forest as well. Did respawn in time, of course.
And Dasher is 2 levels up. He is massive on this Ahri.
Going to get found out at least, so no surprises where this Ahri is going to be.
Yeah, loses his Banshee as well.
Orca has to have the most immaculate engage of all time, and Pop Blossom isn't even up, so...
Yeah, another Banshee shield down on Vista this time.
At least this clone from Nico finding a lot of value. Tide maybe, though, might be in a little bit of trouble. Good chunk of damage onto Forest. Even the Ace in the Hole going to follow up and do a bit too, but with the jungle pit and how it all operates, it's going to feel fine. Dasher trying to be sneaky. Will be spotted as soon as he comes around this corner, so we will be aware, very aware. Equalizer comes through to match that curtain call, and it will be cancelled. Marble as well, actually getting chunked fairly sizably. Orca, we've got to keep eyes on this Nico, who is disguised as the Rumble. 665 as well. We could just have a 50-50 on our hands. 665's in the pit. Down low is the Dragon. It's picked up. 665 gets it. They save the Dragon's soul potential, but what just happens after the fight? 665 is going to commit himself to try and let the rest of his team get out, maybe even looking for a return kill onto Evie, but there will be nothing of the sorts to come through. 2 people dead. Forest as well, looking for Taco. Can he get the overheat? Can he get the kill? No, he cannot. It is just too damn clean. Cascada now, he's going to have a battle up against Dasher, and I know who I favor in this 10 times out of 10. Orbit Deception will not connect, but Vista being there, finding the slow. Tide now. Tide verse 5. You may have stopped that Dragon. Orca now spawning. Flash forward. Cleanse available though for Taco. Orca coming through. Pop Blossom. Evie should be going down. He will. They've saved the game maybe for just a bit longer. Ace in the hole, sizable amount of damage, and DCG are going to have more respawns coming through. It's 10 seconds left on Taco. It's 2 left on 665, and Dasher misses. Tower will survive, and they've got 5 more minutes left to try and play for this series. But SoftBank are so convincingly far ahead. 11k gold. Now going back down to near on 10.
Yeah, I mean, small win for DCG. That fight is that they do secure a Dragon. Nice smite from 665. Stops the soul coming through for SoftBank. And, I mean, Evie going down for the 2nd time only this game.
665 with a bit of a return to form. The old classic double-digit deaths.
Yeah.
They often win these games, by the way. If any of you haven't seen him on the double-digit death games.
Yeah.
Usually it's Vi.
Yeah, he's not quite there yet, though.
No, yeah. He actually is the PCS player with the biggest 10 death power spike.
And yeah, I mean, this Caitlyn isn't doing all that much damage at this point. She does have lethality items, but she's just down so much gold that the items look equal, even though her items are cheaper. Evie with rapid fire.
He's going to lose his ult again. And is he even going to be able to get it off? Yes, he will. Going to even flash away. Maybe surviving Dasher, though, with that Spirit Rush will be confirming at least that kill. Gets 1 reset. It is still a 4v5 and no Baron on the side of SoftBank. It is respawning now, though, and they will be able to turn their attention towards it if they so choose so, but they shouldn't be able to pick up that many objectives. Not until Spirit Rush is back available. Top lane tower will go down.
Yeah, and SoftBank are going to turn their attention towards the Baron.
Yeah,
I mean,
is it even a thought of DCG to go near it? It doesn't seem like it.
No, not without your smite, and with so much CC on the side of SoftBank, it's so easy to just get forced into a fight you don't want to be taking. 4v5, down 10k.
And this game is quickly getting out of control. I mean, it's already been out of control, but
Yeah.
somehow DCG are continuing to fight. 28 minutes now we are at.
Yeah.
And it still remains one big combo could seal the deal. It is, of course, hard. Dasher just on the RE naturally is going to make that very difficult to find.
Yeah,
he has
two
Flash, he
Banshees.
has Banshees, he has Spirit Rush. Does take a reasonable amount of damage from that ace in the hole there. And there is
Yeah.
a lot of wave clear, even through this Baron wave. That was a Baron wave that just almost immediately got taken out.
Yep. Forrest just Baron buffing this wave isn't going to be approaching that inhib really unless he's left on his own.
Actually committing to the fight. This is going to take a lot of health away from Taco. And that's a Lee Sin, and then that environment is kind of down an item because he has the Knight's Val, but he's
Yeah.
no way near anyone that he possibly would have it on. I'm not sure who it's on, but most likely will be either Dasher or Marble.
Yeah, looks like it might be on
going
Marble.
aggressive again. Equalizer coming out. Actually onto Evie as well as Forrest. It's going to get the flash away from this Lee Sin, but Evie, he's only popped the Ghost. He doesn't have flash available. Mid lane inhib going to go down. Bot lane inhib does go down. Top lane inhib as well. So all we have left is a potential 5v5. Hwei not going to be able to reach. Flash forward. Taco's going to get absolutely annihilated. Orca, you have to find the engage of a lifetime here if you want to have any chance. But this Nexus is going to go down. And in their 5th best of 5 series at long last, SoftBank seal the deal.
Yeah, and they do it pretty clinically at the end there. They just spread out DCG with this much CC and the Baron buff. It's too hard to get a defense going, really. If you group on one side, they just take the inhibs on the other side, and cleanly played from SoftBank, at least in this game 5. Evie finding himself in a horrible spot that game, just navigates it immaculately, dodging a million skill shots in one of those 3-mans on the top side. And it's Taco who struggles to have impact with a massive lead in that last game, just because of how well Evie plays in that matchup.
Yeah, and it doesn't help. The rest of the map was just completely falling apart.
Yeah.
Obviously, with that, DCG now will be eliminated. So, again, I say this every time. With the highs, there comes the lows.
Yeah.
It's been I mean, for my money, the most enjoyable PCS team to watch.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's particularly close.
Yeah,
their
they've been
games,
great.
this series was the embodiment of their season.
Yeah.
Every single game is just absolutely brawling to the death. Sometimes it's, you know, to their detriment. Game 3 and 5, I think, where you just get to level 5, you have the weaker level. I mean, you get to level 1, you have the weaker level 1, and they're still just walking into the jungle invading and pretty much losing the game at that stage. And I mean, backs against the wall, game number 5. This team is willing to
just
put
walk
it
into
all
the enemy
on the
jungle.
line with the weaker team comp.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not the correct call, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, and this team has been so enjoyable to watch. It's going to be a shame to no longer have them here in the PCS playoffs, but it's of course fantastic that we keep the LJL hopes alive.
Yeah.
SoftBank, they put up the biggest fight against PSG we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, you feel good about them possibly looking to do it further on down the line. It is going to be difficult. They do have to go up against Frank in the next series. Frank, they're no slouches. They are a fantastic team. They dismantled DCG 3-0. Of course, they have the benefit of playing against DCG more often and knowing more about DCG, as well as just they're kind of well-fitted around the rift.
Yeah,
you know,
DCG
Jiang, he is a very good top laner, akin to Eevee. You're going to feel pretty good in that matchup. And then Gemini, very safe jungler, consistent jungler, doesn't really get exploited by the antics of 665.
Yeah.
Their bot lane as well. Kaiwing, he doesn't care that you're picking the shenanigans. He is doing an honest job, playing an engaged support, and he will find those engages every single game no matter what.
Yeah, and you'll be lucky if they're not onto your Hwei support or whatever silly support you pick. Kaiwing will pick something like a Leona and just shut that down. DCG are a very difficult team to play against, and it feels like it did take a while for people to figure them out throughout the split. And yeah, you didn't have that benefit of SoftBank, of seeing all of their games and playing against them a bunch of times. So maybe deceptive, you know, that Frank 3-0 DCG, but SoftBank kind of struggled.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's not easy.
For sure.
And it's going to be an amazing series.
The PSG series really speaks volumes to that, right? PSG are a very standard drafting team. They don't really go for all that much that's surprising. They're solid in draft, but not very creative. as we take a look at one of these replays around what I believe is the Dragon Soul.
So, yeah, this was the one where Orca manages to turn around.
Oh, yeah.
A massive ulti followed by the Rumble
no
Equalizer.
real follow-up.
And then, I mean, they just take out 665 so quickly. They all spread very nicely. Evie lives on a sliver of HP to this Hui combo. And that means this fight is so difficult now for DCG to take. And
Yeah, not that much damage considering how much fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just because both teams are so squishy. No one got to really wail on any tanks this game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, all of this damage is, every 2k damage you deal this game is a kill. And I think, yeah, SoftBank had something ridiculous, 28 kills up against the 8 of DCG. Considering how close that game looked at times,
Yeah.
pretty impressive from DCG.
Yeah, I mean,
to find
15k
angles.
was the gold lead at the end, and it didn't really look like it, right? Like, the map did, don't get me wrong, but the fights weren't all that convincing.
Yeah.
I think Orca didn't really find anything in terms of engage. That one fight that we just saw was really the big engage he found, but there was no one to follow up on it. Equalizer came through, but you couldn't get your way to really do much there. He did eventually get to be able to do some damage. Tide didn't do any damage in that fight.
Yeah. Outshined by Vista, I think.
Yeah,
Vista
definitely.
landing ridiculous Ash arrows.
And I mean, the Ash just is so strong. It's really surprising how little Prio has ever been on it in this playoffs.
Yeah.
We do finally see it here, and once again, it just dominates. This is the same combo Halpigs used to get a win against, I don't remember who it was, but it was a team that we had them written off for earlier on in the regular season, and it's just a very strong champ. Of course, DCG put up a fight. They put up a strong lane for themselves as well, but that level 1 just absolutely
deserved
ruined the
MVP,
game.
I think, for Vista.
Definitely, yep.
Dasher doing very well that game, got very ahead of Cruscada, but just about every advantage they got was off of these Ash arrows.
Yep.
So
I think I want to say, considering the starts that Forrest was able to get off to on the Lee Sin, I definitely think that 665 for my boots was just the better
he
Lee
was
Sin player.
ridiculous on the Lee
Yeah,
Sin.
he never got the 2-0 starts, and he was doing a lot more with what he was given. But this is just ult after ult connecting. This was across the map.
Masterpiece of an arrow. Just a soul read arrow, and then Evie just gets to sit here, wait out the stun, followed up with another stun, and then somehow lives here against the Xin, and then Dasher and Forrest are able to show up and clean up this kill. It's pretty immaculate.
It was
play,
pretty immaculate.
And I mean, one highlight isn't going to show the impact of Vista that game. He was just landing arrow after arrow against the
onto
Nico.
key engage as well. Yeah, onto the Nico.
Against the Nico as well, who can block it.
Yeah.
So even catching him off guard.
There were a few mistakes, I think, from Orca that game as well. That one time Tide died in the mid lane while he was sitting. He had both himself and his clone in way of the curtain call.
Yeah.
And he was a minion, so it just went flying through.
I've never played Nico in my life. Can you just push a button and come out of the disguise? Or do you have to cast a spell?
You can cast a spell. There is also like a shift control as well, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Anyway, interview. Evie keeps his eyebrows. He's going to have an interview. It's with Patty, so enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
Evie 先跟大家打声招呼。Welcome to our post-game interview. Today, we welcome SHG's top lane player, Evie, to the post-game interview. Let's have Evie say hello to the fans first.
まずは一言挨拶お願いします。SHG のトップレーナーのエビです。
恭喜你们赢下 PCS 的新秀队伍 DCG， 赢下来今天的比赛之后心情如何 ？Congratulations on winning PCS's new star team DCG today. How do you feel after the win?
PCS の新星 DCG 相手に勝利おめでとうございます。勝利した今の気持ちを教えてください。気持ちいいです。I feel good.
我很高兴。DCG 算是一个选角比较变化多端的战队，你们对上这样的队伍，认为赢下他们的关键是什么 ？DCG is a team that has a lot of diversity in their champion selection. Facing against a team like this, what do you think is the key to winning them?
DCG は様々なピックを使用してくるチームです。このようなチーム相手に勝利する鍵は何ですか？
今日はミッドジャングルのピックがすごい重要だったように思います。
Today I think the mid jungle picks were very, very important.
今天我认为中路跟打野的选角是非常重要，才能赢下今天的比赛。你今天上路选了一个今年没有出现在 PCS 过的英雄雷克夏，你认为这支英雄的評價如何 ？So today you picked a champion on the top lane that haven't appeared in PCS this season, Rek'Sai. What is your opinion on this champion?
本日 PCS で初登場のレクサイをピックしました。このレクサイピックについて教えてください。
タンクチャンピオンですごい僕が好きなタイプのチャンピオンなので、ここに、フィットしてるのかなと思います。
Rek'Sai is a tank champion and he fits my playstyle very well.
雷克萨是一个坦克英雄，让我的打法跟这个英雄配合起来非常的好，所以我今天选了这个角色。你们第一局最后都亮了 DFM 的对标，想问一下今天有抱着什么样的决心来到今天的比赛吗？ So after the first game, your whole team showed the DFM emote. Did you come in today's game with certain goal or mentality in mind?
最初の試合でチーム全員が DFM のエモートを使用していました。今日の試合にどのような意気込みを持って挑みましたか？
まあリラックスして楽しんでやろうっていう気持ちで DFM はアイコンはまあ冗談というか面白そうだなと思ってみんなでやりましたね。
We went into the game trying to feel relaxed and have fun. DFM's emote because we used it because we thought it was funny.
我们今天打比赛其实抱着比较开心跟轻松的心情打比赛，那我们会用那个 DFM 的对标，是因为想要能够更快乐的比赛。作为 LJL 的最後一個也是最強的代表，你有什麼話想要對粉絲說的嗎？ As the best team and the last team of LJL, do you have anything you want to say to fans?
LGL の代表、そして LGL の最後のチームとしてファンの皆さんに向けてメッセージをお願いします。
俺たちを信じろという感じで。
Please believe in us.
請你們繼續相信我們。Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Abby 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
All thumbs.
Yeah.
2 thumbs, 2 eyebrows so far for Eddie.
We're looking good. We're looking good. No beard though. No beard.
Yeah, down a beard.
That's all right. He'll grow it back by the time he finishes up and gets himself to the
if he keeps going to 5, if he keeps going to 5 and having these stressful series, finding himself down 40 CS at like 8 minutes
he might
or something
go bald.
in that last game.
That could be the other concern,
Yeah.
as the stress levels might just make him bald.
Yeah.
Because these have not been easy game 5s. That one, I mean, was gifted a little bit to them. You know, DC did a little bit of happy gaming at the start there.
Yeah.
And did gift them over a bunch of kills. 3, I believe they started with that time. And
I mean, Evie just managed to find impact in every single game this series. Except maybe his Renekton into Cassante game where he almost took out Taco, but then ended up going down and not having a great game at all.
And of course, on your screen, the result, it was SoftBank taking the win 3-2. We will no longer see DCG. It's been a pleasure. This has been my favorite team to cast so far out of the 2 years of the PCS. This is, well, a year and a half now of the PCS. It has been such a pleasure to watch them.
Yeah.
They really are innovating, creating new things in the meta that have stuck. Things like honestly, the Nico. We've seen, I believe, other teams try it out. The Hui in the bottom lane has started to be really recognized as a true threat. Cascada has brought out certain things that have kind of denied meta staples of the meta coming through. The LeBlanc was immediately no longer a factor in our meta after the Kaiser came through to answer it.
Yeah, right.
It's been fantastic to watch them. Now, CFO versus PSG.
Oh, baby.
Oh, we're in the big leads now. We are in the big leads now. That is going to be our game on Saturday. And that is probably, while obviously I've enjoyed watching DCG, this is the game that it's so good to watch. They are 1-1 in the head-to-head in the regular season. They are my 2 shoo-ins for one. One of them is going to MSI. One of these 2 is going to MSI. That is my belief. A little bit biased, but I think the series today probably proved that that is a fair assessment. PSG, CFO, they are inseparable. They made it to last year's Grand Finals. They might make it to this year's Grand Finals, but before we get there, they're going to be in the upper bracket finals. We have the run back of the Flash Wolves, Maple Betty against Casa Sword Art. We have Shun looking so fantastic. Rest and RJ, probably the most similar and most reliable top laners in the league. And then where would we be without Gory? He giveth, he taketh away. But Maple does the exact same thing.
Yeah, they're so well matched just across the board. They play so well as teams.
Yep.
I think maybe an edge for PSG is the drafting, and an edge for CFO is just
hands.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't want to put it so bluntly, but that does be the truth. Now, that is going to be our game for Saturday. It's a shame to see DCG leave, but with that, it means we get to keep seeing SoftBank fight for LJL and fight for themselves. Join us on Sunday for the most anticipated best of 5s thus far in the playoffs. We will see you very, very shortly.
Let's go again. We feel so alive. put this all behind. Let's go again. We'll feel so alive.